Hello, everyone. Welcome back to our
What?
final day of OOL.
What is
Um,
up? What is
we
up? What is
are
up?
going to be starting off with the final four teams that are left in this tournament today.
Oh
Um,
yeah.
Starting off with Rad Esports taking on the She-Her Dragons for the winners finals. Neither of these teams have lost a game yet in these playoffs, and they
True,
both
both
finished
first
first.
seeds.
Yeah,
Yeah.
both finished first in their groups. So two heavy hitting teams have been playing really well this entire tournament. Haven't really lost anything at all. Obviously, Rad Esports, I think are favorites to win the
Yeah.
whole thing. But She-Her Dragons, absolutely capable of putting up a fight against them. Been a very good team throughout this tournament. So I'm curious to see how well each of these teams end up doing. So we're gonna find out about that really, really quick as we head into Ilios for our first map here.
And a little birdie told me that Rad Esports are going all out for these final matches. They are bringing their entire roster onto the into the lobby. They're not holding.
Yeah.
They're not pulling any punches. Sorry.
No, not like we maybe saw yesterday in a couple interesting games.
I wasn't watching.
When they played against Fitty Party.
What did
Let's
they
just
do?
say it ended up being a little bit. We got a little bit
Nail biter?
unserious.
Oh.
Maybe the
Well.
opposite of a nail biter. It was just
Oh.
they were so it was so bad that at the end of it, it was pretty obvious that both teams had sort of just resigned themselves to the outcome of Rad Esports just winning. They both started being a little bit silly, but I think today will be a different story. I don't think it'll be quite as easy for Rad Esports to be able to do what they want to do.
I think there's some discourse going on about which map they're playing on.
Oh, really?
Yeah, apparently it's Nepal, not Ilios.
Oh, see, my amazing producer said that it was Ilios, but it
Yeah,
turns
it's
out
Nepal. It's Nepal.
that we're actually going to be going to Nepal. So they've changed the map pick, I guess, on the fly here. They weren't really sure what they wanted to go with. I
Team
believe
Falcons
Rad
got
Esports.
punished for this, so.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true. We're having our own Team Falcons little controversy here, aren't we? We got to have our moment. We try to keep ourselves as parallel as possible with
Right.
OWCS, of course.
Even the stream schedule, people who are
Yeah,
desperate
of
for
course.
attention, OWCS and VCT.
No,
live
it's
at the same
actually
time as well.
sickening. It's
Really,
actually
it's
sickening.
disgusting. Really. Yeah.
Like, obviously,
It's
anybody with a
abhorrent.
brain is just gonna watch this instead. So I don't really know. What's up with
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
All right, and we're gonna go ahead and get into this matchup here today. Smarties is returning.
Yeah.
Yeah, Smarties is making a grand reappearance here on the flex support here, as we all love to see. And we're gonna see Zaka, who's mostly been playing DPS up until this point, locking in the tank here instead. So certainly an interesting time here. Definitely gonna be
Also,
some.
I would like to preface that is not Extreme Jambon. That is Nikki on her Extreme Jambon.
Yeah.
We do not have Winston player 1 on Alicia, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, we don't. Couldn't
Yeah.
get him in for this tournament, but we do have Nikki here as well, so we're still okay. And both these teams getting into it here. Brad Esports gonna go with some Hazard Zarya business here, while She-Her Dragons are going for some Ball Sigma stuff, right? So Ball usually really good on this map, but it's a little bit close up for Sigma sometimes. Could be a little bit rough. Him having to fight in that close range so often here. So we're gonna have to see how these match up. But a huge block instantly. Oh, and that's just gonna be a really important pick there as Smarties also goes down. No supports for the side of Rad Esports.
And Kindred just going to be taken down. The lack of healing there is so tough against a full Zarya. It's just, you can't.
Yeah, no, and at this point, it's just looking like they're going to be clean up the fight here. She-Her Dragons making sure they get the first fight here, I mean, that Juno Brig, a little bit more sustainable into a lot of the characters that Rad Esports are playing, very stable backline Juno Brig, obviously it's been meta for a really long time, always a pretty good backline to pick up if you're just trying to be a little bit survivable, as disgusting as it may be.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
Meanwhile, you know, Smarty's on the Baptiste, a little bit more of a vulnerable character, especially into that ball. You know, you can get knocked around your immortality field. You can't move it. It's not as mobile of a thing. And as you can see there, Smarty's just goes down instantly, and Zach is soon to follow. Trey comes out there onto the brig, so only Juno for healing for She-Her Dragons here. And Sparkle is also going to go down here as well, so it's looking really evenly matched here.
What is this crosshair? Sorry.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. The blue outline is certainly a choice, but I suppose it matches with her skin really well there. A grab coming out really early from Tools. Wait, was that a whiff grab?
Yeah, the grab was whiffed. The grab was whiffed.
Oh goodness, and then She-Her Dragons are just going to be able to instantly capitalize on that, taking control of that fight, even though the grab was invested in it. Didn't seem like they even lost the point during all of that. So they've amassed 70% here already, and a gigantic
double support
ults. As well.
Oh god. Maybe Fatalis can find a pick onto Senna, or even Timler force that rally early, but no, it's up to him.
Yeah, absolutely. The biggest thing here is going to be able to find that Juno, find that Brig, you know, picking off one of the supports before they're able to use their ultimates. Very crucial here. Juno Ray comes out, and Trolls is forced to just hard block. Zach does find Qjit somewhere, but the Juno ult is a little bit too much for them to bear. So both the tank and support going to be going down for Rad Esports. A few members still remaining on point here, going to be able to continue this fight with no Kiriko healing. It's going to be really tough to survive. And then a few remaining members, they're just going to get taken down. The immense ult advantage that She-Her Dragons came into during that fight, just too much for them to bear.
Also, I don't know if you saw, but it's pretty cool. When Zach ulted, when Zach Hazard ulted, Timler popped the rally, and with the TV windshield, Brig shield, she pointed it up and it blocked it for herself and the Juno. It was kind of awesome.
That's kind of freaking awesome, actually. That's a little
awesome.
Get a little techie with it.
We have tab.
We actually have. Oh my goodness! Wait, we're actually just like Oops, yes.
Tab.
We actually have the tab. We have the stats here, and if we could see, neither Senna nor Sniper Kitty just went down that entire time. Both of them 13-0. And I mean, you know, if you're not going to be able to find the Juno in this comp, it's just really hard to fight through all the sustain and the speed boost that she's able to afford that team. So it's certainly going to be something they're going to want to be able to focus on here is Rad Esports Sim TP's out. And they're going to be on the Juno Kiri here. So a bit more of a fragile backline here into this fall. Maybe not the absolute best thing in the world, but I suppose they valued Suzu a lot. Zach goes down so early. That's just not going to be good for them at all. Smarties is soon to follow, and the aggression from this Juno Brig just seems to be better.
I don't want to sound like a biased caster, but
wow. I mean, it's just actually sickening.
You know, they're friends on that Rad team.
Oh, okay. Yep. Just biased, and I actually can't believe it. It's so sickening.
Sorry.
It's so sickening how biased my caster is. I would never be biased. There's certainly I'm not friends with anybody on Rad Esports at all, so I wouldn't know anything about that. TP coming out with Smarties early to avoid any damage that he could have taken during that rotation, and the rotation is good. Oh, Sparkle's down early. Smarty. I don't even know if Smarty's meant to hit that shot at all, but he did. And that's going to be the opening that they needed. They're even in this fight so far. So no advantage for either team quite yet, but it did flip the point. Absolutely. Aren't able to hold on to it, though, and that seems like a bit of an error for them. But Starscream able to find Senna and Zach. No Juno for this team, and even though Zach goes down, it still feels pretty winnable for them. Though Blizzard is going to come out as well, going to be able to find Sniper Kitty with that one. And it looks like even though the bull is being invested, wait, never mind. No, it's absolutely winnable for She-Her Dragons. Even with that bullet was absolutely clutch. Managed to find a Mei who didn't have cryo freeze there. And now She-Her Dragons sticking up to 50% already on this point. They're gonna have the rally here, gonna have the Ramatra ult here. And Fatalis coming up close on this EMP. It's going to be crucial for them to be able to land that one in order to win this fight against the ult advantage that She-Her Dragons have. The Ramatra ult comes out really early, and Rad Esports seems to be doing a really good job of zoning it so far, not taking too much damage, but Tools is just taking the brunt of that force and eventually goes down, and the rest of his team is soon to follow. Only has to use the rally and the ram ult there.
this fight's gonna be so hard. They have Juno. I mean, are they even gonna get a touch?
They should be able to get a touch. I mean, you know, the
They should
Lucio is
jump
going to
on
be pretty
spawns really
speedy.
late, though.
They have, oh, it's true.
It's so
You have the
late.
Sombra as well, though. You do have the Sombra, but you'd like to be able to set up for the EMP here. This is absolutely crucial you get this out before they're able to Juno ult. Try and get as much advantage as you can. Pulse Bomb gets eaten. That's going to be a good start. The EMP, it hit just only Kindred, it looks like. The Juno ult still comes out. And now Tyler's going to be using that, but he missed to get the kill during that. The Juno not getting the value that it needed to get as Julia falls down as well. Sparkle's still alive, but as is Kindred, they're both able to find some trades here. But Zach being mech'd, still not going down completely. Able to remech there as they get the flip and the fight win for that one.
Don't beat. Okay. God.
Didn't Ajax there, but if you're Lucio dying, that means you don't have the beat for this fight here that's about to happen. And that could spell disaster for this team.
There is a Mei ult on the side of, what's it called? On the side of Red Esports, but so far hasn't been able to catch many people, so I'm a little nervous. My toes are curled.
Yeah, they have the mail, they have the bomb, they're coming up close on this rush here as well, but the mines are going to be the first one to be dropped, and Starscream puts down 90 failed. The beat comes out in response, and Senna gets bounced, so it's going to be very little sustain for Her Dragons here, which should prove that they're pretty useful here. They're going to find the break here as well. Break doesn't quite go down, and Fatalis gets found on point. Starscream's coming back with this mail, so maybe something could be, but no touch! There's no touch that comes out for Red Esports, and they lose the first round. Oh my goodness.
No, this game's bad. He was on the point, and I saw it. Nope, game's bad.
It might be the game is bad, but I mean, it was looking a little bit tough really that entire time for Rad Esports, if I'm being honest with you. And for a team that I expected to be so dominant in this tournament, Her Dragons coming out here in full force, managing to not even drop a round that entire time. Really, really impressive performance from them, in my opinion.
Oh.
And as we can hear from Zer's cries of agony,
oh my god.
Rad Esports fans in shambles right now, frankly. They are in shambles. Not what you'd like to see. It's a little bit unfortunate, but hopefully with this next map pick that they're able to do, they get some of their momentum back here as we go to a quick break.
God damn it, man. So, wait, Her are starting on attack, right?
All right, welcome back, everyone, and we have Rad Esports has chosen to go and take us to Kings Row for their second map pick here. Obviously, pretty good showing from Her Dragons on that first map there. A fairly good 2-0 for them, only dropping maybe 2 or 3 fights that entire map. So, you know, certainly a good showing and a little bit unexpected, I think, as well, because as I said, you know, Rad Esports, certainly one of the better teams, perhaps probably the best team maybe on paper in this tournament here. But Her Dragons definitely making a case for themselves as well here.
I mean, it's looking bleak, and as you'll see here, Her Dragons do also start on attack, which means they get the very valuable and very and very impactful and real attackers advantage. So it is not looking good for Rad believers. But this is a first to 3, so good things about first to 3 is there's always room for comebacks. There's always room for hero plays. You know what I mean?
They got maps to give. They got maps to give. Yeah. That's all I'm gonna say.
Who cares? Just one map.
And attacker's advantage, you know, obviously Julia very famously a huge derpy fan, so you already know she's all in on that attacker's advantage. Oh, absolutely. Oh yes, she's like #1 derpy fan. She literally.
You know I'm new here, right?
Okay, well it's okay. I'm letting you know of the lore. I'm filling you in.
Right. That's why we're best friends. I hate you.
Exactly. Right. It's 100% true. Sniper Kitty falling really low here. House is going to capitalize on that instantly. And without the ball, I mean, you know, you only have the hazard for engagement, and hazard's going to fall down as well. And now it's up to Rad Esports to be able to close out some of these kills if they can. Finding a Juno on the stagger there as well. So and that's going to be a minute off the clock here right away for Rad Esports. Looking a lot better.
God.
Oh, Sparkle falls there too. Gets cut out so early by Starscream there. Really, really good pickup.
Starscream, not even a DPS player, by the way.
Yeah, that's Eva, typically the tank player.
Sniper Kitty is just lost in the sauce now. Or
They're
no,
trying to make this a
yeah.
lot worse here. It does feel
Yeah.
like, oh my goodness,
my.
ew!
Tech
I'm
aim.
not a DPS player, my ass. That is just some incredible shots right there on the Sparkle there. Some really, really good shots on the cast.
That
Looking
Orisa
pretty
friendly.
nasty here. Eva, in another life, you know, she was a hit scam player, so something to keep in mind here as we go into this next fight. They're
Julia
gonna
is
start
a
the Tracer, and
sliver.
she's falling down to 1 HP, and the Brig is just in by herself. That's just not going to go well at all, even though a
Alright,
bowl
what
shot
is that
coming
all?
out there from Julia is just not going to end up mattering too much.
And here she goes! Yes!
It's cleaning up house here. Taking down the rest of the
my
members of She-Her Dragons, and now that's 2 minutes off the clock for them, so only 2 minutes remain for the
Sent
Dragons
a
attack
truth
here.
bomb in the chat, by the way, typing shit map.
What
oh
happened
my
to their
god,
attacker's
truth noob.
advantage, though? Interesting.
I mean, it doesn't matter. Kings is an overrated map.
Kings is a... Yeah, I mean... I'm not sure if I 100% agree. I actually do like this map quite a bit, but I won't speak on that too much right now. As a huge hazard also going to come out. It's going to find both of the tanks for She-Her Dragon. Sniper Kitty going down
Sniper
instantly.
Kitty
Kindred is
dog.
soon to follow. The Rammo comes out from Twills there, and that's just going to be able to finish the job. Just some really good stuff for Fatalis on the hazard. Really good take out there. Really good downpour. High value on that engagement. Able to stop it in their tracks, and now, you know, only a minute and a half left. Going to take down to probably around a minute 15 by the time they're able to re-engage this, and they're only 80% to their first orbit here.
Jesus. Yeah. I mean, these timings from She-Her Dragons are just so bad, I feel.
God, Sniper
Kitty's already dead.
by
Like, right as I'm
themselves.
saying it.
Yeah, you just can't have that happen here. Not against a team like Rad. They're obviously going to be able to punch for you every time. But now, Zach's able to find the pick on the Chino really early there. The Rammel's doing a lot. Finding both of the supports for Red Esports. Fatalis is managing to do what he can, you know, zoning out some of the She-Her Dragon supports there, but it's just not going to end up mattering too much, as even they're going to get cleaned up. And now it's just a matter of being able to hold on to this for just a few more seconds, and there it is. The cap comes through with 3 minutes 15 seconds still on the clock.
That is one whole point without a Juno ult from She-Her Dragons, and they cap anyways. Truly inspirational stuff here.
Yeah, now we're gonna have a Juno ult versus Juno ult here coming out for both teams. So you know, you're just gonna have to pay attention to these Juno ult timings. Those look like She-Her Dragons are gonna start initiating first here, and taking their turn first seems to be the most valuable way to play that. As they just get team wiped there really quickly. Pulse Bomb Desperation comes out from Zach there. Doesn't actually find Time Lord, but it's going to be ultimately a fairly useless Pulse Bomb at the end of the day. You know, now it's not really going to result in a fight win or anything like that, and Zach doesn't have the Pulse Bomb for this next fight.
Sorry, my audio is bugging out. I thought, hold on.
Oh, it's not your audio. Don't worry about that. That's just the audio of
gotcha,
everything.
gotcha.
I'd suggest you just turn the stream down a little bit, and that way you'll be able to hear yourself think as we go into this next fight here. Julia with the bullet shot, only ultimate available for She-Her Dragons at the moment. The downpour, it does manage to catch only Kindred, but Julia gets caught right as the downpour comes out. So that's just going to be a really important opening pick there and there. Rad Esports is going to be able to capitalize on that, cleaning out the rest of the team with the Deadeye there from Starscream as well. And now only Sparkle remains. Going to get caught out there as well. Clothesline. Wow. That was evil. But now, I mean, using the downpour, using the Deadeye here, and using the Juno ult in that last fight, they're going to be at a bit of an ultimate disadvantage here for Rad Esports, as She-Her Dragons are coming in here with the Rally, with the Terra Surge, and with the Pulse Bomb. Regine trying his best to get in that whole time. Eventually, just gonna leave.
The rally's gonna get
combo.
Terra bomb.
And Sparkle manages to find 3, but Zach and Smarties are trading out. It's a 3v3 here as Fools tries to live for as long as he can with that Ramatra ult, but eventually he's gonna fall. So that's a 3v2 advantage going in She-Her Dragon's direction here. As Sparkle just tries to catch out Zach. Zach's gonna be able to find this Pulse Bomb here. Or not Pulse Bomb, but finding the health pack. Does have the Pulse Bomb though.
The Malga pick.
Switch it over to the Malga. They're trying to get as fast as they can back to the point so they're able to actually get this 6v6 on cart here. The rally comes out really early.
Caught
instantly. Oh, and Time Lord just miscommunication with the rest of their team goes down so early, and Zach is able to finish off Kindred there as well. And they use the rally and the Ramatra ult and still don't end up winning that fight, which is absolutely huge for Rad Esports to be able to turn that. And now they're going to have the Downpour and the Juno ult coming into this next one. Both of those really useful
mirror.
when you have this Juno ult mirror here.
I don't know how you missed Bash with Brig ult up, but I won't. Let me not speak on that.
Yeah, I mean, it's happened to the best of us.
That.
It's happened to the best of us, okay? I'm sure I've seen Violet do
this
it
orbit
from time
is
to time.
so early.
Coming out really early from both teams, actually, and Smartest is the only one to fall, but Twills is caught out really awkwardly behind, and
this flip is so
Red
bad.
Esports can be really split. The downpour comes out, but even though it finds Timer, not able to secure that kill as Overclock and Terra Surge come out, and they're able to just clean up here. She-Her Dragon's going to be able to cap this second point here with 1.5 minutes left on the clock.
They tried to copy Rad's proactiveness with that Juno ult, but it just didn't work out. It was so forward, like so forward.
Yeah, it was weird how they ended up splitting up on that map there as well.
Yeah,
I mean, it just seemed like some of the members from Rad were a little bit too far forward, and She-Her Dragons capitalized on that opportunity with the Juno ult. Oh, and that gets picked off early. He's 85 for that pulse bomb. That's a crucial pick. Wolves tries to jump in as well, but it's instantly going to go down. Maybe not used to that 5v, or maybe not used to that 6v6 take health pool potentially.
Yeah.
Is a little bit lower. You know, oftentimes the Malga's going to think that they can live for a little bit longer than they actually can. The rally out here. Oh, no! I can't say I necessarily agree with the use of that rally there. You had time to recontest this. You didn't have to use the ultimate there. The cage is really good though. You're going to be able to find the Ramatra in the ult. Sniper Kitty's 1 HP. The beat's going to have to come out to be able to save them, but they can't touch! I said they would be able to get the touch, but I was lying. They aren't able to touch it all. Oh, that's just sickening. That's just so sickening if you're Rad Esports. You have to be able to touch that. You want to be able to force the overtime here at least. For consolation, they at least get under a minute. So if Rad Esports completes the map in overtime, they will still be able to get an attacking round here. So it's not the end of the world, but
it's the end of the world.
It's not the position you want to be in.
It's the end of the world. There is a hole opening beneath my chair right to Dante's Inferno. It is over.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Oh,
it's cooked.
Rad Esports fans are in shambles.
Oh, here,
right
no.
now.
There's a sliver of hope. There's a silver lining. When you have attacker's advantage, when you start on attack and you full cap, you give attacker's advantage to the team that defended first. So essentially, what they just did is, yeah, they might have full cap, but they flipped the attacker's advantage. Rad is gonna full cap back at them, and then they're gonna have the attacker's advantage. And then it's not gonna matter because the round's probably gonna end on the first point where attacker's advantage doesn't matter anyways. So
but I see what you're saying. They've relinquished their attacker's advantage through this. You know, if Rad Esports caps with less time, then they're gonna be attacking first. So I mean, you know, you won the battle, but are you gonna win the war, She-Her Dragons? That's the question you have to ask yourself.
Zach on the Freya now. Julia on the cast, swapping roles, or not swapping roles, but yeah, swapping characters here.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they're elected to go with the Reaper here, so the Reva going to be coming out here, and I'm honestly getting chills just thinking about that, as this wall is really good against off Sniper Kitty, and the Reva already paying dividends, finds Julia early here, gonna have to Wraith out, but the trades are coming out here, and again, I mean, these trades are going to be in favor of Rad Esports here. As they
the Reva.
Spawn.
It's chopped. It's cooked.
Yeah, the Reva might have been taken down there, but Zach getting the trade there on Senna as well. So, I mean, at the end of the day, it's a really important pick here. Zach already has this bolus shot, that free ultimate charging so quickly.
Oh.
Kindred gonna get caught out since there's no healing for her, since Senna got picked off early, and now Zach's just gonna be able to lead their team to a first point capture, more than likely here, unless She-Her Dragons are able to get some sort of miracle contest.
Alright, that's 3 fights less than She-Her Dragons. It can happen, and it's on the wall. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, both teams just use the speed ring there. Fatalis is going to be the first to fall, and Twills is going to be next up. I'm questioning who is on cart right now. Oh, it's just a Lucio. Okay. Yeah, it did seem like they were a little bit incongruent there. I had like 2 or 3 members of Rad Esports on
But how is
cart during that. Oh yeah, Kindred died there.
How is Kindred dead? The
Uh,
Reva is
I'm
there?
not really sure, but it might be the Reva. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like the Reva
think
had a
it
little bit
was
of
the
influence
Reva.
on the outcome there. Oh, the bullet shot is really good.
That's
Oh wait, never
almost a
mind. I got
jack.
blocked by the break shield, and Smarty's gonna kick off early. Still 80 on that orbital, so doesn't quite have it yet. There's a rally comes out here for Timeline as well. They're trying to push this advantage for She-Here Dragons here. They do want to win this fight. Oh, Smarty's is dead. You know, they don't want that healing to come back, but it doesn't look like they're gonna have much of a choice. Oh, but there it is. The bullet shot and the pulse bomb both come out.
I mean, they're gonna have the Ray
fight.
advantage. Yeah, they're gonna have the Ray advantage coming into this next fight, so it's not all clouds. That's not.
It's not all rain clouds.
not-
It's sunshine
no,
and
that's
rainbows,
not a
cookies
thing.
and cream here actually for Rad Esports because they are gonna have that
it's cream.
beautiful. They're gonna have the downpour. They're gonna have the Reva ult, and honestly, that's
Juno
gonna be
Reva ult.
very impactful here. I mean, they have a significant ult advantage. Is that downpour?
Oh!
Maybe match Julia there. And that's just going to be an opening pick that they're absolutely going to run away with.
Oh my god, the
Oh,
Reva!
wow.
The Reva! Do the pose! Do the pose!
Oh, and she said hello Voids in chat. I
Nah.
kind of just got chills.
Nah.
I kind of just got chills throughout my entire body. Wow.
Oh wait, you know what I just realized? We're saying
What?
the name Julia is actually Senna and Senna is Julia.
Yeah, but I'm not bothering with that business. Okay,
Okay,
I'm just
yeah,
calling
gotcha,
them by their
gotcha.
names. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
I know they're
I didn't-
switched. I'm just
didn't
not bothering. It's,
Right,
it's actually the dumbest shit ever.
Yeah. Oh wait, oh.
Oh, Zach gets the
It's
bullet shot eaten, but the Maga's just gonna die instantly. The damage from the Reaper and the Ramatra are just a little bit too much for them to be able to live that. Sniper Kid's gonna follow suit as well, and that's gonna be a second
Let's go.
half
Let's
with
go.
2.5 minutes, or 3 minutes actually. That's gonna get bumped
go.
up to 420 as they move on to this third point here. The Reva is just paying so many dividends here. I mean, just such big damage onto the Maga, very useful. And Sparkle's like, all right, you know, I see your Reaper, and I'm going to raise you a Reaper of my own here.
Oh! Across the map? Yo!
Huge
It has
bullet
no
shot,
fallout,
able to-
but really?
Close out the Reaper Wraith there. Incredibly huge cooldown the Force, okay? Real ball knows know this.
Yeah.
Very much worthwhile. The Flux comes out. It's going to force the beat from Extreme Jambon, aka Mickey there. Zach's going to go in with that Jewel, but it's just not going to matter. The Ramatra ult from Twirls is really
Who's
big.
winning?
We're able to find everyone in there. The trades are coming out, and again, the trades are going to advantage the people with the closer spawn, which in this case is She-Her Dragons. And my
Let's go!
stream has frozen. But it does look as though
Let's go!
Rad Esports are going to be able
The
to
card.
close this one out.
Oh.
It's only Tyler on point, able to get that beat off though, so it's going to force Rad Esports to back off just for a moment while that beat wears off. And now it has worn off, so we're going to be able to. They're able to get any kills. Sparkle 1 HP, switching over to the Tracer to be able to stall this one out. The bullet shot comes out, and Sparkle is caught. The Orbital's coming out here as well, and now they're just not able to touch
Oh,
at all.
Yeah. Oh. I'm happy. That's all I'm gonna say. I'll, you know, you can't be too biased as a caster, but good luck.
Red Esports not in shambles
Red?
anymore. They might actually be. It might actually be cookies and cream, sunshines and rainbows. What a
Wait, so-
turnaround from them here.
Wait, so can they like not lose, or can they still lose? Because they only have 1 minute on the board, the She-Her Dragons. So does
Yeah,
this
so
mean the
She-Her
worst
Dragons are going to
outcome?
get a minute to attack this, and if they aren't able to get a tick on
Ah,
this first point,
right.
then it's going to be a no-lose situation for
My caster
Rad
Deadass
Esports.
does not know how the game works. Wow. Who gave him
That's
this
okay. There's
job?
nothing wrong with
Gave
that.
him
The
this
only thing
job?
you know about this game is bash, and there's nothing wrong with
Okay.
that. You know,
So
you just got to stay in your lane at some point.
okay. Well, you know, considering how bad the character is, I sincerely don't think it's gonna be pulled out here. But you know, we can a non-binary can wish.
Oh, so true. so true. And
I
yeah,
don't
I mean,
care
last
if
time on
you
She-Her Dragons
non-binary
attack.
cast with me. Sorry.
Okay, true. That's true.
That
Yeah, I mean,
image
last
is
time
ridiculous.
She-Her Dragons on the attack weren't really able to get anything going until about 3 minutes into their attacking round. So they're going to have to be much faster this time
Yeah.
if
right.
they want to be able to cap this within the 1 minute that they have. Gonna switch over to a Diva here for Kindred. So a Diva Ramatra.
It's
Alice ever lethal on
Oh,
this
but
on this hazard, able to find the kill on the center early. But 12 is gonna follow as well. But Sniper Kitty just goes so low in order to get that kill. And the Reva just again doing so much damage to these tanks here.
Oh, the D-Mech stagger onto. Actually, it's not gonna matter much. She can walk into spawn and swap, but yeah.
Yeah, it's
she's gonna
true,
walk
and
into
only give it
spawn
up,
and
you
swap.
know. Guess the Zarya
Oh.
permanently here. Actually, you can take this chance to just not be on the Diva here at all. Again, neither team really having any ultimates to work with here. Zach takes a arrow shot to the face, just gonna have to get healed up here. And as Sniper Kitty tries to walk in, there's just such big damage onto both of the Ramatras. The bullet shot could come out from Zach, doesn't really find anything, able to get Sniper Kitty really, really low as trades come out for both teams. And again, the trades are gonna favor the attackers, but they're gonna have to touch here. It's overtime. Reva has no way able to do so much, but Julia manages to take her down. That Freya character just doing so much ridiculous amounts of damage. It's just Smarty versus Timler on this Juno versus Kiri here.
Oh, the movement, yeah.
I don't find anything, but Zach finds Senna back there, so only going to be Kiri heals for She Her Dragons. The sack goes down as well, but Fatal is able to trade out with Sparkle there. The downpour coming out, it finds Julia. Fatal is just doing God's work here. The beat comes out, and now he's able to survive for even longer. Forces the whole team off of the point they can't touch.
They did get one tick though, so there is a universe where Red Esports do lose this.
It is possible, but again, on this first point of King's Row, it's just so attacker advantage here, especially if you have 4 minutes to build up these ultimates. It just feels really unlikely for She Her Drags to be able to hold this for that long.
Attacker's advantage, but like actually attacker's advantage, not like
the sort of attacker's advantage that's brought about by having a bigger time bank. Yeah, I suppose.
yeah. But I mean, an advantage is an advantage, and it's from the attacker's side, so by the book.
I suppose you could still call it that. Nah, I can't argue with that knowledge right there. I mean, I really just can't.
Facts don't care about your feelings.
So what do you think about this comp coming out here from She Her Dragons? Going with the Sigma and the Orisa. And remember, both of them are going to be able to instantly pick their perks. So potentially a double shield coming out.
Let's hope not. And it's double shield. It's double shield. There it is.
It's absolutely double shield. They're really gonna go with some double shield in 2025. I really cannot believe that that's happening.
Double shield, Freya, double flex backline. Actually, no. Double flex is fine, but everything else is disgraceful.
Honestly, no. This is the Overwatch that I love. To be
perfectly
honest with you, Zach's gonna start off here on this Widow, not really able to find anything.
See what I was talking about?
On the Freya. Yeah, I
Disgusting.
do. I really do. There's nothing you can shoot at as Widow there. It is the 2 shields.
Yeah, I mean.
So Zach's gonna be forced to switch back onto his Freya, which really does have a lot of damage. The TP in the backline just gets the race force instantly.
That
just
visual
a little bit
aggro.
earlier than the rest of her team.
Like, it's disgusting. Look at what's on your screen right now, Sheeple. Wake up. Double shield is not fun.
See,
Wake
both of
up,
these shields on my team. But the Immortal is forced ridiculously early, and Kindred's falling dangerously low. Sparkle is caught out as well, so 1 pick advantage for Red Esports as they are able to walk into this. That gets caught out, so now it's just 5v5.
Oh.
The Reva's in the backline gets the Wraith Force instantly, but putting a lot of damage on the Sniper Kitty, forces the hands, and then gets cut down by the Zarya beam. That can't be eaten with Sigma's E's ability.
How does a team with 2 shields take more damage? Let's go! Let's go! I mean, the Rat Esports will take King's Row. not as dominant of a showing as the first match, but a map win looks the same on the record, so
it's true. Yeah, that's a W in the that's a W in the win-loss column for Rad Esports there, bringing us to a 1-1. Now She Her Dragons are going to get the next map pick as we go to a quick break here. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. After that second round there, Rad Esports was able to even it up back to 1-1 here. So She Her Dragons got the map pick, and they chose to take us to Suravasa.
A map that is getting reworked because that is exactly what we need in this next season of this beautiful game of Overwatch. Don't give us new maps. Let's just keep reworking them. Also, Suravasa is like a fine map. NJC,
Yeah,
there's an argument to be made, but Suravasa is fine.
I generally agree with you on that one. I'm definitely a big fan of Suravasa for the most part. And I'm also big. Yeah, I'm big and large and I'm fat. That's the other thing that's true. But yeah, Suravasa, definitely a very good map, and a good map for what both of these teams I think want to play. You know, I mean, we've seen She Here Dragons opt into the ball quite a bit here, and we've also seen them. Oh, okay, never mind. I got a little bit confused. Sorry.
Wait, are we starting? Okay, yeah, we're starting.
Yeah, just got a little bit confused by what was happening there. But yeah, no. So certainly pretty good for the ball that they were running on the first map. Is also a good map for, you know, some of the hazard stuff that Red Esports has been running as well. So it should be like a fairly evenly matched one here. Although, you know, when She Her Dragons gets the map pick, I'm always maybe a little bit partial to them being able to win that. But we'll have to see.
We're on what hero? Actually, Life Weaver is pretty good. I can't really say that anymore. That's a joke I can no longer make because Weaver is good right now. And apparently they did ask for a Weaver mirror, so hopefully She Her Dragons stay true to their honorable self and mirror this Life Weaver. Okay, nope, they
You know, I actually don't think they are. They're just talking about how everybody in this map is a Foid, or everybody in this lobby is a Foid. And including Zach, who of course is a Foid, maybe one of the most Foid people that I know. Anyways, yeah, so go ahead and get into this. Well, Zach, I guess I don't really, yeah. Well, anyways, let's go ahead and get into this map here. We're told this running the Roadhog here. There was some hazard Roadhog business. Oh, and it's paying immediate dividends. Find Sparkle instantly. That might just be the opening pick they needed. Yeah,
I was looking
exactly.
for a hog player that I can reference, but all of them are
Shades
weird.
of Dirt. Dirt was playing in this one earlier as well.
Yeah,
you know, Shades of Dirt. Sniper Kitty follows suit with Sparkle there. Also going to fall over, and She Her Dragon's just going to have to back up here. Not able to take this fight without your tank there, or without your ball.
Ooh, the Riva, by the way. Very exciting.
Yeah, it's true.
To see.
Yeah, no, I really thought it was a very big reason why they were doing so well on that last map there. You know, as soon as they switched to the Reaper, even was putting in so much damage. Oh my God, Sniper Kitty!
It's shades of King Road first all over again. Just dying super early.
Yeah, it just seems like on the wrong page with the rest of their team, and that sort of thing is absolutely going to be punished when you're running this Hog, Reaper, Freya stuff. I mean, it's just so much damage right in your face, and as soon as the CC hits you, you're just not really able to do anything at all.
Riva POV.
Oh, and Kindred just falls there too. I really don't know what happened there. I can't really see anything, to be honest with you, because I'm just on a Tracer POV, but that POV has quickly been cut short as well, as Zach is able to land that scoped-in Freya shot on her. She's going to fall down as well, and that's another fight win for Rad Esports here. Not letting She Her Dragons find any purchase.
Yeah. It's just the pacing is so all over the place from She Her Dragon. How do you let both of your tanks die early? It's just, it's cooked.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what Nikki was doing there. Going a little bit forward, as was Zach, but I suppose, you know, if it's in service of making sure they can't touch the point, might be some worthy sacrifices there, as even Twills invest the Roadhog ult there as well, just, you know, anything in effort to, make sure that She Her Dragons isn't able to touch that point. And, you know, it works. They secure it without giving up any percentage.
One of the only good things to come out of losing every fight before the fight actually happens is that you get to keep your ults. So She Her Dragons have 5 ults currently. They're able to use.
Yeah, it's absolutely true, but it's not like Red Esports are short on ults themselves. Although the beat just comes out a little bit late, not able to save Twills. The Juno Wolf going to be coming out here as well, and that's just going to be providing the Freya with some big damage that she is going to be using to get 2 kills there. The Death Blossom comes out, but I don't think it's going to be quite enough to do anything here, at least as far as winning the fight goes.
And I mean, that's 3 ults from She Her. They still have 3 more. It's still an ult advantage over Rad Esports, so they're actually looking pretty good here.
Yeah, no, for sure. Maybe some misused ultimates there from Rad. You know, the but they were able to at least save the Juno ult, which is a very, very crucial one. You can almost take on all 3 of these ultimates if you get a solid Ray here. The Ray's going to be coming out early, instantly countered by the bullet and the mines, and it's just going to be such big damage.
So
They're all grouped up in the Ray, and they just fall over to the bullet and the mines. Fatalis is doing what they can to just try and get something here, but just not really anything there. And Starscream goes, hey, who put that there? Oh Jesus, man! I mean, what? I don't. I have no words about that. That's at least a positive ult trade. You know, you only use the Ray for the mines and the Bola, but you know, losing your Ray fight is never a position that you want to put yourself in. And it seems like her Dragons have sort of flipped the script here. They might be 100-0ing this point, similar to how Rad 100-0'd the last one.
Oh, and that's their only ult. God, they're going into this dry. No, they're not even going into it.
Yeah, they don't get a touch there.
Okay.
They don't even get a touch there really at all. They're finding a couple trades, but I mean, these are ultimately going to be pretty useless, right? I mean, you're not really even fighting anywhere near the point. It doesn't even unlock for another 20 seconds, so... Tool's just gonna fall over there as well, as both teams just gonna move into this third flashpoint here. It's 1-1 so far.
Oh, God, look at Sheher's ults again. It's like the same situation, just a little behind on this Brig ult, but...
Yeah, it's a pretty big ult advantage here for them. You know, you're maybe able to initiate with this Bola. If you're able to find anything for it, you know, you're willing to also invest the Downpour. Actually, Downpour could have come out quite early, but not able to find anything. And now Fatalis is in such a forward position that they're just going to fall over. The Bola shot is good, though. Takes Sniper Kitty really low and takes out Sparkle. And there's Eva able to find the Brig in the backline and also get out. She has the Death Blossom here. This is potentially really, really big for them. She's looking for it. She's teleporting in. Here it comes. It comes out.
Bang, bang, bang!
And the Reva is just too good. It actually is too much aura. I'm just getting kills all over my body. Holy shit.
Ults, just insane value. Oh my
exactly.
God. He has another Bola. 2 fights in a row. Oh my.
After just using it there, just going to have another one. Just disgusting.
Zach, if you can hear me. Bola shot Senna, please. They cannot have Ray and Juno and Brig ult this fight. If you can hear
me. It is a very crucial one here. The bullshot's gonna come out. It's gonna come out like Kindred though, who's just able to use the block in order to live. And Zach's actually gonna fall down to the ball. And now it's gonna become quite difficult for Red Esports to turn this one as the Ray also comes out here from Senna. You know, it's not a terrible trade for them, even though they are gonna lose this fight. You know, the Ray coming out for the Bola shots, certainly a trade you're probably pretty happy with if you're a Rad Esports there, is you have a Ray of your own and a Ramatra ult.
If Sparkle sticks Smarties here, I'm getting off the broadcast and going to bed. I'm dead serious.
Yeah, that's really the biggest thing here. That's the highest value this Pulse Bomb can get. The rally comes out early just for them trying to live. Bullet shot in reaction to Smarties' Ray, but Rad Esports are able to survive it. Pulse falls incredibly low, and its Downpour is just going to catch every member of Rad. That is the biggest value Downpour I've seen. Oh my goodness. Kindred able to find 2 just on her own, and I mean, that's just going to be a done deal for that point as well. Oh man, they're able to turn that Ray fight into a fight win somehow. Yeah, what are you gonna say?
As much as it's gonna hurt to say that it's kind of an ult gap. These it's just so much more value from Sheer Dragon ults, in my opinion.
Yeah, so far that certainly seemed to be a thing, or a theme throughout this, as the rally is going to come out in reaction to those mines. They're not even able to touch the point. They use the rally in a losing effort. It doesn't even matter. I mean, they lost the fight regardless, but not being able to touch there does sting a little bit. Even with Zach and a couple of those kills there, you know, it looks like they might have been able to potentially stall something out, but unfortunately, yeah, they just don't get the touch there at all. And now, her Dragons are just 1 point away from just taking this map and taking the series to a 2-1 lead.
Starscream is Eva, by the way, for the viewers that don't know. Did swap over to the Torbjorn off the Reaper, which means she did not have that TP or race to touch the point, which could have cost them that.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate. The only really mobile characters here are the Maga and the Hazard here. Rad Esports looking at, they have a downpour here, they have a bullet as well. Both of those could be quite useful here into this upcoming Juno ult here that She Her Dragons have. Pulsebound comes out. Oh, and the downpour is really good, able to trap the ball for a moment.
Oh my
god! And now the fight could be traded in the other direction.
Oh.
It's potentially winnable here for Rad
This
Esports.
entire time. Yeah.
They had capped the whole time, and the downpour does come out. But there's so much damage coming out from this Torbjorn. Able to just hold down the point on her own without any of her tanks alive. Just Smarties and Extreme Jambon just pocketing the hell out of the Torbjorn, and it actually ends up working out really, really well for them.
Oh my god, what a disgusting character. Truthfully.
The Torbs
I'm really glad
swap
they
paying
nerfed
dividends
his,
here.
I'm really glad they nerfed his turret instead of like his 400 HP, but you know.
Yeah, it certainly is a little bit interesting here. Julia's out here with a bullet shot. Not quite sure where that one went. Didn't find anything there. Molten Cum coming out on point, and Rad Esports already has 99 on this. They're going to invest the cage here as well, but the cage, I mean, you know, it is going to find both the supports, and they're going to be able to convert those into kills.
That is a good cage, and it's tied up. It's tied up. There's a
vision. It's tied up, and it looks like they invested both their tank ults and the bola there. So not any sort of ult advantage to speak of for She Her Dragons, not like how they're usually able to have.
Right, Sparkle is mirroring the Torbjorn.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't beat him, join him at some point, right?
Right. Notoriously get into Hazard, as I'm sure all of us have really fond memories of the last stage.
Yeah, that was certainly a very interesting meta, watching Torbjorn every single time, and now it's sort of coming back in a little bit here. It's a really big slam. Tools goes down to 1 HP, but the Ray able to keep him up here. Looks like She Her Dragons are going to invest that rally, but time was just going to fall mid-rally, so they don't get any value out of that whatsoever. And now, okay, the break falls on the side of Rad Esports as well, so both teams looking pretty even here. Bullet shot going to come out on the Eva, and she's going to go down, and that's just going to be the fight win now as She Her Dragons clean up the remaining kills here. Truly on this spread, just able to do so much consistently here, even with pretty ult disadvantage there. Didn't have a Ray or anything. They still managed to win that fight off of some clutch kills from the Freya there.
Timler also making the swap onto the Ana. Tools reactively swapping onto the Diva for that better matchup, so.
Yeah, now no main support here for She Her Dragon, so a very vulnerable backline, and you know, Rad Esports certainly has the tanks to be able to take care of that if they're able to recognize that weakness. Now they're going down to really, really low HP after just taking one bullet shot. That character is so fun. Downpour comes out and it's able to find Sniper Kitty, and also, I think it also found Julia there as well, so the Ray is going to come out, but so many members of She Her Dragons are so low, I don't think the Ray is going to be able to heal him up. The rally comes out here as well. My stream has frozen, so I cannot see what happened during that fight, but it does look like Rad Esports came out on top, and that's what I like to see. I mean, that's what I don't really care about seeing because I'm not biased whatsoever.
I'll say it for you. That is what I like to see. That is what I honestly love to see.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you for being braver than I.
Yeah, I got it out of your system.
Bola here. Yeah, it's true. So again, going into this next fight, right? Only 40 here, but only have 40% on the point. But they're gonna have a significant ult advantage here. The bullet comes out and it's huge. The bullet is so huge. Manages to catch both Julia and Sparkle with that one. And Kindred's gonna go down here as well. They did invest the Tor Bolt.
Oh yes!
Sparkle invested the Tor Bolt. And they're able to get a stagger out on the Senna here as well. And that's just the best possible thing that could have happened here for Rad Esports. They have 20% left until they've won the map, and they still have an ultimate advantage here, and She Her Dragons is going to have to go for a desperation touch with this ball.
Alright, I'm gonna... Oh, it has to use the self-destruct. No, he gets caught before it can blow up.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, the Torvald comes out, but the Ramantra ult still manages to find two. Trade's still coming out here from both teams, but Kindred with this Ramantra ult, it's going to be pretty hard for them to come back from this one. Fatalis does manage to kill Senna in the back, but I mean, they do have to give up the point, and that's really the most important thing here. Fatalis, I think, the only member of their team that's still alive, and now She Her Dragons are collapsing onto them, trying to force them out. Maybe potentially get the kill. There it is too. So now She Her Dragons are able to return back to the point in a 5v6 advantage for them. Both teams just sort of posturing here on point, but now the mines come out, and OOL just swings into all of them. Gonna go down here, and in this nail biter of a final point, it does turn out in favor of Her Dragons, barely be able to pull that one out of seemingly a desperate situation. Kindred just able to find so many of those kills on the Ramatra with the ult there. I mean, just absolutely clutched for the rest of her team. She's been playing so well in this series. Really been the important factor in a lot of these map wins so far for Her Dragons.
Rework this horse poop map. I don't care.
Okay, I wouldn't expect you to understand, and that's okay. But good news is for you, if you don't like that map, is we're going to a next one. It's going to be picked by Rad Esports as soon as we come back from the short break. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Really nail-biter map on that last one. Really down to the wire. Just the last flashpoint, 99.99. But Her Dragons were able to take that at the last second, steal it out from under Rad Esports there. So Rad got to choose the map, and it looks like we're going to be going over to Watchpoint Gibraltar for this next one. So if Her Dragons win this one, they do win the series and they advance to the grand finals. But if Rad Esports takes this map, then they're able to push it to a map 5. So that's what they're aiming to do. So high stakes map here. Going to be really important for both teams to be winning this one. So it's been a close series so far, and I'm excited to see what these teams bring out for us.
Can I say it? This is shaping up to be the second best game in the tourney. Obviously, only behind the Nightmare versus Crazy Raccoon games. RIP, a real one.
It's true.
Yeah.
It is true. I mean, that's the most banger a game could possibly get, but this is probably one of the highest quality ones that we have. And I'll also just say, you know, we have. I mean, this might be a grand finals preview, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Because after whichever team loses this, I'm expecting for them to have a banger losers bracket run, and by run I suppose I just mean winning one game.
Not really.
And getting back into this match for the grand finals.
And back.
Yeah, it's a little bit less of a run, I suppose, but you know.
Just walk into the fridge and back. So Kindred is on what hero?
Yeah, looks like we're gonna start off on the Ball Queen here. Certainly a very interesting comp. But I suppose, you know, it's not the worst thing in the world, you know. Queen, I actually just don't I have no idea why you would pick Queen here, but you know, these players are definitely better than me at the game, so I'm not going to question it too much, as Julia managed to find the opening pick here onto Zach. So great advantage here for Her Dragons starting out, as Yoshim on the ball. Oh my goodness. I thought they were pooped off the map there, but somehow, yeah, they managed to stay on. Fatalis is just gonna live with some care from Smarties and Nikki on a brig here. Oh, but Eva gets found early by Julia. The Freya just absolutely punishing on these angles. I mean, just not really able to do a whole lot about that. This on a brig, being able to, yeah.
I really don't know what the Queen is here, like at all. I've said this like every single time I've been on broadcast. I think Queen is a horrible character in 6v6. Even worse on Gibraltar. This first point isn't horrible. The worst we'll see it is in point 2. Okay, there's a swap. There you go.
Yeah, it appears.
I thought it would come earlier.
They've heard your suggestions on that one. I think I would have to agree with you on that. You know, I mean, you know, Queen just doesn't have the verticality that's necessary for a map like this. So, Rad Esports able to hold the cart at the bridge here. So far so good for them, as a minute and a half is off the clock here. Both teams coming up into this. Both teams have a Bola, but Fatalis has that downpour here as well, and we're going to get some pretty big value with that, as we've seen so far, and manages to find Kindred with it. Kindred falls down to 1 HP, going to get taken down, and now Zach still has the Bola here, but might not even have to use it, as that take advantage is pretty massive, as long as Fatalis is able to live. Gotta get a little bit close there. The
no.
bullet almost lands on Julie,
Oh,
but
no.
late hit. Yosha falls down to 1 HP, and Kibbs is really far in on the Diva. Gets the Mech Force. Gonna have to use the Diva ult, but gets caught out by Sparkle. But the bomb kills Sparkle. So they're still even here on this fight. Going into this next one, Nikki's gonna have the rally to be able to sustain herself through this. Hopefully, oh, but Smarties gets caught by Senna. Where does that even happen? The bad shot, I think, coming out, able to assist with that kill. And now many members of Rad Esports are falling over here. It's not looking too good for them at all. They might have to try and back up and potentially get a stall here. Eva on the trade. Oh, gets caught by Sparkle. So now the stall is just not going to be able to come through for them. Even the mines come out. So now, I mean, it's just absolutely cooked.
Also, sorry, we forgot to mention, but Twolz is out for Kibbs, and who's out for Yoshim?
Well, Yoshim has been in the whole time. They just
swapping
swapped their main.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
Yoshim has actually been in the whole time.
Okay, I appreciate it. That's easier.
Yes, it certainly does. As Julie's able to just find some more clean. Oh, this is even cleanup. This is opening the fight. She just has a ridiculous angle on here and is hitting absolutely every scope in shots. And this rally here, I mean, maybe able to catch the ball, hits the stun on it, but it's just not going to be in time. This Timler is there to be able to care for Yoshim there.
As soon as it drops, it's just, it's tragic. It's tragic.
Yeah, and I mean, even the ray coming out there from Senna might not have necessarily been needed, but certainly a good way to close out the fight fast, which is really important for the attacking team. You want to be able to blow through this second point as quickly as you can, because if you get stuck on this one, it's a really tough choke to break. But now, you know, they're forcing the issue here. They've got it within 1 meter of capturing, and Smarties is going to go down early.
Oh my goodness.
Neither team's with a significant source of healing here, and Zach is able to get the better of Julia for just this once. Oh, but Zach ends up killing themselves with their own scope in shot. Fatalis is 1 HP, only has the Brig healing for him at the moment. So, Extreme goes down as well. Yoshim just swinging around on the point in circles. And eventually the minefield's going to come out here. The second one in just a small amount of time. Yeah, the nano does come out here, so Fatalis able to get a little bit more stall here. Going to receive some healing from Smarties. Senna falls dangerously low, but
oh
need a
my
little bit
God.
of care, but they've seen on the point. 3.5 minutes still on the time bank here, so a little bit of a speedy cap, and that's unfortunate here as Fatalis and Zach are able to find a couple more trades. You know, if they were able to stall this out a little bit, they might have been able to potentially even win that fight. As a pause is going to come in here.
I mean,
so
many things went wrong that fight, starting from Smarties getting picked off early with Nano, and then Fatalis tries to win the fight with his Hazard ult, but the rally from Timler is able to sustain them through that. And then the Nano finally comes out from Smarties when he walks his ass back to that point, and it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, dying with the Nano early there, certainly not a recipe for success. Unfortunately, on that one, it's not really the situation you want to be in. And now, you know, quite a hefty time bank for She-Her Dragons here coming onto this third point. And again, remember, I mean, this is Rad Esports map pick. So, you know, certainly not the situation you want to be in on your own map pick here. But hopefully, you know, for them, they're able to get a decent third point hold here. I mean, as good as you can, right? I mean, 3.5 minutes, still potentially like pretty holdable here. It's pretty defensive. Pretty defensively oriented, so you know, certainly still possible for them to come back.
Kibbs is, yeah.
It looks like we might have a little bit of an extended pause here, so we're gonna go and go to a quick break, but don't go away because we're gonna be continuing this match as soon as we can.
Oh, Kibbs is sick. Oh. We are back. I don't think Kibbs threw up, but whatever happened, we don't know, but he is feeling better now, so we're back.
Yep, about to get back into this one again. 3 minutes still on the time bank here for She-Her Dragons. So Rad Esports looking to make a stop here if they can. And they're off to a good start here, getting a pick on a Julia, so you know, hopefully they're able to make something happen here. Yoshim goes a little bit deep there.
Yeah.
Maybe not the exact strategy you're looking for there, but certainly good for Rad Esports. They'll absolutely take that one. As both teams are sort of setting up here for the next fight. Downpour comes out. It's going to be able to catch Fatalis. Hides behind a corner. Is able to get this block off, but the Rally's eventually able to save him. As Zach's Bullet also finds Timler there as well. So they're up 2 now. They do lose Nikki there, but they're able to clean up the rest of that fight. And just a really good rally there. Able to, you know, sort of fend off and weather the storm of that Downpour there. Let me know. I think that was kind of bars, no?
You're like Eminem.
Weather the storm of the Downpour? Let me know on that one. I was workshopping that one. Just kidding. That was actually
you ever, you know, like, I forgot. The guy that makes children's books?
So anyways, yeah, so Kim's actually falling really, really early.
No, I
the
got
rally is
that.
forced out by the Downpour, but yeah, I mean, oh goodness. Yeah, the Downpour and the Nano invested, but they're still going to be down to Rad Esports here. Trying to make a comeback here. Yoshim really far in and 1 HP does end up falling with the mine, so that could be absolutely crucial here as Rad Esports look for this recontest.
I'm genuinely looking this up.
Yeah, okay, go for it. Yeah, I mean, oh, but the Ray is actually going to come out for She-Her Dragons here, and they're able to find 2 with that. Vitalis also follows there as well, so with a minute and a half left here, going to find mines on the point as well, and a wall off in the spawn of Rad Esports there is going to result in a full cap by She-Her Dragons with just a minute and a half remaining in the time bank, or I guess I should say an entire minute and a half remaining in the time bank. I mean, that's quite a bit of time.
Alright, so what I was going to reference is you are like Dr. Seuss, is what I was looking for. But
oh, Dr. Seuss. Yeah, I'm just like
Cat
Dr.
got
Seuss.
my
CB
tongue.
Chain unfortunately is saying 3 out of 10 for my joke in the chat, so I don't really know what's up with that.
Oh,
Not
okay.
appreciating
Well, that's,
that hatred, but
I
it's
think
okay.
that's
No big
really
deal.
mean from CB Chan.
Yeah, it's
But
kind
yeah,
of
you're like you're
is.
like Dr. Seuss. You're actually exactly like Dr. Seuss in his relation to children. Sorry. All right, let's cut it there. So,
Yeah, like I am nice and
like,
I write children's books. I think that's fine.
yeah.
I don't think
No,
it's
he
that
actually no, he was Evan, he's a pedophile.
bad. Dr. Seuss was?
There was something about that.
What?
Yeah.
Since when?
Yeah.
Oh my god. That's
Yeah,
anyways.
I know.
Anyways. I didn't actually not know that. That's actually crazy. But anyways, yeah, so looking at this next one, so Kid
sorry.
on the Monkey here, and we're also going to be, so Monkey Hazard still sticking with the Ana Brig. Meanwhile, She-Her Dragon's just been sticking with this Juno Brig just basically the entire time. Not really ever any need to switch off of it. Senna looking like a little bit of a Juno one-trick, to be honest with you, but there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with being a Juno one-trick. She's a really hard character, guys, I promise.
Yeah. Sorry, Dr. Seuss was violently racist.
No, let's stop talking about Dr. Seuss.
Okay. Gotcha.
Let's lock in on the game. Anyways. So yeah, neither team really finding any picks right away here. Oh, Fatalis just able to find Senna there and one-shot her. But I mean, you know, both of the tanks get traded out on Rad Esports side there, so I mean, it doesn't end up you know, being too beneficial there, that kill on the Senna. So Rad Esports gonna have to sort of reset here, find another attack, find something else going on here.
Winston, love to see it.
Naivik is just caught out really, really early, and that's just gonna interrupt their engagement here quite a bit. You know, without that echo damage, you know, an important engagement tool as Sparkle is eyeing Smarties, putting a lot of damage out onto him. Oh, but Kindred and Julia walked up into this room, and they decided to take the fight in this room, and that's not where you want to be against that sort of comp when you have the nade there from Smarties, able to find that onto Kindred, and Kindred will fall, as will Timler, and without sustaining too many major losses, it does look like Rad Esports are going to be able to push the cart almost all the way in here, although I would anticipate a recontest before the capture.
Oh, my head is pounding, and this is not making it any better as Kibbs falls early to the pro.
Yeah, Kibbs is gonna fall early there. Downpour also invested here, as is the Bola shot. which I suppose if you're Rad Esports, you're not actually too upset with. You know, you didn't actually have to invest anything into that fight at all. You're still going to hold on to both of your support ults, and you're coming up close to this pulse bomb and kind of close to this downpour here as well.
Oh my god.
On Kindred's actually
No way.
No
way! No way!
It's caught out. She was playing too close into the enemy team spawn, and now they only have one take to work with here.
Oh my god.
Yoshim falling dangerously low here as well. Oh, and then throughout all that chaos, Timeless gonna get taken down as well. Yoshim's still 1 HP, gonna get found there as well as Kibbs cleans off Senator, and now it's just looking like Rad Esports are taking control of this fight. Still a minute and 20 left on the clock, but they're just gonna find the cap here.
Let's go.
And Chef Billy, you've just ruined Chef Billy's childhood, by the way. Chef Billy says,
what?
"Don't ruin my childhood," and
I am
that
so
is just
sorry.
so unfortunate.
Apparently, he drew like super racist illustrations of like Asian people.
Hey, but who's to say he didn't get unracist? You know, you guys gotta consider that angle.
Well, he's dead.
Oh, Kibbs. Oh, Kibbs. Oh, goodness. Kibbs was trying to get a little spawn trap there, which I appreciate the initiative here. You know, when you're on the attack, you definitely want to play really fast so as not to get caught out in that those small doorways there. But maybe playing a little bit too aggressive there. But Vitalis able to find the trades, has the downpour here as well. Gonna find Senna with that one, and now it's just a nano hazard on the point against the Brig, and you know how that's gonna be going already.
Okay, God, this next fight is super scary for for Rad Esports, as Sheer Dragons have 5 ults.
Yeah, I mean, Kibbs does have the primal, so, you know, you're able to live a little bit longer in this engagement here. And gonna actually find the Brig and force the rally early. The Brig actually could die here with 1 HP. The primal's gonna come out. Pulse Bomb onto Extreme Jam Bond, so that's gonna fall, but she manages to trade out with the Tracer before that happens. Senna goes down here as well, so absolutely no healing. And a Ragex! A Ragex there as well! Nobody with that ultimate.
What? They win? What?
Yeah, they're still winning the fight ultimately, you know. It's just too much to deal with. You know, you only had the primal. Timler had the rally, so they were able to live that entire primal rage from Kibbs there, as he's eventually going to be switching on to the Maga. Yeah, a little bit too many ultimates to work against there for Rad Esports. But in this next fight, they are looking a little bit closer on ultimates, so perhaps a bit of a better chance for them here.
Okay, well, you know what? Yes, traded.
Yeah, so my unbiased caster has reported, you know, Timler, you know, falls that pulse bomb, but Starscream's gonna get caught there as well. Trades coming out from both teams here, and even though Smarties got caught out early on that engagement, it's actually looking like Rad Esports are able to sort of be able to turn this fight at least a little bit here. Smarties coming back, so Rad Esports does have healing to work with here, as Kibbs is going to be in desperate need of that. Tries to pin back to his team, can't quite get there in time. Gonna get found, as is Starscream. Not finding a lot of success on this Tracer here so far. And now, I mean, you know, maybe we switch on to the Reaper here, Eva. I mean, I think you were doing really, really well on that character. And Reaper is awesome. And I want to see more Reaper, to be honest with you.
My favorite character is the Reaper guy.
Yeah, armed with the
He's really
2 revolvers.
Has 2 revolvers, yeah. No way.
Oh, and this is just such a brutal stat.
It's over.
Find the trade. And a minute left here only on this attack.
Yes!
They've been able to build a bit of an ult bank, and they've actually found a couple trades here as well. So moving into this next fight, they might have a considerable advantage. And Zach is looking to push it here. Has the bullet shot, looking to find a target with it.
Do they hear the ball? Do they hear Yoshim's? They do.
Yeah, they absolutely know the ball is back there, but I mean, you know, that movement's a little bit too much to chase down for Rad's comps. They're not going to bother. Eva puts a little bit of pressure onto the cart, and a downpour is going to come out early. It's going to find Kindred. Kindred, forced to block to try and live, is going to be able to, but in all of that, Kibbs is able to find Julie with the stomp, and able to find Sparkle there as well, so no DPS for She-Her Dragons, and that's going to end up being the cap there, as now they have no damage, no chance of trying to win this fight. And the rest of them are going to fall over as well. So Rad Esports almost taking it to overtime there. A minute 30 left on their time bank.
I was so scared that Smarties was going to get pulsed or bola shotted before he could get the nano out, but the nano was so good. Zach was like 30 HP when the nano came out, and it absolutely won them that fight. Whew.
Yes, very, very crucial nano boost there. Not making the same mistake that he did on that second point there. Getting the nano out early. And it does end up paying huge dividends for them. But this time, you know, Sparkle's able to fine-tune before anything happens. Smarties and Zach falling over instantly, and the rest of their team's going to follow suit. Not a whole lot you could do in that 4v6 situation there if you're not going to invest ultimates in. But Yoshim going a little bit too close to the spawn there. It's going to get caught by Zach, and that could be a great opening into this next fight here for Rad.
This Malga cage is coming up, but this orbit is just gonna be so good into it. Might as well. It's quivering. I'm quivering.
Yeah, they have a lot of
He's not even
ultimates to
gonna
deal
be
with
able
it
to get it.
before they can even do anything. The Ray is just going to be too much damage for Gibbs to be able to live through. But the good news is here, they used the Ray during that fight, and they also don't have any mines. So the only ultimates they're going to be going to this next fight with is the Bola Shot and the Rally. And meanwhile, Rad Esports, you know, with their remaining 10 seconds left, do have an ult advantage here, but Gibbs dies before the cage come out. And now things are just looking absolutely disastrous here. Rally is in their spawn. They're not letting them get out at all. They do manage to get a touch there as Starscream switches onto the Tracer, but instantly just getting caught out there. They're just going to get spawn held. That's a 3-1 win from the She-Her Dragons there. And I think that's a bit of an unexpected result. I mean, I thought Rad was going to go all the way here without really even dropping too many maps. But She-Her Dragons show that they are here to play, and they are here to potentially even be the tournament winners here.
Oh my god! Let's go to a
but you know what? That's gonna end up sending Rad Esports into the losers bracket here. But they still have a chance to make it to the grand finals and get a rematch against this team if they're both able to win out. So we're gonna go to the next match right after a short break. Back, everyone. Going into our next match here, we got Gabe Deutsch Fan Club versus SKA or Ska or Skibbity Aim, whatever you want to call them. But yeah, so this is a kind of a classic matchup here in our most recent Sixes tournament. These two teams went head to head as well. And Gabe Deutsch, I think it's Deutsch. I'm not actually sure.
It's Deutsch.
Gabe Deutsch. Yeah, some fitness influencer fellow. But anyways, yeah, it's the last time these two teams faced off in a Sixes tournament. Gabe Deutsch Fan Club did come out on top. And in fact, they actually won the entire thing. They're the most recent champions of the 6v6 tournament. And so they're sort of the defending champions in a sense. And they're going to be going up against Ska, who we've seen a lot of in this tournament. They've been playing really, really well so far. Yeah, love that team. Really fun team. And I'm excited to see them.
A lot of the players are so nice, by the way. They are very nice and awesome.
We love everyone on all the OOL teams. You know, they're great. They're actually.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But they're very nice. I like the dudes at Skibbity Aim.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and get into this map here. I believe we're going with some Antarctic Peninsula here for both these teams.
Everyone loves to see this, I promise.
So we've seen a lot. So from King Quan, we end up seeing a lot of ball from this fella. He's on Ska, and they like to put together a bit of a ball look pretty frequently here. So I'm assuming we're going to see a little bit more of that, if I had to guess.
Unfortunately not familiar with many of these players, but I am excited to see some ball Reinhardt. Oh yeah.
Yeah, they're running the ball Ryan basically the entire time yesterday, and to some pretty decent success, if I had to say. You know, I mean, this team, this comp maybe seems a little bit unorthodox, but this team's been able to make it work throughout most of this tournament.
5, 4, 3, all right, let's go.
Yeah, getting into this next match here. And remember, the stakes here are that whoever loses this game is out of the tournament. These are the losers finals here. And whoever wins is going to have to face up against Rad Esports for a chance to get into the grand final. So both our teams rolling out here on sort of these, sort of
different comps here, you know. Ska going with a little bit more of a rush look with that Juno Brig, and Game Deutsch Fan Club going with a little bit of a dive, but Amnesia, as he dives in, ends up just getting absolutely burnt down so quickly there. And that's going to be first blood there for Ska, and probably going to get the first point capture here as well. Yep, there it is.
Amnesia living up to his username, forgetting that you don't have 700 HP on these 6v6 tags, so unfortunately finding himself picked off really early.
Yes, you do have to be a little bit careful with that stuff, but you know, that's the benefit of the off-tank. The D.Va is able to dive in with you, you know, get some of that defense matrix going so that you don't have to take too much damage right up front. But Pyro getting caught so early by Lore, absolutely crucial pickoff from them, and a flex DPS gap here already coming through. Lore, very, very talented player, you know.
Laura's so good. Laura's so good.
So fun to watch, and it's been great to watch him so far in this tournament, just do so much for the Ska team. And there he is, you know, getting some more picks off there, does big damage onto Amnesia and Pico Pepper there. Both of them are end up going down. Oh, fight win for Ska here. As Reverie almost dies, has to back into spawn. Does get the pulse bomb. Pepper is also going to be close to this rush here, and those are going to be the only ults here for Game Deutsch Fan Club.
Oh, comes out! It's an absolutely massive shatter. Oh, the pulse bomb is really good though. Forces Canada play to sort of be zoned off a little bit, not able to follow up on his own shatter, but King Quan's gonna find some follow-up picks, and Robro does manage to get the Sojourn gap on a Pyro there as well. Mine's come out onto the point. It's gonna be really hard for King Quan's getting techie with it. King Quan, I mean, you know, we saw it yesterday when he was going up against Dorbodo Chop Squad, you know. That's a team that also really likes to run the ball. They have HMP, the Doomer Ball guy, very, very good ball player. And King Quan just, in many cases, seemed to be just as good, if not better, in that matchup pretty consistently. So a very good ball gameplay coming out from King Quan. And we're seeing it again here today. Both teams using their supportals to engage here, and the blade's gonna come out too as the beat starts to go away, and the overclock as well. Finding so many picks of the DPS for SKA, managed to find so many kills with their ultimates here.
Oh, hell yeah.
And
that is what you like to see. Or I'm not biased.
Yep, good looks, bro. Yep, good looks. So yeah, SKA managed to come away with that round win. I mean, it didn't even look particularly close, which I'm honestly quite surprised by. Most recently in our previous Sixes tournament, as I said, you know, Game Deutsch Fan Club did end up coming out on top over Ska. Did look like the better team in that recent tournament. Now, obviously, you know, the teams have changed. They're not the exact same teams as before. So that, you know, that's playing a little bit of a part here, but regardless, you know, dominant performance there from SK, and they're going to look to repeat that.
4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
And both teams, and both teams going to be posturing here. Amnesia still elected to go with the Winston here, and Kylo switched onto the Briggs. They're running a Brig BAP with their dive here, which is certainly an interesting comp. The Brig is obviously quite good into the ball, so certainly a reasonable pick up there, but Amnesia gets caught out on the low ground. That's not where you want to be when you're on Monkey, you know? I mean, there's just so many angles on you for you to get shot at from, and does get punished for that early. And without that, you know, main tank initiation here, it's going to be pretty tough for Game Deutsch Fan Club to really do anything of note here. As XQCL also gets D-Max there, and the rest of Game Deutsch is also going to follow soon after.
You know, this Baptiste can be a little lethal with that aim assist. Oh, he swaps the Ana. Damn.
Yeah, we're going to go on to the Ana instead. The Ana Brig, certainly a really good backline to live against the ball. You know, you have the sleep, but the pin into the Brig.
Oh my god.
And now, really, there's nothing standing in King Khan's way, although, other than himself, but does manage to get away from him and get to the health pack in time, so is able to live there with that advantage, and that is just an absolutely ridiculous pin. But King Khan goes back in to his own detriment, gets caught out early, and now, I mean,
looking like an advantage in favor of Gabe Deutsch Fan Club for really the first time in this map. With the pin! The pins can't stop landing!
my
It's another
God.
pin kill for Rivery, and also gets XQC out of mech and
I am
kills him
flat
as
fogging.
well. And now looking at the shatter here, Overclock gonna come out from Pyro here, but not really finding any
not
kills yet.
good.
Gets killed by the Bash, and not really able to find anything at all with that Overclock. And that's really not what you want out of that ultimate at all if you're Gabe Deutsch Fan Club.
I mean, I am just. My flats is pogging right now. It's. Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm
I
gonna
love a
have to
good
agree
Reinhardt
with you.
watch.
Canada play is really just, I mean, doing some unimaginable things, and it can be quite tilting to lose to a Reinhardt like
Oh,
this.
no.
The mental warfare being waged by this pick is certainly substantial.
He don't
As
even
Lore
need the
comes in with
shatter.
the blade,
He don't
putting
even
this
need the
one in the
shatter.
montage as
Oh
well. Looking
my
absolutely
God.
wonderful.
He's just so good.
No glaze, but I'm really loving watching
No, yeah.
Lore just all the time. Like, it's really just such a fun one as Amnesia uses the primal to try and get onto
He
the point.
dies
I mean, Ray.
Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, Jesus Christ. I meant. Can't say that word on broadcast.
You can absolutely
Oh,
say it
I
on
can?
broadcast. But anyways,
Alright.
Reverie finds the pulse bomb there, so it's not completely over here as Pyro's also able to find the Palisade, so no healing out here for SKA here. They might actually be in danger of potentially losing this. The primal from Amnesia absolutely crucial there, able to touch the point,
Oh.
and Reverie lands the final hits onto Robro there after taking 3 shots for the Ana, and now, I mean, they actually do manage to get a point flip here. Even though that fight looked absolutely disastrous there, I think using the Ray and the Mines both in order to burn the Winston down as fast as possible ended up being a little bit to their detriment there.
Percentage finally on the board for Gabe Deutsch as they also make swaps Pyro onto Sombra in order to counter King Kwan's ball. Not a fake counter this time.
Yeah, it's gonna be a real
Oh
and a
my-
huge nade.
Oh
Absolutely
my
perfect there.
God.
And you could tell that that was just an absolutely fantastic setup play. Really good nade and a good follow-up there as well. Managed to get all the kills they need in order to gain a little bit more percentage on this point. SKA gonna be forced to back up.
I think Ana was also another swap that they made, right? They were on Brig.
Yeah, they were on Brig
I
Bat
wanna
for a little
say,
bit. They
yeah,
do
and
switch
then
on to the
there's one
Ana.
more
You know, the
Sarah.
Ana has a fairly good matchup into the ball, but Pyro
What?
goes for DP and does hit Canada play with it, but Canada play's gonna survive and get the kill on Pyro. Not gonna be able to survive for too long though, as he does fall
Shatter Jax.
over. Oh, he used the shatter
The
there.
Shatter
Oh,
Jax
that's a
and the
little bit
Shatter
disastrous. But SK could still absolutely win this fight. XQCL
Oh!
is out of mech and dead, and Lore is able to find Kylo there as well. Sleep comes out onto him though, not gonna be able to find that kill as there's so much health from the rally onto him. And now Pink
They
Pepper's
flip
really
point.
the only
No
person
way.
alive here. The Dragon Blade
Oh
comes
my
out, able
God!
to find that kill, and onto the Monkey here as well. Monkey already 1 HP because he did so much damage
He's
from the
so
Dragon Blade.
good. He's so good. Oh, he's so good. Oh.
And
my
wow.
God. Last
Just a
ditch
few
effort
remaining
for the Diva
stragglers,
bomb,
not even
but-
able to touch the point. Lord with a
Summer missed the
crazy
TP.
blade there. I didn't see
What
Summer
a
miss the TP,
guy.
maybe.
What a guy. Oh my God.
Play of it.
Magnificent.
Yeah, just really solid all around from SKA there. I mean, did lose a fight or two on that second map. I mean, you know, that nade from Pika Pepper just really, I mean, you can't do a whole
Yeah.
lot to avoid that one. It was kind of a perfect nade. But other than that, you know, outside of that, they looked really, really clean, really in control of this series the entire time. And so now, as a result, Gabe Deutsch Fan Club is going to get their own map pick. And as we decide that, we're going to go to a quick break.
It's gonna be King's Row.
It's going to be Kings. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. After a pretty
back.
dominant, I would say, 2-0 win on Antarctic Peninsula by SKA, Gabe Deutsch Fan Club has chosen to take us to Watchpoint Gibraltar, which makes a lot of sense considering, you know, they do love to play the Monkey Diva. Not the Reinhardt, but
No. I
SKA.
was talking about. Yeah, I was talking about Ska do prefer to run
Right.
the Rhine ball, and
Right.
Rhine is not a very serviceable character on the Watchpoint Gibraltar.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, exactly. And, you know, it's going to make it tough to run the Rhine on that map. Meanwhile, Gabe Deutsch, you know, the Monkey Diva, Sombra Tracer stuff is
perfectly good. In fact, that map is kind of basically built for that sort of comp. So certainly a map choice that makes quite a bit of sense here as we go ahead and see what these teams are going to be coming out, rolling out on. I'd be a little bit surprised if Canada Play still went
Sticks
on the
around,
Reinhardt here,
yeah.
but honestly,
Let's see.
anything could happen.
Ready for battle.
Whoa! Lore, hold on.
And what hero is Laurent?
Wait,
And
wait
what
a
hero is
s-
Laurent?
Wait a second. I was in his Twitter replies asking him to play Bastion today, and I guess he really meant it when he said yes. Now, is he actually gonna play it? Probably not. Bastion is utter garbage on this map, and they are on Zarya, Ryan, on the Gibraltar. I'm just so confused. Why?
They gotta be trolling with that
Mercy?
comp. There's no way. There's
Nah,
no way they're
nah.
on this. There's just no way.
Oh,
I don't
Hog,
believe they're
yeah.
gonna run Mercy Bastion. Hog.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. That's
Okay,
a
Hog-
pick that makes a little bit more sense to me.
Yep, and Lore has blue-balled me. After I gassed him up last map, he's blue-balled me. Not even a life. Immediately swapping over to the Sim to TP his teammates over to that.
Yeah,
bridge.
that's kind of messed up. We're gonna be going on to the Echo here, which again is a character that Lore is quite good at. So excited to see what he's able to do here with that. Although Reverie on the Widow here gonna pose quite a bit of a danger to those sightlines. Echo's gonna have to be quite careful as a nade comes out onto both the DPS from Ska, gonna force him to sort of back off here a little bit. And both teams just not really trying to fight yet, you know, just sort of posturing for control of this high ground and cart control.
Oh, but
as
look
well.
at Robro. He's caught out by Amnesia.
Yeah, and Game Deutsch Fan
Or
Club, you know,
two.
you can tell they're quite good at this dive comp. You know, they're coordinated. They know exactly when to go for hits onto the back line there, right in the middle of Robro's rotation. They just catch him without that slide, and then, you know, there's just nothing you can do about it from there. Just kind of a done deal. Massam getting caught there as well by the Widow. SK managed to, you know, push the cart a little bit through that bridge, but, you know, once they get it to the top of that, that is where, you know, Game Deutsch Fan Club is going to be able to contest it fairly easily. And in 6v6, you know, it's even easier because you have, like, a dedicated off-tank and a Tracer are both able to sort of do things about that. And Lore just falls first, and then Nate is just absolutely massive. Gonna take so many members of Ska super low. And Nisha does die for that engagement there, but ultimately, you know, gonna win the fight
block!
of that.
God, he just didn't block. My nails are bitten.
Yeah, I feel you on that
Where
one.
is
1
the-
HP, gets the health back, but is it gonna be enough to live? I think it is actually. The D.Va, you know, can't really win that fight against the Tracer and the Ball, but the rest of their team is gonna come down there to help them in Canada Play. Look at all of those assists. Oh my goodness. That is absolutely ridiculous. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I mean, this comp certainly does not want to fight down in that lower corridor here if they can help it. I mean, neither comp really does, but, you know, if you find yourself caught down there, that's really not the place you want to be. You want to be trying to pressuring this high ground, looking for control of it. Canada Play just seems to be in on their own there.
Not in his comfort pick. I would get it. It's a rough time.
Yeah, it is
I would
unfortunate. I mean, it's as you said, right? The Reinhardt's not very viable on this map. It's a little bit tough to run it. Minefield
What if
comes
he goes
out,
right
not
and
really
just
finding
forces
anything.
the card under? Thoughts?
I mean, it certainly is something that you could see here, but I mean, Canada does have the ultimate, so gonna be looking to get a pretty big downpour here. Could be hugely impactful. Not able to find anything with the nades. They should be able to weather the storm of this dive.
Oh my.
Nano OC is going to force the primal there from Amnesia. XQC has 1 HP in the mech, and Robro is able to find Reverie with the Nano Overclock. Looking for some more kills on here, getting major damage onto the Monkey. Both teams pretty even here so far. As a nade comes out there from Pika Pepper. Doesn't really find anything in terms of offensive value, but
No,
he's able to keep
fucks
their
the
tanks alive.
bash.
Oh, and a huge pulse
Oh,
bomb!
he
Pika
did-
Pepper from Lore.
No, no.
Absolutely huge, and that should just be the fight opening here that they needed. A downpour
Yeah,
on.
nothing.
Oh, and the rally shield isn't
Good
quite able to save
anti-
Amnesia
good.
from that.
Let's go.
Man, with just
Cutting it
13
close, but-
seconds remaining on the clock, does look like they might be able to get this touch, but
Oh,
ooh,
no.
not if Reverie has anything to say about it. Gonna find a pick on the Love Palestine, but I don't know if they're really going to be able to get a solid contest here. Both the tanks from Ska are still alive. A nade does come out and it is quite good, but nothing really able to follow up on it. And Canada Play just sort of being able to pick off many of these stragglers here is sad. You know, continuing to put up a fight, but is eventually, I think, probably going to go down. I guess the
He's gonna
recall
pulse
force.
him? Oh my
What?
god. Okay, kills him.
They managed to break the wall in time.
Christ. Well, that turned sour really quickly for Ska.
Yeah, it really did, but you know, look at the car progress during that entire fight.
yeah,
They were
right.
able to get it all the way through halfway. You know, that's pretty good. But now, you know, this is sort of the tough part of Gibraltar. This second point, definitely a hard one to attack into for Ska. You know, they're just held at these like choke points. Really able. Oh my goodness! But it doesn't
Oh,
matter.
yeah.
We're able to get the difference on the Sad. But a Nano Winston going to be coming out here. The bash from Massam not really going to be enough to be able to keep the monkey away from you as the backline falls dangerously low. Gonna force a Eva ult there as referee just finds Lore. I'm not even sure where that happened, but
I think
I think they were just split off from the rest of the team. And now Canada Play taking just major damage. The nade is good here as well, and now we're seeing exactly why. It's just so hard to cap this point. Nano even comes out here in this 4v6 situation. I'm not quite sure how I feel about that one. It didn't feel like it was exactly got a whole lot of value there. Even more ultimates coming out here. Gonna invest the overclock, invest the pulse bomb. It is actually good enough to get XQCL out of mech and killed.
No,
An
the
advantage
coach
here
is
now.
so good.
Oh, and the downpour! Managed to
Finally
catch
had
Reverie there as well, so Goku is alive. Now just looking at the support from the wall.
Oh,
is
the
fantastic.
poop into the wall. He's nasty.
Absolutely nasty. And now, I mean, you know, just a few staggers coming out here from Gabe Deutsch fan
Oh,
club.
my
Not really
God,
able to get a
gosh.
solid contest. They do get the Bob out, but I mean, I don't think it's going to be enough to really make a difference, even if they are able to secure a kill here, which they are not. And that is going to be the cap. Although, you know, we see at the very least
so good for how little time they had when they capped first. This is much more than I expected. They made it so far.
Yeah, for sure. You know, they were able to break that tough second point hold. It is a really, really difficult one to be able to overcome, but you know, they were able to, and now they're on to this third point, which is comparably a little bit less, you know, oppressive on the defensive side. And Robro, a really good pick on the Sad, and that's going to be a fantastic opening for everyone catches Robo in return.
What?
Both teams 5v5, the rally comes out. Kind of an interesting, awkward time for the rally, and doesn't even able to save Reverie there.
How does it not save Reverie?
And the mine's coming out here as well. Gonna zone the Ana. Oh, but Sad is fast enough to be able to catch King Quan there. Both teams, I mean, still fairly even here. I'd say Ska has the advantage, but unfortunately for them, Gabe Deutsch is going to have to. Oh, but Sad! Where
Are you
Mine's still there.
blinking?
The post comes out on the Amnesia as well. And what looks like potentially, you know, a turnable fight for Gabe Deutsch turned into a landslide loss. Pulse Bomb is good.
No,
and
the
since
Pulse
he's
kills
Nano,
the
he's
rally.
able to kill the rally, right? But I don't know how much it's really going to be able to do. But Sad just doing God's work with this Nano. Does eventually fall over, but he's done enough for his team. Gets those two really crucial picks, and in overtime, I don't think Ska's going to be able to close this one out.
Yeah. I mean, they did very good with what they had. It was so how many seconds did they have when they capped first? Like 13. They took it the distance for 13 seconds, and unfortunately, I feel like you can kind of tell that Canada is not on his comfort character. I don't know. He really just looks a little uncomfortable on that hazard. I don't know if that's just me, but
I mean, yeah, he looks somewhat decent on it for sure, but there were a lot of times during that first point where it just seemed like there was a disconnect from him and the rest of the team, you know? Like, I mean, it felt as though there were multiple times where he was just so far away from everyone else and got caught out early. And that was just not good for SK to, you know, be able to win that. Eventually, you know, they overcame it. They eventually were able to cap the first point, but yeah, they used their almost entire time bank on just that first point, which didn't leave a lot of time for the other two, unfortunately for them.
Sad has been really good this map, by the way. I just want to mention Sad has been putting in the work this map.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, right? That third point, you know, Scott was looking in very very like firm control of that, and then Sad had blows it all up, pulls on rally rig, and then the goal make there. Just you know, really honestly, a hero play from Sad there. I'm being honest.
Why is Joe liking my tweet here on our broadcast?
Honestly, I'm just scrolling Twitter. I'm scrolling Twitter right now. I'm just kidding. I'm watching this game. Both teams rolled out on basically the same exact comp that they did last time.
Oh
God,
my
a disgusting
God.
shot.
It's just-
Holy shit, referee. I mean, that was just absolutely fucking nasty.
And my audio is shitting itself. Give me a second scream.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Pika Pepper able to find King Quan there as well. Not Reverie eventually, I think, falls off the map. But I mean, the two picks that Gabe George was able to get before that should probably be good enough for them to push the point here a little bit, maybe get past the bridge, although Lore is very hesitant to give that up just yet. Massive falling dangerously low does fall due to a really good nade for Pika Pepper. They've been so good about that during this tournament. You know, these nades have just been falling, and so many members of SKA are just 1 HP. And it's just going to take a little bit of a tickle from Amnesia to clean some of these targets off.
I'm a little curious as to why Reverie is playing Ashir and not something like Soj. Surely it's just like a comfort thing, right? I feel like Soj is definitively the better character now.
I'd say probably yes, especially into the mobile dive comp that both of these teams are running. But Gibraltar is one of those maps where, especially, I mean, you know, they're on attack right now, but especially on defense, you can get away with a little bit of Ash action, you know, holding that high ground can be quite good for you. And as we can see, you know, Reverie getting a lot of value out of the dynamite there as well, killing Robro with it, and probably stopping any chance of SKA to be able to get a solid recontest onto this point before they capture it.
You know, when the format is 6v6, 6 is a larger number than 5, which means if the Ashe is good with their dynamites, they can catch more people than in the 5v5 format, which means they build bomb faster. So maybe he's the thinker.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely true. I mean, the Thinker, I couldn't have said it better myself, to be honest with you. Canada played taking a lot of damage and jumps
like,
onto the
this is
low
what I
ground
mean.
for it, sort of zoning him out for the rest of the team. Oh, but XQC gets punished for it. Gets the bomb actually forced out before the fight even starts. Dynamite does get a lot of value there, hitting many members of SKA there, but I mean, look at the ult banks for SKA. They have basically all of them here. Bob gonna come out really early, gets Robro and almost gets Massive as well, but Nano comes out onto onto Massive to keep them alive here. And now the trades are starting to come out. The mine's out as well to zone off Kylo from the rest of their team, and now Kylo's gonna get down as well. So it look like a fight win for SKA here.
Lots of belts invested though, but pays off. That is 4 ults though. Oh,
Yeah.
wait.
Oh wow. A little bit of a disgusting little boop there, and that's, yeah, it is a pretty steep ultimate investment, but it does just make both the teams even as far as ultimates go. This overclock can get pretty massive value into this team, provided the Diva defense matrix is accounted for.
Disgusting character.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit less awful in the 6v6 mode, you know. The defense matrix doesn't last for quite as long, so not as oppressive.
They're trying to force a spaceship, I think. Yeah.
Does look like
Yeah,
they
this
are.
gives Robro worse positioning for the OC, I think.
Oh, but it doesn't matter.
Oh
The
my
rally
God.
is so big, and the nade is big as well. Able to find 2 off of that, and looking for more. Gets a 3rd, and
Oh
Massive with that nade.
my
Really just a
God.
backline gap during that fight there.
Value out of every button press. 1 bash kill, 1 whip kill, 1 melee kill. He almost dies, but he's good.
Yeah, and a good stagger onto the Diva there as well. And again, you know, once you're able to hold a team as long as they don't, snowball through the second point, you're usually able to get quite a good hold on this, pseudo choke here you have with these 4 doors. And King Quan, the nutsack strategy, holding it right up there, looking for a slam down. Yeah, the nutsack strategy, where you hang up there like a. Oh well, it's when you use the grapple retract to hang up on the ceiling like that and look for a dive. Okay. And it's been very effective here. Getting a lot of damage onto Amnesia eventually ends up in him falling over there.
The nutsack tech. Okay, gotcha. I'll be referring to that as the nutsack tech from now on.
Yeah, you taking notes? Get a fucking pen.
Oh yeah. I have my pad out actually.
Okay, that's good because you should have it out. You really should.
This is like the 8th of bomb forced out from X2CL, by the way. Like, he is not having a great time.
Yeah, and I mean, again, we really see. Yeah. I haven't been able to get a lot, but the nade is so good. Nade onto both of the tanks there, finally punishing them for their aggression into their spawn there. They both get taken down by that nade and the nano. So now Ska's gonna be forced to back up a little bit. A little bit of an awkward boost there, but it doesn't really matter. They do win the fight. They're gonna get the cart almost all the way there, but a pretty easy recontest here for Ska. Not a whole lot of pressure as King Quan is able to slam on the backline again.
Nade.
The nade is just so big. Able to find all of the backline there, and that's probably just going to end up them winning the fight there as well. I mean, Pika Pepper has just been so lethal with these nades.
Just actually pinpoint precision from Pika Pepper. This might be a series MVP level performance because holy crap.
Yeah, the nades are coming in with such consistency, I mean, both of those fights were basically decided by a very huge nade and a good engagement by the rest of their team. And now Game Deutsch Fan Club setting their Ash up on the high ground. Really smart idea here, That's where that character is going to get the most value possible. But King Quan doesn't want to give that up for free. Going to sort of be a little bit annoying, be a disruptor over here. Has to make sure he doesn't die. Eventually has to back off. Lore looking for this pulse bomb here. Almost has it. Canada Play dies with the downpour. And it's another disgusting nade. It's just going to lead to them probably almost coming dangerously close to capturing this point here. Sad. Cleans up the supports from Ska.
God, I mean, these nades are just disgusting. Just shifting the hue from pink to purple. Every single fight. It's honestly.
And another nade on the Canada Play. And Canada Play's gonna be punished for his aggression. Amnesia goes down as well, so both teams pretty even. But Reverie hits a disgusting hit on the Lore. That was absolutely nasty. This overclock can't do anything. He's just shooting shots into a defense matrix and a rallying brig. And that is going to be the point capture for Game Deutsch Fan Club. Oh man. So we're down. We're back to another 1-1 here.
Oh, my head hurts.
Yeah, I mean, that's really just. I mean, they picked the dive map, and it looks like Game Deutsch is ultimately good for it. Really, really talented, good coordination and good nades, and that's all there is. All you need in a recipe to beat this team in a lot of cases. So. SKA is going to probably take us to some more rush-oriented map, and we'll get that to you after this short break. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Game Deutsch Fan Club managed to even up the score back to a 1-1 after a pretty close game on Gibraltar, but one they looked in, pretty good control of for most of that time. And now we're going to be taken to King's Row for this next one.
For Ska, much more comfortable map for Ska. I'm sure we'll see Canada on his signature Reinhardt and maybe a Zarya from King Quan if we get really honorable. But maybe it'll just be the
I think it's definitely a Ryan Ball angle for sure. We've seen a lot of Ryan Ball on this map, surprisingly. Like, not only from Ska, but also from the Phoenix Arizonas here as well, as Jags really liked playing that, really liked playing the ball on this map. And yeah, they just ended up with a lot of Ryan Ball comps for whatever reason. So not actually too surprised to see it on this map. I am a little bit surprised to see this Lifeweaver. Not sure if that's a permanent pick or one they're just hovering on, but yeah, it's a little bit surprising.
I hope they stick it. It would be awesome. But considering the spawn room antics they did last game with the Bastion, Mercy, Hog, I think they're gonna swap off this. Or maybe Robro, Grapple. Okay, we're on Mercy. We're gonna damage boost the Widowmaker.
Yeah, and then probably switch to a Brigitte if I had to guess.
Yeah.
As you know, you kind of want something if you're gonna run the Juno. You want something to sort of fend off your Diva and your Monkey here. So yeah, Massive switches over to the Brig. King One already falling down to 1 HP. Does manage to get the health pack there. Just sort of fighting sad for that high ground there. But XQCL's so zoned off. Just down to 1 HP. Somehow manages to live though. That's going to be a lot of space that Gabe Deutsch is going to have to give up here. Ska making it past the statue here, making it sort of moseying on the point as Amnesia goes onto the backline, but gets whipped away. Not really able to do a whole lot here. XQCL booped into the team, forced to fly back and use a lot of that defense matrix. And Amnesia goes down to 1 HP. Lower is pressuring the backline here.
Are they flipping point? Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like they're actually able to find quite a bit of purchase onto the point here. It's going to be up to Gabe Deutsch now to recontest this as Reverie throws the dynamite into the deflect there. Ooh, but I think a good nade found Massum there, and Sad was able to follow up and complete that kill.
I mean, 2 ticks is not bad for your first, I guess, first fight. Not horrible.
Yeah, it's certainly quite good. And again, you know, with this Ryan comp, you're certainly able to have a lot better point presence than you can with this dive stuff here, you know. You have a lot of close range threat with that, so certainly something they're going to look to leverage here quite a bit is their ability to have a lot of point presence.
Now, as this Juno ult is building, I am a little nervous for Sky here because Pickup Pepper has been so good with these antis.
And the nade comes onto both the supports right as you're saying that.
I was talking about it. Oh my god.
It's just a perfect nade to engage there. There's absolutely nothing they could have done. Just a really, really good nade. And Ska has to be more careful on these rotations because every single time they go for one, Pika Pepper is right there with the nade, not letting them get away with anything at all.
Massim, I think, very wary of this, swapping onto Kiriko. Now has the cleansing Suzu for the biotic nade.
Yeah, electing to give up a little bit of the spacing that Brig can afford you and a little bit of the protection there, just all for the Suzu because the nades have just been so damaging here. Suzu already forced there with no nade. Gonna force the Diva Bomb there, but Massum's gonna go down. Lord trying to do what he can with this blade here, not able to really find much of anything. A bunch of vines up here. They look red, so I got a little bit scared for him for a second.
Me too.
Low Pals, I mean, throw off the
surely they
blade
bob
here,
here,
well.
right?
Not really able to find anything. Yeah, the bob does come out, but Sad gets pinned into a wall.
Oh my
That's
god.
an absolutely massive pick for them, and the shatter comes out. But he dies while he's shattering there, so no one's able to follow up on it. Reverie with the bob and just his own Ash gun, able to just find so many of these kills here. And it's going to force Scott to sort of back off of this, and they only have a minute remaining.
I swear Lore saw a half of Reverie's body. I really wanted to mark Reverie so he couldn't get the bob off, but unfortunately it just didn't happen. And it's gonna be really hard now as he swaps over to Tracer, not as much verticality as Genji.
Yeah, not as able to easily pressure the hit skins, you know, a little bit more of an even matchup. Canada play, gonna try and take a little bit of presence on the point here, and Pika Pepper swapping onto the Lucio, gets caught out by King Quan to open the fight. Lore's gonna find Levia here as well, so now there's no supports here for Gabe Deutsch fan club. The Primal's gonna come out, but it's really not gonna be enough to actually win this fight, and with minimal ult investment, SK has managed at long last to cap this first point.
Let's go Skippy A. We all chant.
We all chant.
We all chant. We all chant.
And Nisha can swap on over to the Ramattra here. So for the first time in this entire series,
Cringe is really hard. Cringe is really
we are
hard.
watching a non-dive comp for Gabe Deutsch now. So they're going with a little bit more of a rush style here with the Diva Ram. Ram really strong in this 6v6 mode, and especially against the Reinhardt. So makes a lot of sense here. You know, you want to take a more reasonable matchup. Kings Row is built for the rush comps. But Canada play not gonna go down without a fight here.
And King Kwan coming up in this minefield could be absolutely massive for them. XQCL finds the first pick on a rogue rope, but Amnesia's going so deep it dies for it. Well, Palestine falls down. The rush is out from Massim, so able to pump out a lot of healing still as XQCL gets found, and that pulse bomb really just hits absolutely nothing.
Pulse bomb made of hopes and dreams. Holy shit, where's that going? Ew.
Yeah, just a really dirty track there. Looked really nice. Massim gets stiffed in the back line. Not really sure that happened, but in the end, it's not really going to matter. Yeah, Ska's able to win that one, suffering minimal losses. Massim's going to switch back onto the brig since there's no nade threat from Gabe Deutsch anymore. So, you know, you value that against what comp they're running now. The Bob is going to prompt King Kwan to put out the mines here, and the shatter is really big, and this time, Canada Play is not going to instantly die, although he can't really follow up on his own shatter here. Lore does go down, but the mines are good enough. They do find the Kiriko, and the orbital comes out as well, and now Canada Play in that orbital is just able to swing for the fences, finds Pika Pepper, and it's going to get a pin onto Amnesia there as well.
God. Honorable.
And the honor, I can just feel the honor coursing through my veins upon watching this. I mean, this is incredible stuff here.
Let's just say you can talk to me. I've had my fat shot. You can talk to me.
Yeah, and I mean, even though he wasn't able to follow up on the shatter, it was really, really big regardless, you know? I mean, it just forced them out of the fight for a little bit while they were able to, you know, build the orbital. Now coming into this next fight, you're gonna have the Diva Bomb, you're gonna have the Ramatra ult here. Oh, but Lord takes down Sad before anything is able to happen at all. Really, really big pick from him. Oh, I saw the vision with the pulse. It was so close to hitting. Didn't quite land, but you know, did what he needed to do. Now Robo, oh my gosh, mid overclock, not able to do anything, falls over.
Oh my god, look at Revere's ult charge, by the way. Jesus Christ. Already has another
That's
Bob.
absolutely sickening. Ash, you know, in the 6v6, able to just build so much with those dynamites here, making sure Love Palestine can't peek anything. Takes him down, actually. The Ramatra ult's going to come out maybe a little bit late, but, you know, does its job. And now, you know, Gabe Deutsch fan club in control of this here. Didn't have to use too much. Still going to have the Rush. Going to have the Bob, and Pika Pepper is going to switch on over to this Ana, which is looking pretty dangerous here. Now, you know, the Ana's able to play the long sightlines of this third point.
Where's Bob? Oh, it's...
Bob comes in, and the Bob is good. It's all the way behind them. They just get the engagement over with early here. And even though Sad does go down to Massim, it's not ultimately going to matter. Ska's going to have to back up.
The really good thing about this Ana swap is maybe Pika Pepper knows, but Left Palestine has the Ray, and if this nano is big, which is
and they're sitting up on the flank. Pika Pepper gets a huge nade on Left Palestine instantly.
Oh, there you go!
It's a Ray. And now Amnesia just going to finish the job here. No Ray means he can just walk right in with that Ram form. Absolutely no threat to him whatsoever. The mines come out, but it's a desperation ultimate here as many members of Ska are dead, and now the rest of them are going to fall in... I don't even know what the phrase would be there, but they died, you know, and they weren't able to
they
pick up on
died.
that.
Yeah. They died.
That's the important thing.
But you know, I think I've mentioned this in the game before, Riot Esports versus Sheer Dragons. They do have attacker's advantage. Skibidi Aim does have attacker's advantage, so like for real this time, they have attacker's advantage, so let's see if that can bail them out.
Yeah, it is true, you know, if you get held, if
very
you
real
don't full
thing.
cap, that is the situation where attacker's advantage can actually come into play. So, and these teams have looked fairly evenly matched so far, so I wouldn't be too surprised if something like that does end up coming into effect, and we'll be sure to remind you of when, if it does.
Oh, I will be on top of that, like ASAP.
Yeah, absolutely here. And for once, we're actually seeing King Kwan not on the Wrecking Ball here.
Whoa.
Gonna go with the Ramatra instead. A little bit interesting here. Maybe a bit of a response. You know, it feels like the ball wasn't really able to find too much there. And usually King Kwan's such a positive force for this team.
Same same thing, Mercy damage boost Widow. Let's see if this plan can come to fruition. Unlike what happened with Scody aim. Let's see. He is on
Yeah.
console, so there is that innate advantage. Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, they're sitting up on that high ground with the Ramatra shield instead of the Orisa shield. Looks so silly right up there, but you know, certainly a good comp. You know, you're able to hold this high ground really effectively with the characters that you're playing, and you're going to force them to sort of jump up into you, which is exactly what this comp wants you to do, pretty much. They're able to fend that off really, really well. King Quan falls really low, going to get the form forced, but going to be able to stabilize there. They do end up having to give up the high ground, though, and Amnesia's going to take quick advantage of that, jumping up onto there, and now we're sort of forcing Ska back into that corner here, which is where you so often get forced on this map. You know, there's just so many angles that the attackers can take on you. It is, you know, usually considered to be quite an attacker's advantaged
They fully swap
objective here.
positions.
Yeah, they kind of do, and it's sort of a mistimed nade there from Pika Pepper, and Laura's quick to punish that one. You know, no nade means it's much harder to win that duel versus the Tracer. And now Laura's able to just kind of do whatever he wants in that backline. Finding the Baby Diva there as well, and now
A very
Naguya
clean first fight. A very
sort of just staggered back here.
Oh no! It's two of them. Oh
Now
god!
they're actually all going looking for this
Oh
chase
my
here.
God.
This might not be the play. They're giving up so much space on the point.
Yeah, Kiriko is.
But if they are able to
extremely
secure these
character.
kills, oh goodness, they didn't even fully commit to them. But the good news is for Ska is that Gabe Deutsch is split from the rest of their team. So there is an opportunity to capitalize on this, but wow, it's happening
No
with
way.
Palestine.
Just
Oh my
ew!
Just disgusting shot there for Reverie. I mean, it's just looking so gross. So good on this Ashe. I mean, we see why, you know, we see why
Yeah,
Reverie is on the Ashe here. You know, just so good at the hit scan parts of these things. You know, doesn't really want to bother with the even slight projectile element of a Sojourn. Just sticking straight to the Ashe and the Widow, and very effective here as we've got 4 minutes and 20 seconds on this attack.
Scott has 6 ults. Oh, dude, my head hurts.
Yeah, Scott does have a considerable ult bank going into this, as they, you know, didn't really get the chance to invest anything there on that point. So, you know, they are going to be able to reap the rewards of that hopefully here. But a big nade comes out onto both of the tanks. There's nothing Palestine could do, throwing out a speed ring in order to maybe help them live. But King Quan not able to. Gonna fall down, as are the DPS of Ska as well. And, you know, again, time and time again, we just keep seeing it. Pika Pepper with these nades, able to get so much value.
And it's really tough here because Left Palestine and Massim both have their ults, so I doubt they're going to make the decision to swap over to the Kiriko, but they will probably make that decision next fight after they expend their ultimates.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. So maybe a little bit of desperation to potentially try and get these ultimates out early, but
Oh
Gabe Deutsch is going
my-
to take the engagement to them. Lands another huge nade, but the rally and response is good and manages to find Amnesia. Lore falls over, but you know, you do get a lot of value out of these portals. You're able to sort of push back against that engagement.
Now they can re-engage with Bob.
Yeah, the Bob not really able to find anything either. Actually, a little bit of a waste since they didn't, you know, time their engagement with the Bob. My stream is lagging quite a bit, so I can't really quite see what's going on here, but it looks like SPCL has been
SPCL
sent off from the rest of
staggered,
their
yeah.
team.
Well, staggered, though.
This ends now.
No, it's not.
No, it's 15, but it's fine.
Oh, and Amnesia just able to get a Primal Rage
He
off, finds
lives!
Robro. And Sad lives there as well. Even this Ramatra ult coming out from King Quan, probably not going to be enough for them to be able to live. Actually, I do stand a little bit corrected here. They are able to stabilize quite a bit, and Canada Play comes in with the Fortify and the Orisa ults. Just not a lot of healing there is the only issue. Only have the Brig. Nano Monkey trying to look to maybe punish this Brig, but the slow is good. Prevents the Monkey from being able to jump. Canada Play able to hold this front line here as Lore finds Reverie in the back line. And now King Quan is able to engage onto this with the Forum and able to clean up the remaining members of Gabe Deutsch there. And actually just really, really well played. Rotated the cooldowns there so effectively. Both the tanks from Ska, you know, just... I haven't seen any tanks other than Ball, but the Ramatra's looking quite good here.
Another
From King
thing,
Quan.
you can tell the difference in fights. 'Cause last fight, Pika Pepper didn't wasn't able to land any anti-nades. Like, you could just tell how impactful these nades are. When they don't have it, the fights are just so much harder.
Yeah, it's absolutely true, and it is a decider of a lot of these like dive engagements, whether or not you're able to hit that or not. Because on Akiri, they want to play pretty fast. They do get a big nade, but unfortunately for them, Masson has the rally, and so they're able to sort of live that and punish Amnesia for going too deep. Overcommit on that nade, thinking you're going to be able to get that kill. The rally comes out, you get stunned, you can't jump out, and that's same story we saw on that last engagement there too.
Yeah, I think maybe Misseem noticing that Gabe Deutsch were split into two parts, main and over on that staircase over to the right side, and took that opportunity to play proactively with that rally, just able to run over the core that are sitting in these roots.
Yeah, they've been playing a pretty effective counter dive here so far. Holding them to now they only have 45 seconds left on this. They're going really aggressive with this. Juno going to speed ring into them as well, and they find Pika Pepper. That's absolutely huge, even though Robro does fall. Not having that big nade value there is really, really big. King Quan feels the need to pull off this Ramaj roll in order to survive a lot of the incoming damage, and I think I'll have to agree with that decision.
Good. Yeah, that's really good.
Finds the Diva mech as well, and the pulse bomb! Finds the pub and Diva!
No, he had
And Lord just can't keep getting away with
so
it.
lucky. Yeah.
Oh, but Sad finds Massive somewhere, and you can't let these trades come out here, not when you're basically in such a good position to already win the fight. And that nade on a Canada play while he's in ult is going to result in him dying there as well. But this is the last fight, they really have to stall out on the point here. A couple kills coming in, but it is certainly still not advantage for either team. Pretty even. I think just a 4v3 on point in favor of Gabe Deutsch. But finally, the first bomb actually intentionally coming from SIXES2 is a kill on Love Palestine. So now it's certainly an advantage here, as now SKA has absolutely no healing at all. King Kwan's going to fall early. Canada Play has swapped onto the ball of all people, trying to sell out the point here.
This ends now.
Friday action on mix up.
Oh, and Robro's going to pull out the overclock. I just don't think it's going to be enough. D-Mech the Diva, but...
I mean...
Oh, they do get the kill, so maybe if they're able to get a little bit of contest, but... Oh, it's just ultimately not going to matter.
Dude, I need a replay of that lore pulse bomb. I think he... Because XQCL died with bombs, so maybe he got demeched and he threw the pulse on the bomb and it instantly killed XQCL before he could, like, click the call mech animation, or the bomb animation. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. I'm not really
I
sure.
don't know how he died.
Down low either. But anyways, yeah, so nade coming out. Oh, and it's big.
Fat.
It's going to force Massim to rally again. But they're not making the same mistake they did last time. They're not over-engaging on it. They're baiting out the rally, waiting for it to go away, and then going back in. Oh, but while that's happening, Sad just gets found by a nasty rail from Robro. So that's going to put a wrench in their plans here. Rush is going to come out in response, but now King Kwan's going to use the Ramach roll to sort of stay alive here. Gets slept out of the block. Just has to fully back here, but now it's SKA's turn. They're going to start walking in with this Ray. Bomb comes out, but the Diva dies after using the bomb. And no one dies to it themselves, so no value out from there. In fact, negative value, as you kind of just instantly forfeit the
throw away
fight.
your life. Yeah. They do have bomb here, so it's a guaranteed touch. And no ult from the side of Scott. Maybe a mid-fight Terra, but not anything going into this fight.
Yeah, and if you're able to neutralize the value of this bot, then you look to win it, because Gabe Deutsch doesn't really have anything for themselves.
Oh, the slow is good though.
Dynamite in the
Amnesia.
bomb.
Ah.
Yeah, Robro's going to have to go down, so now it's 5v6 here. They don't want to quite take the fight yet. Now they have the Terror Surge, and now Canada Play is like, it's my turn. I'm looking for this. You can see this. Oh my god, the Love Palestine just gets found by XBCL, and King Kwan is next to fall. The Terror Surge comes in, but it might be a little bit too late here. Waited a little bit too long on that one. They had to engage on that. And now it's looking like somehow, some way, last minute, Gabe Deutsch pulls out the fight win there. Not really an obvious advantage for either teams, but attacker's advantage not actually ending up benefiting them.
God damn it.
Not on that time. Turns out attacker's advantage might be the fakest shit ever and might not actually be real at all. Could be. I'm no expert though.
You wouldn't get it.
No, I'm sure I wouldn't. Well, and now Gabe Deutsch
despite
dude.
losing that first map so hard in the way that they did, they've actually managed to bounce back. Now they're
Take the
up in the
lead.
series 2-1.
Yeah.
So Ska's going to go ahead and pick their map. We're going to go ahead and go to a break real quick.
Cool.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. After a nail-biter, Kings Row, Game Deutsch managed to pull it out at the very end there,
Pull it out.
taking it to a 2-1 series lead. So Ska had the map choice, and they have chosen to take us to New Junk City. What do you think of that map pick? Do you think that's beneficial to what they've been playing?
Wait, who picked this map? Ska, right?
Ska did. Yeah.
It's a good ball map, but I'm not a fan of this map in general, but it is good for the ball. Ryan is definitely viable on this map, I feel. So, more brawly. So, I think this could pan out well. The Skibidi Aimers.
Yeah, I think it certainly punishes a lot of the dive stuff that Game Deutsch has been playing. But on that last map, they sort of flexed onto this Ramatra comp that we're seeing now too. So it's a little bit tough. But I'd say anything to get them off of the Winston on a brig, dive stuff,
Surely
because
not
they've
doing
just had
that.
so much value with the nades there. Looks like Ska's they're rolling out on a hog and ball comp here. A little bit interesting. I don't know about the hog. I'm not familiar with the game here, to be honest with you. I don't feel as though it'd be particularly good. Hog can be okay into Ramatra, force him out of position when he's using his form. No shield or anything that you can do about that. So, not the most ridiculous pick ever, but maybe not my first choice. It's sad. Starts off this map with an opening pick onto Mastin there. Now we want to see if you're Ska. You don't want to get picked early there. Now this comp has become incredibly immobile with no speed boost to speak of. And I think they're just going to back off, although King Kwan's going to go for a little bit of a contest here. On the hook in, onto Amnesia, finds the kill.
Exactly what you're talking about.
Exactly, yeah, we're seeing a little bit of the value of the hog here. The Ramatra is able to get caught out, and although they had to give up the points, it does look like they are going to come up on top in this fight for Ska here. Candle play does go down, so Game Deutsch finding a couple trades, but Laura on this point harassing this brig, eventually finds the kill. And now, it's just the Genji alone on the point, doing what he can to contest this. Not going to be enough. Just gets 40% there, which is, nothing to sneeze at. Certainly a good amount there. But now Ska firmly in control and the winners of that first fight there.
The Love Palestine starting on the Kiriko here, maybe expecting Pick a Pepper to run the Ana. Not sure about that, but could be what they're thinking. And there's the ball stack technique, the hanging ball stack technique.
Yeah, it's really broken. They managed to get a kill on the Pick a Pepper with the pulse bomb really early, which is a crucial kill. And Amnesia forced out of position with that hog hook. Really good for them. And now Laura's just cleaning up, doing what he does best. Some amazing
so
tracking,
good.
a tracer gap. And only Sad remains, so they're able to clean that one off too.
He is so good. These mines
Yeah,
are
they're-
also going to be really annoying to fight into for Game Deutsch, considering how tiny this choke point is.
Yeah, and especially considering the way that their comp wants to play. It's a brawl. They want to play a little bit stacked, front to back kind of thing. And the mines could be especially punishing to that.
Ooh, interesting rotation from King Kwan. He went under. Where's he going?
Not quite sure. Felt like
Okay,
they missed the chance to maybe catch
Yeah,
them with that rotation with the mines. And now I think they're paying the price. The mines were on point, but these are not the ones you were looking for here. You wanted them when they were rotating through the choke. Lord still
it
manages to
might-
find Pick a Pepper, so it's winnable. Oh, Lord, just the hero
Oh
playing
my
positive pulse.
God.
Manages to get the diva there as well.
Viewers at home, the MVP awards, or you can vote for them now, and just observe.
Just observe what's on your screen right now. It's absolute Lornama. It's absolute Lornama what I'm seeing right now.
Lorna.
So Lord
Wow.
almost by himself
Wow.
manages to turn that fight with that important, crucial kill onto the supports there.
XQCL does come back on the ball, finds
Oh.
a couple kills, and Lore's dead as well, so they're not out of the woods yet here. But a crucial kill on the Pika Pepper again. King Quan, oh, even though the Suzu looked like it was going to be able to save him, King Quan does eventually go down. Now Love Palestine just getting booped around and not being able to play the game the way that they want to.
It's chopped.
And
I mean,
somehow,
they're gonna fight.
this
Yeah.
fight just lasted so
Wow.
unbelievably long that Game Twitch
Christ.
Fan Club was able to come back and actually win it. Crucial ball swap. Really, really impactful there from XQCL. Now both teams setting up here. You know, you have another minefield actually coming close from both teams, but more importantly, Pika Pepper is finally getting close to this first orbital. So
Yeah.
if they're able to use this effectively, it could spell disaster for Ska here.
There it is. Where?
There it is. Okay, they do find a Robro, and they are
okay.
doing a good job of splitting the rest of the team off.
Okay. Yeah, it's good.
And the good news for Gabe Deutsch here as well is that Ska is going to have to touch the point at some point. So it does put a little bit of a, requirement on the places that they want to play here. King Kong going to drop the mines onto the point. Canada play. Going to use this whole hog, try to zone out the tanks here. And it does look pretty effective.
Yeah.
Love Palestine finds Lavuia somewhere. XQCL with those mines on point going to find King Kwan, but King Kwan's going to find him right back into a mine for mine trade. And eventually this is going to go in favor of Ska here after a 99-99 first point. It does look like they're able to pull it out. These fights have just been so back and forth here. They've lasted so long. With these mobile 6v6 comps, it just feels like a fight just is never truly over until all 6 players are dead.
I'm looking forward to this beat blade. I want to see it. We haven't seen it this entire series. I'm so ready. So
Yeah,
ready. for
Sad
Beat
coming in
Blade.
here with it. You might see a deep blade here, or just a naked blade, but it is good nonetheless. Massive goes down, and good
Oh
fight actually.
my-
Look, Palestine
Oh.
and Lloyd there. It's really disgusting. Wow, what a blade there from Sad.
Yeah.
Didn't even need the beat over top of it.
Yeah. That's so good because now Lavuia, how do you pronounce the name? Lavuia has beat Tamir Masim. So what a
Yeah, they put
blade, to
themselves
be
in
honest.
quite a good position here. As now they are going to be able to potentially play aggressively with this beat, and especially, if Reverie's probably going to be looking to stick this pulse on a mass team as soon as they force the Suzu here. Beat comes out, they want to play aggressive here. Nassim's going to match and does get the better beat. My stream is unfortunately completely frozen, so I didn't see what happened there, but it doesn't look like anything too crazy happened. Robo finds Pika Pepper, but let's go down as a result. But that's going to cut off a major source of healing. So now Gabe Deutsch almost has no healing to work with whatsoever here. It's going to be pretty tough to win this fight now.
Ooh, the pulse onto Amnesia and the hook. He was so dead.
Yeah, but still, maybe clutchful. I mean, it's, as I
Oh.
said, until you kill that last player, the fight's just never over.
Oh my god!
And Lavuia is able to come in here, get the kill on a Canada play. Still just not going down, not giving up the point either as they've gotten it all the way up to 99. And I mean, that
God.
fight started when they were at like 50 or something.
Yeah, these extended fights have to be so annoying on Flashpoint because of how fast the percentage ticks up. I mean, like,
Yeah, just gives so much, advantage to the defending team or whichever team has the point captured. Lord tries to go in early, get the recall forced, is just going to have to back off for the time being. A really good hook onto XQCL, forces the bomb. Again, that's the value of the hook. You can reposition the tanks in a way that they wouldn't want to be repositioned, but despite getting that kill onto XQCL, Massim dies, and the rush from both teams comes out, but it seems like Gabe Deutsch's is going to be a little bit better here, as they do seem to have the man advantage, if only by a little bit. But again, no fight is over until everyone is dead. Reverie finds the pulse bomb onto Canada play. Sad has the blade to close it out if they absolutely need, but it doesn't look like they're necessarily going to need to. King Kwan, one of the few surviving members of Ska, still on point. Gonna do a little bit of a rotation around here, trying to get out.
no
Finds it
way.
coming to Reverie. They're gonna be able to re-engage on this, and the blade might actually have to come out from Sad at some point.
Yeah, there's.
It does come out onto Massim, and King Kwan goes down there as well. It's chopped.
Lavuia still. Lavuia still has beat during this entirety, so I think it might be a little over not even needing to use it. That's
Yeah, and I
that's
mean,
the map tied
a
up.
little bit another 99 to 91, really close flashpoints here. Both teams giving each other the run for their money, and again, the flashpoint, the 6v6 flashpoint is just so interesting. These teams are very good at stalling these fights out as long as possible, never giving up, not letting the other team have even a little bit without earning it. And I'm really liking the forcefulness I suppose with which these teams are playing. No, but as I
Robro
say
dies
that,
to him.
Robro, where
What?
does... I'm not even quite sure how that happened, to be honest with you. Maybe deflecting a few Diva missiles into himself. I suppose that's a source of splash damage.
Yeah. Kill yourself.
I mean, it certainly is possible with the deflect, but
I've only played one character my entire life.
yeah. Is there when we're talking about any character that isn't Bastion?
Yeah.
Who are we gonna go with
Clueless.
here with the mines? The mines on point, and they are taking up the entirety of it, so it's gonna make it really difficult for Gabe Deutsch to occupy the point. Robro's gonna go in with the blade, but does get instantly countered by the beat. Nazem's gonna beat in return though, and his is gonna be a little bit better. As Lore is able to find Pika Pepper with that aggression that has been enabled with the beat. Cannon play goes down though, so still a pretty even fight here. But Robro and Slore, they're just doing so much here, putting in so much damage on both of these tank characters here.
That's
them
a
are 1
lot of
HP.
ults committed from Gabe Deutsch. That's the beat, that's the Curie ult, that's the pulse, and the Diva bomb for a fight loss.
Yeah, not a situation you want to put yourself in, and really, the only ults that SKA had to use were the mines, the blade, and the beat there. And King One's already 76 to another minefield.
Hopefully King Quan plays this minefield correctly, because I feel like this is another one of those points where you're able to minefield in that really tiny chip and get a lot of value out of that.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Catch them in this rotation here. You have to be set up for it. I would have liked maybe to employ the nut stack strat there, but see, there it is again. They weren't able to get it off in time, and they allowed a little bit too much aggression from Gabe Deutsch
Amnesia
with their
lives
ultimates
what a
there.
disgusting character. Honestly.
King Quan
Wait.
managing to potentially turn this a little bit here. Might be a little bit too
You're
little too
super
late,
low.
unfortunately for him though. Forces the Suzu
Oh.
out, but none of his teammates are alive to follow up on it. And despite the mines being really good and finding some kills with them, not enough to
Suzu and
ultimately
2
turn that
TPs.
fight.
Yeah, everyone loves Season 15. Do you?
Yeah, I love
you
it.
a
It's
fan
my
of
favorite
perks?
thing in the whole big wide world. I love perks.
Oh, okay.
So a slight ultimate advantage here for SK. They have the pulse, they have the Orisa ult here. But I mean, both DPS ults up for Gabe Deutsch. I always get a little bit nervous, but
What?
the missile going down really early, and the beat from Sad is kind of sad, to be honest with you. Not really getting anything with it. Lord finds Sad before he's able to do anything at all. Oh, but Reverie,
my
again, never count them out
God,
until they're all dead. Reverie gonna try his best to clutch this fight out. Found the
way.
3 already this fight. Diva Mech is forced, and there's
No
a
way.
4 for Reverie. Is he gonna be
The
able to
production
clutch this
spected
entire
him.
fight out?
5K!
Oh my
Yo.
goodness, a 5K from Reverie to be able to clutch that out. That's absolutely
weren't
insane from him.
We weren't spectating him the entire time. I'm gonna yell at my production team.
And there's nothing wrong with that. And there's nothing wrong with that. Sometimes you
Yeah.
don't want to spectate it. Sometimes that's not really what matters. Even though Reverie was literally having the profit moment right there.
Yeah. Rip
Reverie
Texture,
somehow turns that fight. And again, both teams are just playing it so scrappy, so tough, When it comes down to these...
Again.
Uh-oh.
Oh. Do we have a DC? It
I
doesn't
can't
look
quite
like
tell
it.
what happened.
Oh, Lord, DC.
No,
Oh.
Lore.
Oh.
I'm not sure what alt charge Lore was at, but
Oh,
that's
yes.
just a little bit unfortunate there. Now, would you like to see even losing a little bit of that?
He did have to restart his PC or 2 maps ago, so it's a little weird right now.
Yeah, maybe
Why are
something
you-
to
why are
do with
you
the
profile
internet or whatever it
checking?
may be.
Shall we? Oh.
I mean, what are we talking about? Anyways,
Sorry.
so yeah, no, it's this could end up being a little bit beneficial though. Perhaps a tactical timeout there from Lore. Try to stop the momentum that Gabe Deutsch seemed to have going into these next two. Reverie's just been able to do so much on that tracer. Every single time a fight looks lost,
either Sad or Reverie is just able to come in and get so many clutch kills. I mean, it's really it's been a joy to watch. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
It's been really interesting. It keeps me on my toes the entire time.
Oh, Lore, stop playing Overwatch. That is not the chat message that you want to see right now. Gulp.
Certainly not. No, that's not ideal. Not where you want to be with that. I think we might have to go to a break here for a brief moment.
Do we? We might.
Question mark? At
Question
Joey.
mark. At production.
All
Alright,
right.
break.
As soon as we get this figured out, we'll be right back. All right, we are back. Lore has returned, I believe.
Let's go. Yes.
And so we're gonna go ahead and get back into
Wait,
this.
he's not in the game. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. Hello, King Quan.
Whew.
King Quan's-
Wipe sweat off brow.
Yep.
All right, Lavuia is just gonna end up going down first here. As we get into this last point, Gabe Deutsch is one flashpoint away from taking away this entire series here. But SK is not going to go down that easily. Certainly looking to make it as difficult as possible for him. As King Quan going to come here with the mines, Robro with the blade here as well, Masson with the beat. Significant ultimate advantage here, but if Lavuia is able to get the maximum amount of value out of this beat, you know, it could end up being enough to weather the storm. King Quan getting some really big roll-throughs there. Oh, Sad pressuring Love Palestine just gets the Suzu out. And no Suzu means Love Palestine's just gonna go down. And now Robro coming in with the beat, trying to salvage this fight. Beat and Blade come out for both teams, or not for both teams, come out from SKA. And then they do manage to clutch out that fight with them. Just gonna be Amnesia left, gets taken down. Now both teams setting up here once again. Pika Pepper gonna have the rush. Amnesia gonna have the Ram ult here as well. Certainly an ult advantage here from Gabe Deutsch. I'd imagine, you know, gonna open up with the rush, try and force out. Oh, but King Quan's actually gonna take the fight to them early, which I do like, but it might have been a little bit too early. These mines are just, they're gonna be able to just kind of walk right through him with this rush.
Yeah.
King Quan's 1 HP, gonna fall down. The Ram ult comes out, as does the Terror Surge, but the Terror Surge just gets pulled early.
God.
Doesn't do any damage there at all.
Oh.
The DPS are still alive for SKA, so it's not a done deal quite yet. We've seen them clutch out fights like this before, but I do think Lore is a little bit too low, and without any healing, not really going to be able to do anything quite yet. They're going to be able to punish this Diva. The Suzu comes out, but Diva's still going to get DMAC. The bomb is forced. Oh, the bomb gets
are you kidding me? Are you
like that? That was in like a small corridor.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, that just
wait.
puts such a damper on that. I think Robro was probably trying to kill the baby Diva, but just didn't make it happen in time. That's just so unfortunate for them.
Ah.
They're going to have to set back up. They don't get the advantage that they wanted to have here. King Quan set up behind them. They get a really big roll through, force a lot of the members of Gabe Deutsch to be a little bit further forward than they want to be. But Reverie manages to find Massim while that is happening. So it's 5v6 in favor of Gabe Deutsch, and Reverie has this pulse bomb. Gonna finish off Lore there as well. I mean, Reverie has just been the hero this game. Just been able to do so much in all of these fights. You know, a really good roll through, good setup play from King Quan, but just gets ruined by Reverie in their backline. Looking like prime Sugar Brawn out here as King Quan comes in here. Desperation Minefield on the point, does get the contest. Doesn't quite get the flip though. As the rush comes out on the front line of SKA, and we might be watching the final moments here of SKA. Sad comes out here with the blade, the rush is good, the beat is good, everyone is dead. And it's just absolutely cooked. Every point it felt like went 99-99 on that one, but somehow Gabe Deutsch always came in the clutch and managed to win every single one of those fights. And unfortunately for SKA, that's going to be them eliminated from the tournament. A 3-1 victory from Gabe Deutsch. Similar story to the last time these two teams played. Gabe Deutsch just consistently a contender in a lot of these games, you know, in the last 3 tournaments.
All right,
or in the
Pierre,
last two
real
tournaments
one.
rather, they've either been in the finals, they've been in the finals every single time. So they're looking to make a return here. Rad Esports still stands in their way, and whoever wins that one is going to be facing the She-Her Dragons in the grand finals.
All right, Pierre, real one, Ska. Bye.
All right, and with that, I think we're going to go to a quick break. And this is also going to be it for me and Azor casting.
Yes, it's
so
4 a.m. I'm going the fuck to bed.
yeah,
Dude,
thank
my
you
head
guys.
hurts so bad. Thank you so much. It was awesome.
Yes, appreciate it,
casting
and
with
have fun
my least
watching the
favorite
rest
friend.
of the tournament here.
Yeah. Bye.
Peace.
Peace out.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You know, I mean, these teams have been playing each other really close. It has been really, it's just been a close game no matter who has been in. To be honest with you, even with the illegal roster in, they were still certainly what's it called? They were still certainly battling back and forth on that last Flashpoint one. So yeah, no, absolutely expecting good things from the rest of this. Oh, so apparently your mic is not on, Joey, according to Twitch chat. So might have to re-explain some of that stuff, to be honest. Oh, goodness. Yeah, it is kind of perfect.
Alright, I think we are good. My mic wasn't on, but Gabe Deutsch FC, they had to forfeit that last map. They did break past our 3GM rule. We will be going on to a map 5. Both these teams already, we finally fixed their rosters. I think it's a good game when they're actually playing fair. Colosseo is going to be interesting. I think.
Yeah, I mean, for what they've been playing. Oh, goodness.
To wait. Hopefully that gets sorted out fast enough.
But yeah, no, absolutely. I do like a Coliseum for both of these maps. I mean, it looks a little bit interesting. You can run almost any comp really on this map. It used to be very poke oriented, you have to play, you can't really get away with playing the dive nearly as much because the map just wasn't open enough. Now that the glass is gone, you're definitely able to play a lot more of different comps on this map. Teams get away with the dive, get away with the poke, get away with the rush, all sorts of different things you can play on here. And I think that might end up assisting both teams as, we've seen different strengths and weaknesses from the two of them. So excited to see what these teams end up coming out with here. I assume more Rhine ball, probably.
from the side of Ska, if I had to guess. And potentially a little bit more dive, although they've had a lot of success on the rush comps they've been running as well from Game Deutsch. So we'll have to see about that. Maybe the roster change is going to influence their hero picks a little bit. I'm not really sure. All right, so I think, yeah, I'm not quite sure what's happening. It just looks like one of the players DC'd, by the way. So we're just waiting on that to come back. And then we'll go ahead and get into this final map here. All right, and we are finally getting back into this one. So we're finally in 10 seconds going to get a reveal on what both of these teams are going to be playing. Again, I'm expecting a little bit of a semi-rush style from both of the teams, as we've seen in a majority of these tournaments. But no, we're actually going to be seeing a dive comp come out, a full dive coming out for Gabe Deutsch here, which, to be honest with you, that makes quite a bit of sense. Anna's a very good character on this map, can certainly play some of those long sidelines, and Pika Pepper has just been so good on it for a majority of this series. So it makes sense to be seeing this here.
Now,
if I'm being honest with you,
they did run this on Gibraltar, and that was the one that I believe they lost. It might be the other way around. Still, it looked.
No, they definitely won that. Gabe Deutsch won Gibraltar, so.
Well, they looked. I still think they look really shaky there. I think with this map, you're also missing out on a lot more verticality. Looks like Pika Pepper gets a good sleep early onto King Quan. Finds the pick and opens up the fight for GDH.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I'm saying there. Pika Pepper has just been so good on this Ana, able to get so much value consistently. And you can see right there, Ana has a pretty good matchup into the ball comp that SKA wants to run. Might force a little bit of a swap here, potentially. Not too sure here. Looks like they're just still trying to run with the Ram and Ball, sort of this rush hybrid here. They're also running the Moira. Interesting thing to note here. They figure that the Moira is the play into what they're running, which, I could definitely see that. The Moira has a lot of mobility, is able to... and Canada Play just falls early. Love Palestine mid-TP over to him. Falls over as well to the rail shots. And Gabe Deutsch just looking absolutely dominant still here. Now, neither team really close to any ultimates here. Sad does have the Pulse Bomb, of course, but Laura's 50 to his own Pulse Bomb, so not necessarily super close to that one. King Quan goes for a quick contest onto the objective before they cap the point, and Sad goes down to Robro. That is an absolutely massive pick to open this one up. King Quan is zoning out Pika Pepper and does get the kill on that one as well, but somehow Gabe Deutsch and their DPS are managing to turn this. King Quan wants to use the mines on the point again, really doesn't want to let them get to that checkpoint and force the close spawn. But unfortunately for them, force it they shall, as the mines are only going to last for so long. And now Pyro going to be coming in here with this overclock. Huge ult advantage here for Gabe Deutsch, and they want to, they can sort of take the time with these ultimates here, but Sad gets taken out early. Pulse Bomb is good onto Amnesia as well. Lore manages to hit that one, gets them up 2 players. So now it's a 4v6 there. They're going to have to back off, and it's going to be a fight win finally for Ska here.
Yeah, they're going to go a little bit percentage, and as I say that, Pyro popping OC here, going to run down Robro. That's an advantage. Canada Play. Oh. Yeah, Canada gets picked off with that anti coming out from Pika, and you get a little bit of percentage for Ska, but keeps going back the same way. GHC, they're going to break past half here, or checkpoint.
Yeah, they didn't even get any meters on the board there, unfortunately, for Ska.
The overclock comes out from Robro, but the beat is good. Gonna save many of the players on Gabe Deutsch. And even though this Coalescence is gonna, I think, force XQCL out of mech, it's just gonna be a Diva Bomb from them in order for them to stay in the fight here. And this is gonna be another fight win for Gabe Deutsch. They're gonna continue pushing this card along. Ooh, the Primal gets forced from Amnesia though. And even though he does get both of those kills, I mean, maybe not the most worthwhile Primal ever. Although as I say that, we are continuing to push closer into their spawn, so definitely a little bit of value there, but maybe a little late. XQCL going into this fight without a mech, so Ska will have that advantage going for them as they engage upon Gabe Deutsch with that Kitsune rush there. Both teams kind of just trading backlines here. Amnesia goes down really low, almost loses that to LaValstein because of a reload, but or in the backline of Gabe Deutsch manages to clean almost everyone here. Sad is trying to get the Tracer div going, forces the recall, but has the recall forced himself. Is going to go down as well. And Scott comes away with a fight win of their own.
Scott still opted to do this sort of running the Ram or the Rhine with the ball. You gotta wonder if they're getting enough value with that, and especially being able to play defensively enough against this like 3-2-1 coming out from GDH. You wonder if maybe you go back to that Hazard that they ran in group stages a bunch. Mines come in early from King Quan, splits off the supports for GDH. No trades yet as Pyro does find Canada. Pyro taken out early though. Fight still orbiting around middle here as King Quan falling low, just spinning on points, gonna get taken out. And the rest of Ska just have to retreat, getting ran down by this Diva.
Yeah, and it seems like every single time Ska even has a little bit of an advantage there. Gabe Deutsch is able to come back and steal it out from under them and prevent them from getting any meters on the board still, as they increase their lead even further. Pulse Bomb comes out onto the tanks, gonna force the beat and the bomb out from Gabe Deutsch, so a pretty valuable Pulse Bomb in that sense, although they are gonna try and use the beat in order to win this fight. Pika Pepper goes down, as does Pyro, so no healing and no decent source for damage for Gabe Deutsch here. So that Pulse Bomb, despite it the Pulse Bomb actually manages to force both of those ults out there, and I think they might win the fight as well. Lord goes down dangerously low, eventually does get found by Amnesia, but still going to be ultimately a fight win for Ska. They did let a few meters go, though, about like 10 or 20 there, so Gabe Deutsch still increasing their lead, 112-0 here. Not the situation that they necessarily want to be in, but, 4 minutes left, that's enough time for a comeback still.
Yeah, Ska has to find an opening here, get themselves a little bit of a push, and be able to take these fights. OC though, Pyro coming back again. And that's Robering caught out early. Annihilation comes out from Canada. Oh, Love Palestine actually finding 3. The mech as well coming out from XQCL. Sad picks up on 2.
The Pulse Bomb actually turning the fight there. Sad managing to fight 2 with that somehow. And it seems like so consistently for Gabe Deutsch, the Tracer players are the heroes in this comp. I don't know how they do it so consistently. Lord tries to find a Pulse Bomb of his own, but ends up just sticking a Winston bubble. And that's just not going to be enough for Ska to win this fight. And again, even though they won the fight to stop Gabe Deutsch from pushing further into their spawn, they aren't able to ever get any meters of their own. Mines are going to come out from King Quan here, just going to maybe zone the Diva out a little bit, which could be pretty helpful. They might end up getting this kill. They do get the kill onto Pyro, but XQCL still managing to be a deadly force here as the left Palestine pulls out the Coalescence and gets shredded by Nano Winston. And Gabe Deutsch still look really in control of this.
Yeah, Ska's they're finding trades every so often, but GDH, they're just always coming out with a little bit better. Sad, almost constantly finding 2 or more each fight. They're going to be walking past bridge here. Amnesia does have that primal, so maybe a little bit more eager to be aggressive here.
The rush coming out here forces the primal. Pika Pepper is going to go down. King Quan able to find a really important opening pick.
We see Canada here back on the Rhine. Maybe a preferred pick there.
Yeah, I think certainly a comfort pick from Canada play there. I mean, you know, the Ram probably better in a lot of ways, but I think it just might be a little bit better on the run. And I mean, you know, here it is again. They managed to stop them from pushing closer into their spawn. But the question is, are they going to be able to take that momentum into this next fight and actually put some meters on the board? They only have 2 minutes left to make this comeback happen.
Ooh, that's sad. Taken out early. Massive finding that early pick off. Might come out as well, but Indonesia trades out a DPS.
Yeah, the mines come out here as well, so it's going to be some good zoning here. The trades seem to be falling in favor of SIXES so far. Hack coming out onto the ball, but the D-Mech is really good. That's a crucial D-Mech there. Pyro goes down as well, and now we finally have 16 meters on the board.
Yeah, that's sad back now. Finds that pick on a lore, but it's still the advantage. Pulse comes out onto Canada. Oh, and these longer fights. You just get people back. They respawn too fast, and then you see Sad coming back, picking up 3 in this fight, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, so consistently. This is what Gabe Deutsch has just been able to do this entire time. These fights, you know, they've lost the fight. And then, somehow, their respawns will come back, Sad will find a crucial pulse bomb kill, and just manage to clutch out the fights. I mean, they're just too scrappy to give him up that easily. And even though Scott does get 24 meters on the board, it's looking more and more dire as we go along.
30 seconds remaining, that's King Quan taken out early. A deep pin from Canada play into the spawn. Kitsune comes out from Massim. Trying to chunk down an Amnesia. That's beat coming out from Kylo in response. They still holding on to that kit. There it is right there. Shatter comes out from Canada. Can't find anything. Good EMP from Robro, but the bomb and everything is just too much. Laura, the last one standing. Love Palestine. Not quite there. That's GDH taking it back and winning the series. They'll be moving on into Losers Grands for a chance to take that last slot in Grand Finals.
Yeah, Gabe Deutsch making sure there's no doubt in our mind, even no matter what roster they have in, they are capable of playing really well and coming out on top versus Sky. You know, that's a really good team. But again, history seems to be repeating itself. You know, Gabe Deutsch able to take that win once again and put themselves in position to potentially get themselves into the finals once more for a 3rd tournament in a row. The only team standing in their way now is Rad Esports. And we'll be seeing how they are able to take each other on after this short break. And now I'm actually going for real. So goodbye, peace out, thank you for watching.
Welcome back, everyone. How are you guys all doing, Oomfies? Welcome back to OOL. It is the lower finals tonight, and I am happy to be here. My name is CB, joined, of course, by Chef Billy. And Billy, you were saying you might have a storm headed your way. You know who else has a storm headed their way? Both of our 2 teams.
Yeah, I mean, just based upon what we just saw, all the drama going on there, looks like we're ready to go into our losers grand final. And we're gonna start out at Ilios. It looks like Lighthouse is gonna be the first of the sub-maps here. So we've been seeing a lot of Wrecking Ball prominent here in OOL. So hi everybody, hope you guys are having a fabulous Sunday. And we're ready to get our final contestants into that grand final that's going to go up against She-Her Dragons, who looked pretty damn unstoppable earlier today, Cassie.
Yeah, they look really strong, and I think both of these teams are looking forward to trying to get that matchup against them. We saw Rad Esports going up against them earlier today, fell a little bit short, looking for that rematch, looking for that salty run back, but having to go through Gabe Deutsch Fan Club, who we just saw, you know, win that series out against Ska. They looked really strong. One person I want to highlight on the side of Gabe Deutsch Fan Club is Pika Pepper on that Ana pick. You see this team likes to play a lot of these dive-centric compositions, and the Ana is going to both enable it and also shut down a lot of the Wrecking Ball comps. As you can see, Kibbs on the side of Rad Esports is coming out with. Once you get up to that Groggy perk, it becomes so much easier to deal with the Wrecking Ball, and you can already see Kibbs being chased down. Kylo with an early pickup there onto Cade. That's going to get traded out for Starscream, though. We've got some backliners going down on either side, but it does look like Gabe Deutsch Fan Club are going to be without a heal in the world, and that should be Rad Esports taking the first control of the point.
I mean, this is good focus fire. I mean, you get those early backliner trades and little flanker trades going out, and then the real work goes on. And I think that right now, the Dragon Wall right now from Hazard is going to provide so much cover, not only for the members of their team, but also it's going to prevent a lot of escape for GDH. So Gabe Deutsch Fan Club, German Gabe, I don't know where that comes from, but my German ears immediately picked up on that. You know, they showed a lot of moxie in their previous match, so, you know, winning fights that they shouldn't have. We'll see if they can keep the hold of that.
Good trades, open things up. As Vitalis falls, Starscream gonna go ahead and alleviate some of the pressure. Amnesia with some juicy cleave here up on the high ground. Starscream got the teleport out, is gonna be able to stabilize, but the point flip actually comes through for Gabe Deutsch Fan Club as Kibbs falls, and there's a lot less presence on the point with no tanks on the field. Vitalis is gonna come back, but I mean, Rad is just bleeding members left and right here, and Gabe Deutsch, if they can keep this going, they can start to build up some more percentage before we even hit the reset there. That's a big rail shot to take down Sad, but Gabe Deutsch, I think, still going to be able to hold on a little bit longer. Rad now onto the point. Cave trying to take an angle, get some of these members off the high ground, try and take a duel with Pyro, but so far, it hasn't really paid dividends. Cave actually going to use the slide to get up on the high ground, has to drop right back down, finds another pick off there onto Sad yet again. Nano boost onto XQCL. The flip yet to come through, but Rad look to be in a position to retake.
Yep, there's the mobility problem that we have here once again coming through from that Hazard. The Hazard Ball is just providing two different areas of poke and disruption, and they're playing into a T, and man, Amnesia's a pretty damn good Winston, I must say. The cleave is good, the bounces are even better.
Yeah, but you can see how low the HP bar is there. You have the Primal Rage now if you need it. Yeah, it's going to be forced out from all the burst damage that comes out from Fatalis. But while this is all happening, Pika Pepper was under a ton of pressure in the backline, so no more Ana to stabilize this. You got to make these kills stick, and stick indeed they do. They take down both tanks, Fatalis and Kibbs, and that's going to be GDH coming back into the fray. Starscream with a little bit of a disconnect there, so maybe shedding a little light as to why that fight went the way it did for Rad and why they chose not to invest any ultimates. Maybe you don't just go throwing things at the wall when one of your members is about to hit the door.
Yeah, I don't think that would necessarily be a rage DC, but
I'm so mad. This first sub point is only halfway done. I'm already over it.
Oh my god, we've all been there in our ranked games. We've all been there. I played competitively too, so I mean we've all been there. But I mean, looking at what they brought to that fight, and the big factor is they decided to kind of turn the direction off of Kibbs and the Hazard in Fatalis, and they've really been going in for Starscream and Kamir. And really try to take the resources away from their team. So Rad Esports right now, they need to be thinking about how they can get into Kylo. And Kylo has just been kind of that stalwart backline presence trying to keep Pika up. They fight Pika, but Kylo didn't get the return on that.
Kylo also going to be holding on to the rally, so Pika is going to be even more healthy now once the dive comes out. Cooling overclocks coming out. Pyro has a god angle here, going to use it to snipe down Kibbs. Amnesia gets traded out though, and a fair bit of pressure means Pyro has to give up the angle, but it falls right into the kill of a lifetime. Beautiful shot there onto Smarties, but inevitably will be dispatched. We're traded back and forth, and GDH have to expend basically the entire ult bank just to keep this fight alive in their favor, but they've lost Pika Pepper short of the Nano. Kylo gonna fall as well, and it looks like Rad may have done just enough, and it should all be cleanup from here on out. 87% and ticking up. About 90 is where this should stop, and Rad get the flip.
You know, it's funny. I got my starting console, and I can see the brains going through with some of these players. But I mean, the big thing here right now is that Kibbs can hold kind of court on the point with the mines, as long as you deal with Amnesia before you let loose them. But Sad can really change this fight in a hurry with the pulse off and the Nano. Keeps him up.
And on to Amnesia, Suzu to stop out all the damage that comes out. We're really not getting a whole lot of value out of this Nano. Smarty's gonna take down Pyro, and Kylo is at one singular hit point, and Smarty's gonna be there to clean that one up. Recall forced out, Pika Pepper, the last healer alive for GDH. Gonna get stuck with the Sleep Dart, can't quite stop the onslaught, and this should be Rad cleaning up, taking Lighthouse.
Yep, and I talked about those mines. I talked about the pulse bombs, and I was not expecting the pulse bomb coming out from Smarties to be so damn good, but it was. It was everything that they needed, so, you know, they had their opportunity to retake that point. But the devaluation, the massive boop coming from Kamir, taking the Winston out of the play and forcing him to hide under his own bubble, that was a huge play there. That's why they win that 100-91.
It's the boop, but it's also like a perfectly timed Suzu that comes out from Starscream. Like, you have a nanoed Winston about to jump right on top of you, bubble you off, and get all that cleave damage, and Starscream just negates all of it, disappears, and Kamir boops Amnesia away. And just like, you get nothing out of that ult combo. You can't build up to the primal, and Amnesia just can't get anything done, even with that ultimate. We're gonna see this continue. No real changes across the board. We're ditching the Ana, actually. I think Pika Pepper feels like the Kiriko Lucio backline is going to be the way forward. Maybe a little bit more staying power. Maybe the Ana a little bit less vulnerable. We'll have to see as we jockey for position over the windmill here as we go to Ilios well. You know this is a place where Wrecking Ball absolutely loves to feast. You can get a lot of boops off the map there. Cabe, okay, almost got booped by the Diva there. Almost was a case in point for the other side. Amnesia pressuring back, forces a recall out of Smarties. Smarties have to try and get out of dodge. The hack, though, onto Kids and the damage that comes out. Pyro with this Sombra swap. Great heads-up play here. Fatalis still trying to make something happen, but without Starscream and without Kibbs and without Cave, it seems like you're all alone, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, just try to violently leap out and get as much ult charge as you can here. They've already gotten control of the point. And I think that they're also suffering maybe for a little lack of situational mobility that the Lucio provides to you, and that burst protection that the Suzu gives you. So I think they match that, and now they're gonna have a lot more mobility on their hands.
Amnesia gets picked off early there. Kamir with the finishing blow there. Pyro realizes it's a little bit too hot to try and go in for a hack there, so just forced to try and go for a reposition, but now without the translocator, okay, nearly translocates into the well there. Fatalis, great jagged wall, just completely takes control of the entire battlefield. The whole fight is completely in Rad's favor, and this should be the flip once these stragglers are evicted.
Yeah, so I mean, now we're looking at Pulse Bomb here for Smarties. Beat Sad in that race, even though they get killed first. Cave gone. Nice manual hack, and Kylo gets a kill on that, but here comes the trades coming through.
And a little bit of an overstep there from Cave, but Rad are doing a great job of turning things back in their favor with 3 picks of their own. Smarties is in real deep, looking to avenge. It looks like this was just trying to be a forward hold entirely from Rad, where Cave just kind of got caught out early, but Rad's still happy to keep the pressure on. Big hack coming out. Kamir with a pick up there onto Stad, and this is getting rough for Gabe Deutsch fan club. They're gonna have to go in against Starscream's Kitsune Rush. They're able to take it out. EMP coming out, that is a lot of damage. Soundbarrier coming up from Kamir, but there's only a couple members left to even benefit from it. Self-destruct from XQCL, can't get the remech. Kamir is going to fall, and this is looking like it should be going Gabe Deutsch's way.
I mean, the flip should come through, and they're going to have a Kitsune Rush to their back as well, Cassie. So this is going to be where the rubber hits the road, and there's a tray or a copy onto the Tracer.
It's a little bit late to keep the point in contention, though, but Smarties in the backline takes down Pika Pepper. That's absolutely massive. The Kitsune Rush now off the field. Even though Smarties is forced to trade the life for it, you take that any day of the week, especially if you can get a high-powered support ult off the field. You can also get the D-Mech there onto XQCL, and with the Primal Rage from Kivs, this is still in Rad's control, where they should have lost this and maybe given up, 10, 20%. They give up next to nothing, and Cave comes back and just absolutely dunks on Pyro.
I mean, that's a fantastic copy. That's a fantastic amount of work around there. And even with the manual hack, for a half second there, I thought they were going into the pit. Nah, I'm fine, fam.
Yeah, completely fine. No one going in the pit today. Pulse Bomb goes a little bit wide, and Rad just continuing to hold what space they have. Amnesia gets so low, the Primal Rage forced out. Big and Pepper also going to go ahead and pop that Kitsune Rush. Vitalis goes in with a downpour, but can't quite find any Pager with it. Pink and Pepper going to trade that one out. Hack comes out onto Kibbs, and the tank line for Rad has been completely melted down to ash. Starscream left all alone, feels so lonely. Pink and Pepper, okay, maybe one person is going in the pit, and it is not who you want to see if you're Games Deutsch fan club.
I mean, and the fact that they get it to 99, so you're entering the last final fight territory here, and I mean, really expensive fights there for Rad. You still got the sound barrier and the EMP combo coming up with a very, very close self-destruct behind it.
It's a window of opportunity though for Rad if they can find a pick before someone comes back, but now it is go time. The EMP comes out and the damage follows suit. XQCL takes down Starscream. Vitalis dead as well, and if you're Rad, you gotta take a quick reset here. You still have time to get one more good fight here.
Cave does have the copy. I think you look for the Winston here just to try and build up that Primal Rage really fast and start to displace people. But watch for Pyro to get that manual hack onto the Echo. That's gotta be their problem number one.
Sound barrier. Games Deutsch fan club, they want to keep the pressure up here. So much pressure coming out onto Kamir, but Amnesia can't confirm the kill though, but Starscream falls and Kamir's still under pressure. The healers ain't healing right now. Sad takes them both down, and this looks so good for Gabe Deutsch fan club. Vitalis with a kill there at the Pika Pepper, as well as Amnesia, so a bit of trade going back and forth. Vitalis is going to fall. Kids all alone on an island, not even Wilson there to help him, and this is going to be Gabe Deutsch taking it well.
I mean, a lot of good swap off there. Going over to a more mobile backline and also having Pyro on Sombra really has thrown a wrench into what Redding Sports wants to do. So now it comes down to a matter of who's scouting out for Sombra, who's fight checking the backline, magic corners. That's going to be something you got to be looking at. Cascad's got to be absolutely torn apart by Pyro.
Looks like we're gonna have a quick pause here, and you're absolutely right. You know, the squad of the Sombra is paying off massively because beforehand we had Kibbs on the wrecking ball, and it turns out the hamster's natural predator is a Spanish-speaking hacking lady. Sombra just absolutely deletes wrecking ball in the current state of Overwatch. You see in hero bans, anytime if you play ranked, you know, if you have a ball OTP on your team, the first thing they ban is the Sombra every single time. You know, if she is on the field, he simply cannot exist. Okay, it looks like we do need to find some subs for the side of Rad. So one sec gonna be happening there. We'll talk a little bit more about this Sombra pick and all the various ways in which it pays off, because again, like I was saying, it shuts down the wrecking ball completely, but you also don't have a diva on the side of Rad to do the spy checking in the way that XQCL would be capable of doing to the side of Gabe Deutsch fan club had Rad decided to mirror that on their own.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the big kicker, is that Vitalis was really locked in on the hazard. And was getting a lot of value. So I don't fault it. You still have good mobility with the Violet Leap. So I want to see, whoever they get in, are they going to be able to? Do they play the diva? Because that spy check is so very important up against the Sombra player. Also the Lucio, kind of using the right click to be able to spy when it comes up off cooldown. You make sure that their six is covered. So I think that just a little bit of tweaking and adjustment is what's required here to go up against that.
We do have Starscream back in the lobby. I think we're just waiting for one more spot to open up for the side of Rad, and I'm curious to see what ends up happening as we go for the third sub map here as we head to Ruins, because Lighthouse and Well are both very dive centric, but Ruins has historically kind of been this sort of oddball where you can still kind of play the dive, but a lot of teams like to go for something a little bit more rush, a little bit more brawly, and that's where I kind of feel like maybe the hazard will still pay off for the side of Rad Esports. That seems to be what they want to try and stick with if they do after these subs. Who even knows what they're going to be coming out with the mid-map subs? I mean, this would never fly in OWCS, but in Overwatch League, yeah, whatever. We go for it. We send it.
We vibe. It's just a vibe.
Yeah, it's all about the vibes, and I think the vibes are going to dictate what the compositions end up being here. So as we get back into the map, we have Zach coming in for the tank line here. See what Rad end up deciding to pick. Pyro, though, I think, like, already looking at the team comps from the side of Gabe Deutsch fan club, I think Pyro is reading this sub and telegraphing that the Sombra might no longer be necessary and wants to go back over onto the Sojourn, just get a lot more, you know, sustained damage, a lot more burst damage from those rail shots. Zach is going to come out with the Diva.
So Hazard Diva, so you've got some mitigation, you've got the dive potentially. And what is this crosshair, by the way, from Pyro? That is a thick, with 2 Z's crosshair. I approve it. It's Steel 2, also a beautiful color. But kids got to be very careful as they engage into her and make sure that you've got that Diva behind them, really to try and mitigate all the extraneous damage coming from the outside.
Sad on a bit of an angle here, being checked by Smarties. Recall forced out early and now stuck in the middle of point with nowhere really to go as Rad controlled most of the battlefield currently. Big rail shot comes out, big damage, but there's no follow-up. Sad isn't in position to try and follow through with it. Look at the health bars along the side of Gabe Deutsch fan club. Everybody is so low. They have to give so much ground, give so much space. Kids and Smarties doing so much work, but maybe it's time to clock out as their health bar is also looking a little bit anemic at this point in time. Rad getting first cap, giving a little bit of ground here, but holding and just waiting and baiting Gabe Deutsch fan club into their kill box. And there we go. Sad gonna be the first one to fall. Traded out for Smarties. I think you take that if you're either side. It means that Gabe Deutsch can push up a lot more aggressively. You see the boosted jets come out, the jumps come out. XQCL though, real low, gets forced out of the mech, and this is gonna be the rubber band snapping back in favor of Rad.
I mean, we'll look at yeah, look at Zach right now. Getting a little bit low for where the cam is turned on the overclock and is finding and hunting people down.
Overclock found all it needed to. Amnesia stuck alone in a corner here, has to jump and bubble just get back to the team. But once that bubble pops, so too goes the monkey. Amnesia set back to spawn as well, and that seems to be where Rad want to hold. All right, back to spawn. All right, we're gonna hold you in the spawn door. Back off a little bit just to give a little bit more space, and it's back into trying to bait Gabe Deutsch fan club into this kill box.
And the other thing is that it was such an economic fight for them. Just the overclock invested, so now they've got to still have both their support ultimates and this downpour, which could lock everybody up.
Well, Kibbs, not gonna be making it rain today. Nope. No making it rain. All right, out the club. XQCL takes that one down. Continued rush coming out on either side. Sound barrier for Rad. Self-destruct. Oh, we are just letting these ultimates rip on either side, but Zach can't get the remech, and it's looking like Gabe Deutsch fan club are getting the better of this fight, not just in terms of the kills, but also in terms of the ult economy. They only invested 2 ultimates. They're going to be able to find the flip. Cape comes back alongside the downpour from Kibbs, and yeah, they're going to find the kill onto XQCL, but we're investing the downpour in order to do so, and now we have no more ults, and we gotta find so much more. And there's such juicy health bars courtesy of the sound barrier from Kylo. Cave is going to fall. Pika Pepper getting traded out. That is a trade that does favor Rad. Whoops. Okay, all right. Amnesia jumps right on top of the jagged wall. The damage is there for Rad. Rad are making this work.
They get the primal out, they got the sound barrier out, they're getting everything out right now. So I mean, looking for Sad. Sad's gonna have to come up big here in this next fight. And you see that? Nope. Smarty says, "Get the hell off my field."
Emax onto XQCL. Kibbs coming through alongside. 96%. I don't know if there's going to be an overtime at all. Kylo seems to be in position to go for the touch, so there is going to be OT triggered. And oh, yep, that's the adhesive siphon perk in action. Cave, thank you for noticing. Pyro finds the pickoff there, but it's traded out twofold for Rad, and it is a complete scatter shot attempt at anything resembling a fight for the side of Gabe Deutsch fan club. Kylo 1 HP. Kibbs is happy to snack on that, and it's just the 2 tanks with no one left to keep them alive. And a pulse bomb hand-delivered by XQCL onto Amnesia. Smarties with the D-Mech, with the Winston kill, with everything Rad needs to secure Ilios and take the early lead in this series.
I mean, good recognition there, and I mean, that may have been like the most awesome and timely emergency substitution that ever happened. Zach comes in, plays Diva to perfection, gives that extra damage mitigation that you like, and you don't even have to worry about playing Diva there. I mean, or Winston there. You can play the Hazard and get a lot of the same value. This is where I thought Cave was going.
I see too the vision, the like, and I also see the panic in Cave's eyes, where he's like, oh no, please, like just a couple inches to the left, let me live.
So good. Okay, I think we are going to throw it to a quick little break while the teams get something squared away on there. And folks, don't go away. We'll be back with map number 2 in just a few minutes.
Back on.
Welcome back, everyone. You're probably wondering what's with all the breaks. Well, joke's on you. I finished my OWCS drops with all these breaks, so you know, I'm at least making out like a bandit here, and you are now too, because we are back and ready to kick off map number 2. We're going to Watch Point Gibraltar.
So I think that we're going to see a steady diet of D.Va and Winston here again, at least from GDH. I don't know if Kibbs can play the Winston. This is my first chance getting a look at a lot of these players. Also, shout out Munching Carrot for reposting about this league. That's how I found out about this league, and yeah, I'm happy to be here. This is a lot of fun. But we'll need to see. We'll need to see what they do as far as, you know, how are they going to play into a Winston D.Va when high ground is at such a premium. Can Smarties and Jolteon get the edge on what we would expect from Shadow and Sad? Because Sad, pretty darn good tracer player. Shadow, I'm looking forward to seeing the hit scan prowess here, because we did see Pyro take an exit off of control. They're taking a little bit of a breather right now, so Shadow's in for them. We'll see what they bring as far as a defensive hit scan.
The Ashe, I think, is an interesting pick here. It does give up a lot of ground to Jolteon. I'm wondering why neither team is particularly opting to go for the Freya here. I think, you know, maybe just maybe feeling like she's a little too powerful, going a little bit more for the funny haha heroes, you know, a little bit more of that classic Overwatch 1 feel. And across the board, you do kind of get a lot of that classic dive. It's going to be up to the Anas to try and hit some big nades here. Conversely, up to the Divas to try and get some big eats here. And Jolteon and Shadow to try and jockey for power here with some of these shots. If Jolteon is able to find an angle onto Shadow, that's going to turn the entire battlefield on its head.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you're playing for. You're playing for that singular pick that'll open everything up. And I mean, look at Shadow and Jolteon are jockeying for that step position right there. The good thing about the Ashe play here is that you get that extra bonus damage from the Dynamite, and it's going to force out a lot of resources from your backline. So I think that's a good pick off of Bob. It's always a wonderful thing to see on the battlefield.
Oh, Kibbs, 4 HP. Can't quite get the healing there. XQCL going to go ahead and chase that one down. Starscream putting out a lot of damage, but not a whole lot of healing. And yeah, Zach was saying, please help. I'm 1 HP. I'm about to lose mech. Please don't let me die here. And die here indeed he does. It's going to be a reset for Rad.
Didn't even get the benefit of the nade because the defense major from XQCL ate it all up. So, I mean, right now, if you're looking at the two demons right now, XQCL 10% ahead and getting a lot more value out of the position here on top of Blue Box.
You can see the ult percentage for Jolteon. That's one of the things in 6v6 about Widowmaker is, like, you know, you have all these big chunky hit bars where you can take out a lot of damage, do a whole lot, build up that ultimate, but trying to find that one headshot onto the backliner, especially when everyone knows where you're playing. There, wasn't a fully charged headshot, so doesn't count. I pretend I don't see it. XQCL, really, really low. Nanoboo's gonna come out onto Amnesia, but whip shot and slept into the atmosphere. That's going to be a Nano gone by the wayside, and Amnesia left deep in enemy territory, not able to get out alive, and that might be enough for Rad to start to get a little bit more positioning here, and it looks like the rest of Gabe Deutsch fan club are going to head for the hills.
I don't know which was more impressive, the whip shot or the sleep after the whip shot that made Amnesia look like a plush pillow in the back line. But Shadow does get a little bit of value there, taking Smarties out with the pulse off in hand.
Oh, that's going to be the D-Mech forced out. Self-destruct going to come up from XQCL just to be able to get the remech there. Rally coming out from Kylo as well. That's 2 ults expended right out the gate for the cost of just Kip's Primal Rage. But you're going to lose Khmer, and you're going to go ahead and mirror the Primal Rage, and it looks like this might be enough. It's going to be expensive, but Gabe Deutsch fan club might have done enough to be able to stem the bleeding here and retake Shuttle. This is one of the most important parts of Watch Point Gibraltar, is being able to secure the high ground on hangar phase. This is where your time bank, as beefy as it looks now, can absolutely bleed out.
Especially when you've got Pulse Bomb and you've got Bob, so I mean you've got the extra kind of contesting power right there. Smarties might have something to say about this though. if you can get to the back line and then find Kamir's shield, if they're trying to protect Starscream, I think that you might get something done there. So really, the focus fire's got to be there.
Gibbs jumps up on top of Shuttle, tries to take it, but XQCL goes in behind, and Zach has to come up to try and help Gibbs out. That's gonna be losing the Tracer duel on the other side, and not a lot of healing coming through for the tanks of GDH. So Jolteon now, by the way, swapping over onto the Cassidy, just gonna try and control point, help counter out some of the dives, and a dive indeed does come in, as does a Bob, and it looks like with the help of the rally, Rad are gonna have to give a little bit of ground here. Bob taking a nice little snooze on the cart there. Smarties is gonna fall, and Rad still just trying to look for a way in. It looks like the kill onto the Baby Diva might be exactly what they need. Kylo gonna fall as well. Kids, though, no HP to speak of, needs to duck behind the cart just for a little bit of cover. Sad goes in, tries to find the kill. Recall forced out, can't quite get it. Nano coming out. Pika Pepper gonna fall. Huge stick coming out onto Kamir. That might be enough, but the damage still coming through. The pick still coming through. Rad able to find the cap.
I thought that was 3 in the bucket right there. They said, oh, crap, there's a pulse bot. They got out of there quickly. And, I mean, getting stuff Zach. That's just poetic. I love the damage for the remake. Now, I mean, you can go Electric Cowboy here with the high noon. Kylo's got to be very judicious when they use this rally coming in. It's going to be Bomb versus Braum. I think that's what's really going to open up this fight. If XQCL loses mech early, watch for the immediate remake.
I like the Electric Cowboy shout. It looks like that might be something that's on the table, but Zach just gonna go ahead and yeet that self-destruct over the bridge there. Find Shadow. It's not gonna be enough though. Jolteon falls, and the Nano actually goes out onto Kibbs, who's going in super deep, but getting pressured down by XQCL. So much damage, so much pressure. The Primal Rage forced out. Kylo gonna respond with that rally. Hello, Pika Pepper. You're in here all by yourself. Kibbs, I don't even think that kill was intentional. I think just found a weak, frail old grandma and decided to pick on her, and that's gonna be enough to confirm the kill, and not enough to keep the cart in contention though, as it looks like Gabe Deutsch Fan Club have completely swapped it. Self-destruct gonna come out from XCL to get the remake, and Gabe Deutsch are still in control.
Man, I don't know if you need the remake there, honestly. Maybe a fat finger, I don't know, but I mean, you got the Bob, so you've got that ability. You've also got high ground control with both your supports and the Ash up there. Here comes the Bob.
Bob coming out, Jolteon with that Deadeye, gonna take down Shadow. That's a big pick. Now we just gotta burn the Bob, and everyone just collapsing on top of the big Omnic. What a battery operated Butler, that's what it is. I forget what Bob actually stands for. I thought it was battery operated boyfriend at one point in time. And that's just what's been in my head forever. Anyway, with the rally coming out from Kamir and the recall forced out from Sad, Shadow swapping over onto the Venture to try and get some contention. Big pulse bomb to take down Jolteon. Sad, putting so much pressure onto this back line. It looks like Gabe Deutsch Fan Club out the spawns have done enough to keep this one going, but the self-destruct from Zach kills Amnesia, forces the remake. Kib's gonna fall, rally from Kylo. Gabe Deutsch have to expend everything just to keep this one alive, but it looks like they have done enough.
They've done enough. Absolutely, 1.51 meters. Big Optic Butler, by the way, is what Bob stands for.
Okay, all right, I got some of the letters there.
Oh my God, battery operated Butler sounds like a fun time during Pride Month, especially. But you know what? Nano is available into this next fight.
It might be a big Nano as well. Yeah, a big Nano onto Amnesia could be enough to build up that Primal Rage, and that's all you really need, you know? Pika Pepper, though, takes a stray shot at them, a headshot from Jolteon. Another one coming through. Pika Pepper has to be real safe here. Nano comes out onto XQCL off the back of a huge nade. It's gonna be enough to clean up Jolteon. Smarty's gonna fall as well, and with less than a minute left on the time bank, if you're Rad, I think you just take the L here and go for that one last fight. Kibbs, though, didn't get the memo. Goes in deep with a Primal Rage onto Shadow, just painting Ash up against a wall. Can't get from the kill, but is going to be able to smack her off the ledge. Nearly falls themselves, but Kibbs able to stabilize just barely. Nano boost coming out onto Zach, and you're gonna lose Kamir, so a lot of your healing gone. You're gonna have to try and keep Starscream safe for the rest of this attack. 22 seconds, and Rad do not know the meaning of the word stop. They are all gas, no brakes, trying to brute force this the rest of the way, but it looks like they've run out of tools. They're only gonna have a pulse bomb and a self-destruct, and Zach not even able to fill up the self-destruct. 1% away, can't get the remake, and that might be it. Jolteon gonna go ahead and pop the Deadeye. Look for anyone to get that kill shot onto. Kylo with 1 HP, clinging to life, courtesy of the rally, but you've lost Kids, you've lost Zach. Kylo still standing tall with the healing from the Inspire, and Gabe Deutsch fan club with just less than a meter away from spawn have done it. They are going to be able to stall this cart out on Watchpoint Gibraltar.
I mean, Zach getting back to the point just was not what I was expecting, and yeah, I mean, the ultimate's just too much in favor of the kiddos from GDH, so 1.51 meters away from capturing the 3rd point. That's what GDH have to get themselves into to get themselves even in this losers grand final. Boy, oh boy, it's full set here for both teams. There's no real patience in setting up fights here when it gets like below the 2-minute mark. They were just getting ultimates and just full sending immediately. I love the aggression. And you know, with the sixth member here, these fights are extended, so you know you could possibly get good value from yeeting out a self-destruct like that, as we saw Zach do a couple of times. But man, Pick a Pepper and Kylo absolutely unfazed by the face of pressure that's coming in from Smarties, from Kibbs, from Zach. They don't care. They're ready to play and they're ready to game. Thank you very much.
Pika Pepper, like I said, on the Ana has been a huge boon for this the squad. They like playing the dives. You know, they always seem to go to this Watchpoint Gibraltar map when they have the opportunity to, and that's where the Ana shines. That's where these dive heroes shine. That's where they look really practiced on this this Winston Diva composition. Shadow, interestingly enough, going to ditch Ashe and the big Omnic Butler, and instead opt to go for the Widowmaker. So again, gonna be trying to look for those grapple shots, look for the angles, and see what we can find. See if anyone pokes their heads out. The grapple comes out. Hello, Smarties. Lurking around a corner here, we see the silhouette. I don't think Shadow does, but oh, yeah, we're fully aware now. We have been made astutely aware of the threat, and Smarty's gonna go ahead and dispatch Shadow, and that is not how you claim space as a Widowmaker.
No. Smarty apparently was expecting that, and there's a nade coming out there, so I mean, now you're looking at kids trying to get something done in their own bubble. Wow. Once again, I say it again, Pick a Pepper has some serious stones, has some serious gall, just the wherewithal to be able to withstand the pressure up that high, and still being trying to take down kids. I mad with respect for this support line.
Yeah, I mean, like, we're highlighting Pika Pepper, but a lot of it also comes from the faith in Kylo on that brig to know that that is going to be your lifeline. You know, any threats that come your way will be whip shot right around in the opposite direction, and that is enough to keep Pika Pepper alive. XQCL gonna take down Kids, and that should be enough to get GDH on the board, get some more cart progress going in, but Pika Pepper once again under pressure, and you can see the cookies coming out to try and heal, but you can't heal through that. That is a pulse bomb stuck right onto Pika Pepper's back, and Kylo doesn't even know what hit them.
Smarties might be in trouble as well. Yeah. So, I mean, you find the space, you find the good pick there. The cleave is gone while it's back. I mean, they get a lot of value out of that one kick. And there's another sleep. These sleeps coming up from Starscream are absolutely bonkers.
CL gonna lose the mech, lose the life, and Rad able to stabilize. And yeah, like you said, the sleeps from Starscream are setting up a lot of this. Pika Pepper on the Ana. Watchpoint Gibraltar is, at times like this, the battle of the Anas, and whichever Ana is getting the better of these cooldowns is going to do a lot, especially once they start to get perked up. Amnesia gonna fall early again, and GDH, we're at 2 minutes, and they haven't really gotten past the car wash. This is gonna get real dicey for them as more ults start to come online.
I mean, watch for Jolteon. If Jolteon can find position behind the rest of the team and pull out the Deadeye and force the attention around, you can get so much work done with Kibbs and Zach.
Look where Kibbs is holding as well. Like, in this super, super aggressive angle. Sleep Dart comes out from Starscream, gonna get slurped up by the defense matrix. Self-destruct comes out. Amnesia can't get out of the blast zone. That was danger close, my boy. You can't be sticking around there. Zach not able to get the remech, though, so that is a good trade. And XQCL going uber aggressive, takes down Jolteon as well, and now has the backline in their sights, but with the Sleep Dart from Starscream, might not be able to confirm the kill just yet. Kibbs knows work has to be done and is going mad. Primal Rage onto Pika Pepper. Booped Shadow nearly booped Shadow over to the Mega, but dies just a few feet away from it. Speaking of being a few feet away from things, guess where the cart is? A few feet away from the checkpoint, and the rally from Kamir is going to be what stops the cart just short with a minute left. This is C9able.
It is. And, I mean, the fact that Kamir lives there on, like, 50 health and trusts that Starscream's going to be able to keep them up, the Inspire's going to be able to keep them up, they get massive value. Now, how do they deal with the Deadeye? How do they deal with Smarties, who has been very, very judicious with these pulse bombs? You got to see something crack here.
Shadow trying to crack the skull of Starscream with some headshots there. Amnesia going in deep with the Primal Rage takes down Kamir. That's absolutely massive. And with Gibbs falling as well, I think the defense might have just had its spine fractured there. Big Primal juggle onto Starscream. Jolteon, low HP. Can't even fight that one. Ain't a fair fight at all. Gabe Deutsch fan club have done enough to cap point A.
All right, so 2:47 on the clock. I mean, they got it down to 18 seconds. So, I mean, that is pretty impressive work there from Rad.
Hey, Zach.
Now,
Wrong neighborhood, buddy.
yeah, right. What you doing there, buddy? Maybe a little backline intervention. Maybe try to provide a little protection for Jolteon when they come back out. I'm not sure.
The thing about peeling aggro is the enemy team has to be aware that you are there. And up until recently, they have not been forced to be made aware of Zach's presence at all. I think Zach now getting back into the fight. Jolteon, though, has his high ground, and maybe you can set up a pincer here, but you gotta keep Kibbs alive, and that is a tall task, one that Starscream was not in any position to capitalize off of. Pika Pepper gonna fall, courtesy of Smarties, trying to be the hero that Rad need at this point in time. Shadow gonna fall as well. Big nade from Starscream. No fear, all faith in that backline to help keep Starscream alive, but look at how much progress the cart made.
I mean, that's pretty scary, and, well, I mean, you know, you take the fight win, but you lose the meterage. And now Shuttle just becomes a staging point. Zach says, you know what? I'm just going to meet you here. I'm going to try and buy as much time for the rest of my team to get back, get some extra ult charge built up for the support line. Starscream ready with another nano.
Someone on the side of Rad needs to keep a close eye on Sad. Bars, I don't know if that's anything. Zach gonna go ahead and lose the mech courtesy of a big bio nade that comes out from Pika Pepper. Nano boost coming out on both sides. It looks like Amnesia is getting the better of it. Whipshot gonna go ahead and stuff the jump, and now we have a Tracer duel over here on the cart. Like I said, we have to keep Sad in check. If this Tracer gets left unchecked, she's gonna be able to get so much more cart progress. XQCL loses the mech. Smarties goes in 1 HP recall, whiffs the pulse bomb, but has to try and keep the fight going on the cart as we are now threatening to cap, and without Starscream, we've lost our lifeline. Smarties is losing so much HP. Kibbs is back, but there's no healing. The rally forced out from Kamir. That is a clutch ability, but the Bob from Shadow shuts that one down, and we are so close, inching towards, and that is gonna be the cap inevitably for GDH.
I mean, what a leap, what a bob, what a flip there. 205 to get 87.19 meters. They've got a self-destruct ready to go.
I mean, that's basically just at the spawn door. They have to get this full cap on a third, and that is a tall order with only 2 minutes. It's going to be tough, and you no longer have to worry as much about the Tracer getting a lot of free cart progress. You can take these more bang-out, drag-out, brawly fights, and Zach going in straight into the back line, looking to brawl right now, but Smarties taking it out early. The first trade going to favor Gabe Deutsch fan club, and with Kibbs down as well, I mean, Brad, they have to give up so much space.
Oh my gosh, and that's going to be Starscream probably going down to the cleave of Amnesia. Gets out. Amnesia decides of not taking that fight after they've been kind of felled a couple times by the backline. They decide that patience is more a virtue of an honor there.
And it's so clutch that Starscream lives there. Jolteon gonna go ahead and pop the Deadeye. We need to try and build with this nano boost and use it right now. Kyler gonna go ahead and pop that rally. Self-destruct gonna come up from XQCL. Couldn't launch it quite as far as you would have liked to, but able to get the remech, and that is enough. The nano comes out onto Amnesia. Just blasters Jolteon into the wall there, but the trades coming out on either side. No more ults on either side. Zach takes down Shadow. Amnesia gonna fall as well, and it's just a Diva duel with some Tracer action on the side. Zach losing so much HP. Who is gonna get the better of this fight? It looks like XQCL is gonna be the first to lose the mech as the respawns start to come through, and just shy of that box of victory. Rad, hold on.
There's no reason why that should have worked. Just great positioning right there. And Kyle's going to come back on the Lucio, so they're going to look for a little displacement there. Pulse Bomb, Primal, and the Bob are going to be available in this next fight.
Yeah, I mean, Gabe Bush fan club, they're looking so wealthy on the ult bank, rubbing their big bellies, just waiting for something to use it on. Big Nate, though, comes out, and that's going to be enough to take down Shadow. The Bob never got the chance to come out. Amnesia has to pop that Primal Rage just to be able to get a touch, but so much pressure, so much damage coming through, not even going to be able to get on.
Oh my God!
Gonna go in super deep to try and get the touch, but Kibbs with the Primal Blade goes in deep, finds 3, and Rad have done it. They're gonna hold and go up 2-0.
Kibbsway? Yeah, Kibbsway just showed up in the chat and showed up in our lobby. Holy cow. The nade, though, from Starscream really set that last fight up. My goodness, they were getting it done. I mean, this is a hell of a hold here for GDH. And yeah, this has been really good for them. I just think that, last second decision making. And you know what? Some clutch plays too. Let's give credit where credit is due. That yeet of that nade that went over the bubble of Amnesia and found the back line and found Shadow. If that doesn't hit, they win that fight easily, Cassie. Easy.
Oh yeah, absolutely, 100%. Like able to take down Shadow, who was holding onto the Bob, is like you're taking a key ultimate, one of the stall ultimates that could have dragged that fight out in Gabe Deutsch's favor for a very long time. Been that extra man, that extra source of damage. You just delete that from the field entirely. You buy your team enough time to actually build up to Kibb's Primal Rage, where you had no ultimates on the field. Like, that's the thing. That's why I feel vindicated. Because one of the first things I said when we went into Watch Gibraltar was, this is going to be about which of the Anas is getting the better of these bio-nades from the high ground, and it was all done and dusted. It was foretold, it was in the prophecy. We sealed the deal with the bio-nade from Starscream. That was Chekhov's gun that I presented to you in the first act. And we're here in Act 3. Starscream fires it off.
I mean, the foreshadowing was too good. The foreshadowing was just chef's kiss from me, the chef belly. But we're heading to Hollywood next, right? So I think we're gonna get more of the same here. I think that we see a lot more of the same. Freya has not really factored into these games, and I don't know if they're scared to play her. I don't know if they feel like she's, like you said earlier, she's OP. But I've been, kind of feasting on this 6-man play, being able to have the 2 DPS, and then having the off take to be able to kind of offset all the damage-heavy front loading that you see in the 5v5 game. This has been a massive treat. I love this. Let's see more of this. Let's see what they can bring into this. I want to see. I want to see. Can they continue this high level of play that we're seeing?
You want to know a quick fun fact? This is actually my first time ever casting a 66 game. I actually did not. Yeah, I used to like practice solo on like Korean contenders games back in the day when it was 66. So I know what I'm doing, but like my first time ever actually doing a full cast for a broadcast wasn't until 5v5 was implemented. So this is me I'm going back to like those old days where it was just like me in my room alone with a microphone.
Oh man, you missed those days. Oh my goodness, it was the heyday. Also, you didn't have to cast through double shield, which was a bitch to cast through, and it got boring because they just bunker up at the back of a point, and the play-by-play be throw it to the color. And we'd have to make stuff up that was on the screen to make it more entertaining. So 5v5 definitely made it more entertaining.
A lot of 6v6 Overwatch back in the day, in the Overwatch 1 days, can be embodied by that one meme. Please consult the chart. Nothing ever happens. It's just so many things, so many colors, so many bright flashing lights, but at the end of the day, nothing really happens. All right, what's that one fight where it's like London Spitfire versus Washington Justice, where we go like 3 full minutes before anyone even dies, and we use like 12 ultimates on both sides? It was a silly time.
Oh.
And that was before Double Shield. Double Shield was it was nearly just as bad. Anyway, Pika Pepper back on this Ana once again, going to be the dealer of death with these nades. Finds a big one there onto Starscream, and early kill. Pyro is there to clean that one up. This fight from Rad already dead. And so is Pyro, for that matter.
So, I mean, you lose, you'll take that trade. And Gibbs is going to go bye-bye as well, unless Zach can keep him up. And I think Zach is actually going to keep him up here. I don't know how that happens. But Gibbs actually lives on, like, 75 HP. But, I mean, really, Pika Pepper is going to be the key here for how long they hold.
Ooh, Smarties was going in there trying to find that angle into Pika Pepper, but the field was there. Not even able to get to the President there. Pyro So coming in, trying to deal a fair bit of damage. Nearly 2 ticks already taken for Rad, as a lot of positioning has been given up. As just about all of GDH have retreated into the cafe, and they can't really keep the point in contention. Trying to get some toes on the point to keep it going, but just keep getting booped back as the percentage ticks up there. XQCL gonna lose the mech. Pyro and Amnesia, now they're onto the touch. Amnesia sees some low health bars and wants to jump in so badly, but knows the back line is in danger, has to try and turn for it. XQCL going to fall, Starscream traded out, Nano Boost coming out onto Amnesia, and this might be exactly what Gabe Deutsch need.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what's going to get the work done. Pyro, though, going down. Shadow versus Smarty right now is the kind of second marquee match. Who wins this out recalls out.
I think Smarties has already won, forcing the rally out of Kylo. I mean, that's a lot of ults that have been used on the side of Gabe Deutsch fan club, and only the self-destruct so far for the side of Rad. So this next fight, you're looking at it, potentially this overclock to make a big impact. If you can maybe get that in before Pyro finds a good opportunity for the CMP.
And just the fact that they already forced out the swift step, and like Starscream says, "Oh, you know what, Pyro, you're out of here."
I mean, the EMP did come out, so, I mean, Pyro definitely thought that there was a good opportunity to use it, and they were able to take Zach out before that remech came through, but double support ults from Rad in a losing fight, regardless of getting out that EMP, is not what you want to see.
So, I mean, right now, two main focuses, Pick a Pepper and XQCL getting out of mech. Then you can go in with Jolteon with this overclock, because, I mean, once that flimsy little Winston bubble's gone, it's heyday mode.
Oh, so much pressure coming out onto Pick a Pepper. Starscream with the parting shot there. Jolteon gets taken down mid OC, but I mean, even if all you're doing is drawing aggro, hey, the rest of the team is dead. Job done, Jolteon. You can retire, all right? Collect that pension.
Speaking of pensions, oh God, I'm going to be 48 this year, and holy Lord, I can feel it right now because these people make me feel young with their decision making. But Self-Destruct versus Primal Rage coming up. Zach is almost up to another Self-Destruct. That'll be 2 on the board here in just about, what, 5 minutes of play so far. So Zach getting a lot of work done. The super sub coming in and helping Rad Esports when we saw their Fatalis go away. Let's see if we pop the Primal here and take control of the high ground.
I mean, this looks so juicy. Ooh, the killer at the Kylo. Kibbs, I think, even maybe accidentally confirming that one, but that's going to be traded out for Jolteon. And with the sleep dart onto Kibbs, taking a nap, even despite that Primal Rage being invested. The fight was happening in another zip code, buddy. Takes down Pick a Pepper, but meanwhile, Zach going to be, lose the mech, forced to use the self-destruct to try and get the remech and also collect the Mega Health Pack to stay alive. And this is, I mean, this is good for the front line of Rad Esports to be able to stay alive, but we're not making any card progress while all this is going, so everything that's happening right now is just bleeding out the clock.
Yeah, I mean, Kamir right now, you know, is kind of looking, you know, for the Sombra in the back line. Also looking for Shadow, trying to make sure the Starscream isn't getting massively hit. That's a 4-person anti, and still Zach is winning out.
I mean, the Suzu comes through. Starscream saw that one coming a mile away and just welcomed that nade with open arms. Knew that we had exactly what we needed, and Amnesia is in no man's land right now. Starscream gonna help confirm that one. Pyro gonna fall as well, and that should be the card making some forward progress here.
Pick a Pepper going down is not what you want to see. Kamir is starting to get on a roll here, and Smarties is going to take the Valiant way out and get themselves out to safety. Possibly? Yes, they do.
CL doesn't want to lose the mech here. That would be quite the unfortunate series of events if that were to happen. Holding the defense matrix up, trying to stop the pulse bomb from coming out. Smarties whips it, but Jolteon is not whipping anything. First 2 shots coming through. Shadow and Pyro both fall. You don't have any DPS left in this fight. You got nothing left. Kylo gonna fall as well, and it's all over but the cry. And Amnesia gonna go ahead and pop the Primal Rage. Interesting decision here. XQCL also gonna invest in self-destruct. Both divas hitting the self-destruct. Neither can get the remech, but that is A-okay for Rad as they cap the point.
Yeah, but I mean, 2:30 on the clock here, so I mean, you're looking at Deadeye, you're looking at Primal Rage coming up again. I mean, Jolteon has really started finding the range with the Peacekeeper. The big thing right now, Pyro with a well-timed, well-placed EMP can really kind of clean up a fight before it starts and really starts to build all those support ultimates back up because they basically emptied the entire larder out there.
Ooh, early Primal Rage force. The EMP comes out, but Pyro just gets splatted there by Kibbs, and there's no other ultimates for the side of Gabe Deutsch. It smells like broke over there as Kibbs forced to use the bubble. Can't quite stay forward, keeping the pressure up, especially now with Amnesia there dueling it out. Has to try and get that juicy healing coming through from Starscream as the reinforcements come back for Gabe Deutsch Fan Club, but the space has now been controlled by Rad as they look to try and get this cart the rest of the way home. You can see where Pika Pepper is currently positioned, and Kibbs wants to zone that Ana out, not let the Ana have the angle, no more nades, and Smarty's gonna be there to help clean up the pickoff there. Traded up for Starscream, so the backliners on both sides gone, and I mean, it's going to come down to which tanks are able to stay alive longer, and if Kamir can maybe build up to that rally, it's getting real close. Zach forced to go ahead and pop that self-destruct to try and get the remake. Kamir cannot get up to the rally, and it looks like Gabe Deutsch have done enough to cling to life.
I mean, Pyro going down is a big pick for them, and you're looking at Zach trying to get themselves out. They keep the mech as well. The Kitsune's out.
And Kitsune's out, and Smarties is finding all of the kills that Rad need right now. If we can dispatch Shadow, we lose all of our ability to touch. What a shot there! What a one clip onto Pika Pepper. That was absolutely disgusting. Someone has to deal with Smarties. As long as Smarties is still alive and in your backline, Rad still have a chance, and Amnesia is pissed. Pops the Primal Rage, bats Smarties away. Gonna be enough to finally find the kill, but needs the rally from Kylo to augment that defense.
I mean, this is knockdown, drag him out, slobber knocking of a fight. To quote Bull Skunk, it's a hog nobbler going into there. So we'll see if they can get anything done. They've got a Deadeye ready to go in. Another pulse one just about there.
Rally is well going to come out from Kamir, and you can see the forward march. Everybody on the side of Rad looking to blitzkrieg their way into the end there. And XQCL not in the mech, going to fall courtesy of that Deadeye. So much damage onto Amnesia, but the bubble dance is good. Trades out for Jolteon, but too many lives have been lost. Too many of our brethren fallen on the battlefield for Gabe Deutsch to have any say left in this fight. Starscream going to take down Shadow. Pika Pepper and Kylo going to be the last of the comrades to fall, but with no time left in the bank, Rad get it done.
That was just about as exciting as it gets in 6v6. Just the separate duels. Smarties going absolutely ham on the Tracer, confirming kills, just really landing everything so cleanly. The Tracer was damn good, but Pika Pepper and Kylo, I'm focusing on the supports right now because they are absolutely bloodthirsty and fearless, and they're getting a lot of attention from Smarty and from Kibbs, and they're just shrugging it off. And the peel has been so good from Shadow that I love what I'm seeing here. Give me more, put it directly into my veins. They do get the 3 points. So,
you can kind of get a feel for which way the fight is going to go based on whether or not Smarties is able to get access onto either Kylo or Pika Pepper. Like, if Smarties is kept in check and that backline is able to stay alive, Gabe Deutsch are going to have complete control over the point. And conversely, if Smarties gets close and finds a kill onto either one of them, just the entirety of the spine of Gabe Deutsch Fan Club, it just crumbles.
I hate it, and I love it all at the same time. So, I mean, Jolteon, from showing us the Widowmaker back on Gibraltar, now over to the Cowboy, I don't hate this. Really kind of keeping Amnesia in check at certain points when he tries to get super aggressive. Throwing that grenade out, stunning him, hindering him, and really giving him room to pause for the next attack that they try to bring in.
I actually like the Cass a lot more than both the Widowmaker and the Sojourn, honestly. Mark my words, Cassidy is making a comeback, even overtaking Freya right now. I think does a fairly good job against the Tracers, the Sombras, and all of these heroes that make Freya to be a glass cannon. And Cassidy is no such thing. He is not a glass cannon, he is a howitzer, and one that fired directly onto XQCL and already burned the mech and the monkey that came with it, and that's the tank line for Gabe Deutsch, sent back to spawn.
I mean, look at Smarties. Once again, you talked about it. We're just going to keep talking about it. Smarties in there is cleanup duty. Is absolutely the closer that every team needs. And so now we're going to see, can XQCL, mitigate this damage that's coming from Jolteon. Holy crap. Took a jolt there from, I believe it was Pyro. Yeah, Pyro just jumped up to 41% there. So that was a charged rail shot just waiting for him.
Big dive comes in from Amnesia, and the follow-up damage is there from Shadow. That's a great 1-2 punch for the front line, and Pika Pepper cleans up Smarties. And just like we said, you keep an eye on Smarties versus this back line. If the back line wins, Gabe Deutsch should be able to just make this fight their own. But XQCL goes in really deep. The healers cannot help you there, bud. And all of the damage coming through, forced to concede the mech. Zach gonna go ahead and pop the self-destruct, and everyone's got to evacuate the dance floor lest they fall. Zach not able to get the remech though. Kitsune Rush coming out from Starscream. Kibbs anti-nated up on the high ground, can't stabilize, so there's not really much of a tank line left for Rad, but they're still opting to keep this one going with the rally from Kamir. They might be able to get it done, but so much damage, so much pressure, and so many members of Rad have fallen. This should be enough. Gabe Deutsch getting the second tick and threatening to get that third.
Oh my goodness. I mean, that's a great dive there. And who was the target there, Cass? It was Jolteon. On that Cassidy, they know that that's the linchpin of all these fights right now. That magnetic grenade is doing so much work.
Big damage coming out onto Kibbs. Gonna fall as well. Jolteon, 1 HP, grabs the pack. Pyro looking for the shots. Can't quite find it, but that is totally fine. I mean, this is all just gravy. This is extra for Gabe Deutsch fan club. At this point, any of these kills, it's just gonna be staggers that amount to more cart progress and help them take control of this high ground.
And right now, Zach is up there trying to do their best impression of any good team, and they're getting it done. Pyro right now, I want to see where they go with this. They've got a Nano out.
Big Nano coming out onto Amnesia, drives so much positioning. Pika Pepper falls though while trying to pop that one. Smarties got that access to the backline just like we said, and Pyro gonna fall now courtesy of Jolteon. And looking at the ult bank for Gabe Deutsch, I would have liked to see them expend a little bit more, but if they're gonna carry that over onto the next fight and get some of these pickoffs onto Kibbs, they might just be A-okay. Amnesia now gonna pop the Primal Rage, say, no, this elevator is out of service, Kamir. I'm sorry, you're gonna have to catch the next one. This one's going down, and it's taking Smarties with it. Amnesia now threatening to take down the entire backline. Juicy cleave onto Jolteon, jumps back out, gets onto the cart, and Gabe Deutsch are gonna keep this cart rolling.
Yeah, they've got the snowball completely rolling full speed right now. They're going to invest in continuing rush into this, and well, we're going to see what they get done. Zach gets something out of it, and the self-destruct out.
Pika Pepper is going to fall early on, but Kamir traded out. The Kitsune Rush from Starscream, I think, got a lot of pager, but Amnesia, once it expires, goes in deep, finds the kill. Kibbs now onto the Doomfist. Tank Doomfist in 66. Say it ain't so. Gonna be able to find the kill there onto Kylo and XQCL as well. So Rad, off the back of these stagger spawns, might be able to stop the cart here at the tail end, but Kibbs doesn't have the HP to stay alive much longer. Pyro gonna clean that one up. The monkey bubble down on the point there. Pulse bomb from Smarties goes wide. He's trying to pressure Pyro, able to confirm that kill, and as the reinforcements come out, Rad hold strong.
Oh my goodness, that's such an expensive fight. That's 3 or 4 ultimates out from the members of Rad. I mean, you're coming up on another tribal. That's about the closest thing for GDH. Meteor Strike though. Instant reset there. It doesn't give you your health pool back, but it does allow you to reposition nicely.
Oh, look at all the CC that comes out before Amnesia can even hit the ground. That was absolutely brutal. The flash comes out, the boop from the Diva, from the whip shot, from everything. I mean, homie just couldn't even touch the ground before he ended up in a body bag, and that's gonna be Kibbs with the sleep dart there. But it's a well-earned rest. All right, you've done enough. You've taken back all this ground. 150 on the time bank, and Rad still holding.
You get time to build up a rally. So I mean, that's going to give you lots of good stead there for the next fight. Also, Starscream going from 20 to 61% in the rush. So I mean, we'll see how they build with that. Pyro though might be able to change this with a good charged rail shot.
Looking for the angle onto it. Doesn't have the high ground, and Rad is all like directly above them. Amnesia has to go ahead and try to make the jump, gets punched right back off of it. Thank you for coming. I am still king of the hill, says Kibbs. You will not impede up on my domain. Big slam onto the back line. Knocks Pika Pepper off the high ground. The Ana can't help the rest of the tank lineup here any longer. Ooh, Kibbs dies just short of the Meteor Strike though, and Gabe Deutsch, they're going to clamp down on that opportunity ruthlessly. They're going to lose Amnesia. Dies with the Primal Rage as well. And the momentum swings right back over to Rad.
I mean, they do invest the self-destruct, they do invest the rally, but once again, it gives you what you need there. And Pika Pepper right now has the nano ready to go. Watch for Amnesia to get aggressive, and then pop the primal later in the fight.
Shadow trying to pressure Jolteon. Jolteon, by the way, already found an early kill onto Pyro, who's holding onto that overclock, so that's one ult that is not a worry at all anymore. Nano from Pika Pepper just to stay alive. That's the dual nano, that Shrike ability, able to keep Pika Pepper alive. It went out onto Kylo as well, so that is a healthy raid boss backline, and the backline for Rad in turn turned into ashes, and that might be just enough to confirm the cap here. Big meteor strike though from Kibbs, takes down Kylo. Pyro is back though with that overclock, gonna clean up that kill, and there might be a couple of stragglers, but this looks real good for Gabe Deutsch. Shadow, 1 HP. Smarties with a stick onto Pyro. The reinforcements are back, the heroes. Jolteon and Smarties come through with the kills, and that's it. Rad have done it. That's a 3-0.
I cannot believe that stick from Smarties. Holy effing hell. I mean, they just bought enough time. They just bought enough time. They knew that they had the pulse bomb coming up online. Jolteon absolutely lighting up here with the Cowboy. But Cass, I mean, they had no rights winning that last fight.
Not at all. Like, that looked like it was all but captured, but that one meteor strike kill onto Kylo from Kibbs, that, I mean, it feels like when you're an immobile support and you just see that ring of death from a Doomfist, there's like nothing in the world you could ever possibly do, but you're thinking to yourself, like, even if Kibbs goes absolutely for the insane play that only a psychopath would do to try and int even further to try and get this stagger kill, you're only going to be extending out your own life and staggering out your respawns further and further. It's not worth it to go for it. But Kibbs says, nah, it's worth it. We got the manpower. We got everything we need. Jolteon and Smarties come through with the picks, and like the whole fight just turns on its head. You got Pyro, 1 HP, stuck. There we go. Done. Pulse Bomb off the field. XQCL gets demeched. Jolteon finds the headshots. Nothing in the world you can do. Some of these things you just can't plan for, and raw mechanical skill from a DPS duo is one of those things.
Just that's the pulse bomb flick of the decade so far, for me personally, at least, especially at this level. That was seriously godlike. But now we get a rematch in our grand final, Cassie. We get She Heard Dragons up against Rad Esports. Rad Esports went down 1-3 on the back of some hero plays from She Heard Dragons. So, folks, when we come back, we are going to have your grand final here in the OOL League. Don't go away. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Welcome back once again, Oomphies, to OOL. It is grand finals time, and just like our producer for most of Hollywood, I hope this last series eats.
Oh gosh, I knew that was coming. That was actually better than I expected, Cassie.
I'm glad, because I was hyping up that intro for a while, and I was like, this is gonna suck. Like, this ain't gonna deliver at all. I'm glad I got the laugh out of you.
I love it. I love it. It's worth it. It's totally worth. But we have one bit of business to do before we get into the grand final, which, by the way, is going to be a best of 5 instead of a best of 7. Both teams agreed to it because of time considerations. But we have the community's MVP choice, and it is Eva, who's playing the game as Starscream. So congratulations from the community to Eva for getting the MVP. You rock, apparently.
We talked a lot about the backlines on either side of that last series, Starscream being a key point of success for Rad, and I think will continue to be so as we move on into our grand finals. Like you said, it's going to be a first of 3, best of 5, however you want to call it. They mean the same thing to me, so I just go with the flow. They're going up against She Heard Dragons. I'm a little bit biased. I know a lot of the players on this team. I also love the woke Overwatch League parody names. We need to get more of those. We got She Heard Dragons. There was like Florida They Them, HRT Shock. Like, keep them coming. Give me more. What are some other woke names we got? Hangzhou Spark. That's another one.
Stop. I love it. Keep it. I need this in my life. It's perfect for the month too. So, oh my gosh, it's time to get it done though. Somebody's gonna come out of here a champion tonight, and somebody's gonna go home with the silver medal. Insert the meme of Bobby standing on the or the athlete standing on the podium, biting their medal and popping the champagne. But if we go back to what happened in the winners final, this was a one-way traffic except for one map. where Rad Esports just got completely ran over. I'm sorry, where where Rad Esports got completely ran over. She-Her Dragons. I love it. I love what they bring. The energy is so true. And we're gonna see if they can continue their run here in the grand final.
Run over is a very astute choice of words. Well, first off, I was going to say, because Yoshem is going to be running out of the Wrecking Ball, but Senna actually going to get completely ran over by Zach. This is full force aggression out of the gates coming out from Rad Esports. They're going to take down both Senna and Julia, who may have done a Freaky Friday body swap with each other, or just swap names, but regardless, they're both dead, so who cares? Rad Esports going to take the first cab.
That's... This is writing itself right now, and it is going to be Rad Esports taking the first cab. So, you know what? Job done so far. Now, can they get train the rest of the team and be able to hold on to the point here? Lots of ult charge here for both Smarties and Jolteon, but Jolteon's getting dangerously low. Definitely needs to get the topping up there. Starfield's going to have to really start shining here.
With the pick off there onto Kamir. That's a big first pick off there for the side of She-Her Dragons, and they do actually find the flip. They're able to evict the members of Rad Esports just long enough to get control of the point. And now with Jolteon and Smarties both falling. Oh, and a big whip shot there onto Kid. See you next time, buddy. That's going to be, I mean, there might be a stagger onto Zach as well.
That is absolutely brutal. Yeah, we're going to take a dive down there. Oh, that's a very far fall. I'm so sorry for that, but the flip is good, and they've already passed the percentage gain by Rad Esports. So, I mean, what am I looking at here? I'm looking for Zach to get something done here with this self-destruct coming up. And I mean, Yoshin can control space with these mines. What a shot from Julie. We talked about there not being a Freya. There's Freya.
Yeah, it's kind of the thing about Freya is she has the power to simply delete any hero at will, and unfortunately Jolteon was in the wrong place, wrong time, the wrong place being wherever Julia is currently looking, and currently looking with a bolo shot to try and put it onto a backliner. Big slam coming out onto Kamir, and the pressure just keeping up. That bolo shot still threatening to come out, but the pulse bomb comes out from Smarties. It's absolutely huge. Couple that with a downpour from Kids, and it looks like Rad have done enough to get themselves into this fight. They're going to prevent the remake onto Void, our She-Her Dragons, and it's gonna be the fight going the way of Rad.
I mean, that's a great retake for them, to be quite honest. I mean, it would have cost them what, 3 ultimates into that fight, so, you know, I mean, the value's there. So now you're running into almost a 5 ultimate fight here coming from She-Her Dragons. The big one, once again, it's going to be Yoshim with these mines. If he can get a good pile drive in and let loose that, they could really clean up the fight.
There is Yoshim currently lurking. Rally going to come out from Timler. A lot of healthy members of She-Her Dragons going to be marching forward. Kamir going to answer it with a late sound barrier as Yoshim on the point, trying to find an opportunity to boop one of these backliners off the point, just dueling with the supports there. But while the supports are tied up with Yoshim, they can't help Kids and they can't help Smarties. That's 2 key members of Rad Esports that have completely fallen to the wayside. Zach gonna get the remake as well, and She-Her Dragons look like they are going to be able to march on forward. Jolteon pops that dead eye, and Void knows better. Can't quite aggress too much more. The kill gonna come through, and She-Her Dragons, they find the flip, they find everything they need. They are now once again back in control.
I mean, how does Void stay alive through all that? They're gonna get another self-destruct online here. That was actually a great peel. The wall I thought was gonna block the exit, but Void now is gonna get all aggressive and Kids in a small place with a small, tiny hole to get out of it.
Okay, nearly got booped off the map there. Had to use a violent leap just to get back on terra firma, but has that downpour as well. Might be forced to use it. Starscream pops that Kitsune Rush and dies before you're ever able to get anything off of it. Julia is, trying so hard to use those take aim shots to get back up onto the ground, but not going to be allowed to. Big boop there comes out from Yoshim. It's traded out. It takes down Kids as well, and it was looking good there for a second for Rad, but that downpour and that boop, I mean, it just wasn't enough. The boop from Yoshim helps take She-Her Dragons over the finish line for Lighthouse and put themselves on the lead in Ilios.
I mean, it was the pursuit that came from Zach, and then the boop that came through. I mean, all the boosters were expended, and so they didn't have a chance to get back up there. And I mean, that was just perfectly played there in the final moments of Lighthouse. So as we head to Ruins, we saw how Rad Esports earlier really did get themselves into a good position. They really did take control early. It was on the back of Fatalis. No, Fatalis actually came out. This is where Zach came in our earlier series today. So Zach might have an opportunity here to really prove the worth of the super sub.
Capture the objective.
We'll have to see if it does pay dividends. I'm still curious about this this Cassidy pick. It didn't seem to get the better of She-Her Dragons last time around, especially with all the damage that Julie is able to put out on the fray. You can already see, you know, just in terms of ult charge, already picking up. But Gibbs goes in super deep and takes down Timler. Gonna get traded out for Jolteon. Again, Jolteon, despite being that big, beefy cowboy, not able to stabilize through the attack, through what Yoshim is able to put down. Gibbs gonna get traded out as well. Yoshim has been dispatched, so a nice tank trade there. Julia, once again, living life, not even on the edge, just over the edge, just waiting for Zach to punish. And Punisher, indeed, Zach does. And that's gonna be Rad taking the first cap.
Once again, they do take the first cap. Now it's about, you know, how do we get into these mid fights? How do we get to staging from this defensive posture that we're going to see coming out from She-Her Dragons? It is about Void swapping over to the Hazard. So they're looking for maybe a little bit more oomph in the fight rather than the mitigation of the defense matrix.
Yeah, that kill as a Khmer was not a whole lot of oomph. That was a lot of oof. And Kib's gonna fall as well. That's a bit of a rough start there for Rad. Zach gonna lose the mech as well. That, I mean, there goes your tank line. There goes your Brig. There goes almost the Baby Diva. 1 HP. Hello? Okay. All right. I was gonna absolutely lose my mind if a 1 HP Baby Diva just snuck up on Julia and confirmed the kill there, but no such luck. She-Her Dragons take the flip.
Yep, I mean, now you got Bola Shot online. You're going to have the Pulse Bomb here very shortly. Smarties might be able to turn that all around with their own. And Zach does have the ability to get back in the neck with the self-destruct, so this is going to really depend on the two tank lines. Is Yoshi going to be able to displace the backline enough for them to get value with the Hazard?
Tank line says they have to be healthy, and Yoshim is, well, just got the life support plug pulled there by Jolteon, so looks like, wow, big shots coming out from Julia. Jolteon, I mean, already got the fear of God. Can't peek around the corner and is just waiting for some healing, maybe even some passive healing, but a Sparkle goes in deep and finds a Pulse Bomb shot there onto Khmer. It's looking like She-Her Dragons have to invest further if they want to try and keep this one in their favor. Julia pops the Bola shot, but Rad Esports have all of the real estate. They're going to get the flip. Jolteon trades out. Yoshim able to find the kill there. Kibs pops the downpour just to slow Yoshim down, and finally Rad have put a stop to this fight.
That's an actually, like, Giga Chad move there to make sure that the ball doesn't get there and be able to test. You know, and they've got knives as well, so I mean, that downpour is a lot more valuable than it maybe appears on the outside. But now, double support ultimate's ready to go here for Rad Esports. The big one, Orbital Ray.
Looking for Starscream to try and make a big play with that while Senna is lagging a little bit behind on hers. There we go, and Boy gonna respond with the downpour. We'll see if it roots anyone down. It's gonna be enough to get the D-Mech, but you're gonna trade your entire life for it. Yoshim has to make something happen, and Timer gonna go ahead and invest the rally. It's mirrored out on both sides. A lot of big, beefy health bars to try and chunk through, and Zach gonna get squished there, turned into a pancake courtesy of Yoshim. And again, these fights with Wrecking Ball in them are always so scrappy, so knockdown, bang out, drag out brawls that just never seem to end. But throughout all of it, Rad have maintained control of the point. They've managed to stabilize, they're still healthy, and Yoshim can't get a whole lot done. With the Orbital Ray now coming through from Senna, though, you're going to be looking for the damage to come on through. The Pulsar Torpedoes are good, the slams are good, the damage is good, and She-Her Dragons will find the flip.
That's a fantastic Orbital Ray there. They came in, I mean, it's on the back of just that one ultimate to win them that fight, so, you know, they get maximum value out of it. Now, you know, you're looking for Sparkle and Julia to light it up. You know, they were really effective there on Lighthouse. Been a little bit more quiet here. Julia's got a little bit more value being able to kind of use the high ground more to their advantage.
The high ground, you got the verticality, you got the range, you got everything you need. As long as you're shooting away from that defense matrix, you are just doing so much all the time. There we go, just shot right into Zach's waiting maw there. It'll just tank that damage right now. Julia, again, holding on to the Bola shot and is looking for someone to just stray a little bit too far from the pack and find an easy pickoff there, if it should so happen. Jolteon getting stuck with a Pulse Bomb there. Gonna go and use the combat roll to stay alive. That is the value that the Cassidy gives you. Pulse Bomb confirms the kill onto Void, and the self-destruct from Zach. Once again, not able to find that remech. Timelo hanging on for dear life, getting pocketed by Senna despite all of the pressure coming out from Smarties. And while that's all happening, Julia has just been putting on a killing spree. That is 3 for her. Make it a 4th. Nope, Timler gonna go ahead and snag that one with a shield bash, and She-Her Dragons looks like they have done just enough to dispatch Rad and take Ilios 2-0.
That is actually insane how good Julia was there in the final, waning moments here of this map. And they get it done. When they were down 99 to 60, and they just turn it around and just completely flip Ruins on his head. That is fantastic work from them. And they take the 1-0 lead here in our grand final.
Also, a fair bit of RNG, I think, going She-Her Dragon's way in terms of the map picks that we get. We get, like, basically the two Ilios sub-maps that are just way better for Freya and don't favor the Cassidy at all. We never had to deal with She-Her Dragons going to Ilios well, potentially losing out on the momentum that they carry over from Lighthouse. You take that 50-50 coin flip, you go to Ruins, and Julia just has so much more agency over the fight. Anytime Jolteon even pokes out, the Cassidy's just getting, like, double, triple stuck with these take aim shots from Julia, forced to use like the combat roll to stay alive, forced to hide behind cover, just praying for a cookie from the brig, and it just never comes. If you can't have your Cassidy in the fight, wouldn't you know it, he's not in the fight.
That is that's just fantastic. And I mean, it's already instilled the fear now, right? And I think the psychological battle, we don't talk about it enough. Sometimes you just get diffed out on a map and there's a carryover effect. There's a hangover, per se, going into the next map type. And, we're heading to King's Row next. And Jolteon, we've seen the Soldier, we've seen the Widowmaker, we've seen the Cassidy. The Cassidy's looked the best. But you've got to find those shots onto Julia. You've got to make Julia sweat playing the Freya. That's where, that aim comes in, and we need to see kind of locking down the Freya player here for them.
See if the Freya comes out. I think King's Row is one of those maps where I think Freya is still profoundly strong, but you get a lot of other good options. I think Sojourn, Ashe, and Cassidy all do have hats that they can throw into the ring on this kind of map here. I know Julia is proficient at all of them, but this is one of those ones where, maybe Jolteon, who doesn't have the Freya in the hero pool, can make up the difference with the Cassidy. Because again, I'm slowly becoming a Cassidy believer. I think he's coming into the meta in a way because he does typically have more staying power than the Freya. If you're able to like get on top of the Freya and pressure her, which is something that just never seemed to happen on the previous map. And looking at what we're hovering over here, I think Jolteon, a little bit of back and forth.
I mean, I would, it doesn't hurt to bring the Widowmaker. I personally have liked what I've been seeing in South America. They've been bringing out a lot of Hanzo here to get, vision, see what they're up against, see what they're going to be running into. But, I mean, if I'm looking defensively right now, this is crazy scary as far as what they're looking to run into. I mean, you got Yoshim with the mobility, and then you've got the Ramantra here that's going to be able to just pummel into Kibbs's hazard. There's a lot that Starscream and Khmer are going to have to really pay attention to.
There's also a Roadhog on the field. Red alert, we have a Roadhog on the field. Yoshim just went ahead and taken a seat on the statue there. Julia already going to fall. I think, Yoshim, you might have want to do your job, buddy. Do a little bit of tanking, because you've already lost one of your key sources of damage. And also getting traded out for Kibbs there. With the Roadhog coming through and Yoshim basically AFK, that's going to be Rad Esports taking quick control of the point here. Potentially getting 2 ticks. We'll see if they're able to get the full cap here. I don't think anyone from She-Her Dragons is going in for the recontest anytime soon.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Absolutely not. And I mean, the speed boost that was used from Starscream to get them on top of the players, yeah, absolutely massive. Back to Freya here. This is where we're going to see the real battle happen.
Freya does have good control of these sightlines, especially this part of the map where you're having to work through arches. It can be hell for a Cassidy to try and get through, but if you take down Senna with a big headshot there, I mean, that's going to make it all the more difficult for She-Her Dragons to try and stabilize there. That said, Yoshim with some big picks there, making a swap over onto the Mauga. This is an interesting one. Mauga is a bit of a rough pick in 6v6 these days.
I mean, having not seen the Mauga played in 6v6, I'm assuming that there are things that can be prevented, especially the incendiary shots that comes out of the left click.
Oliver Tank's playing Mystery Heroes.
Yes, I like this.
like we swapped over onto Malgazari on one side and Orisa Diva over on the other side as Rad just could try to keep the pressure up. This is gonna make it so hard for Yoshim to get just about anything done. Look at all the bullying coming through, and yeah, even with a bubble, Kibbs just able to melt right on through that. But a big pulse bomb bullet shot combo takes down the mech and takes down Jolteon, and She-Her Dragons, that might be enough for them to stem the bleeding. Orbital Ray though, Starscream says, nah, bleed more for me, baby. We're gonna keep this one a-flowing. The cart keeps rolling towards the capture point there. And we're gonna take down Smarties and Julia with a trade-off kill onto Kamir. You're gonna need to find more of these hero plays, and Julia is the hero that She-Her Dragons need. There is another big kill, and now it's going to be Kibbs getting staggered out here.
I mean, just the fact that we saw Timler kind of intervene with that javelin spear kind of ate it and made sure that Void was able to stay up in that fight. Gives them the opportunity to get another bubble out. Now you're looking at the Graviton Surge that's going to be coming online, and they've got their own Orbital Ray coming up as well. So Zach over to their own Zarya. Orisa should be very, very well stead here in these next fights.
Yeah, but like you said, Void has that Graviton Surge and put all the damage onto Kibbs. Forced to use the Javelin Spin just to try and get out of the spawn there. Zach goes a little bit too aggressive and Kibbs can't help. Graviton Surge gonna come out without Zach there to try and mirror it, bubble off any of the damage. That's just gonna be the entirety of Rad collapsing one by one. Best they can hope for is some trades, but I mean, all they're able to find is Julia, and that is not gonna be enough to make for anything resembling a strong offense.
Nah. I mean, you're now running into Cage Fight as well. So, I mean, Cage Fight versus Terra Surge, this is going to be an interaction I've never seen before. I'm excited to see that. But Senate will be able to keep their members alive, hopefully, with this Orbital Ray.
The thing about Orisa is that she can just fortify her way out of the cage fight and say, no, what if I simply did not adhere to your rules of the cage fight? Gonna walk in deep, go into Terror Surge, and big Pulsar Torpedoes from Starscream. That is your MVP right there, and well, there she goes. It's gonna be the cage fight from Yoshim and all the damage coming out. Yeah, ew. Absolutely disgusting on both sides, but once again, it's She-Her Dragons holding strong.
Yeah, Cinesage, got judo. Yeah, you did. Those Pulsar Torpedoes really did get the job done in the middle of that Terra Surge. So, I mean, good clapback though. I love the wait through. Let the Orbital Ray do the healing on the Yoshim, had the Cardiac Overdrive as well, and then they go in with their own combo, and they get it absolute white.
They're looking for Sparkle to try and slow this attack with the Pulse Bomb, as that's all that's really left on the field. Now the Timer's going to go ahead and pop that rally. Jolteon tried to make the Deadeye stick, but just got completely trampled by the entirety of She-Her Dragons, and once again, going to march Rad Esports all the way back to the arches, all the way back to the spawn, and yeah, like it's so hard for Rad to even try and get themselves into this fight. Every time the Cassidy peeks his head around the corner, Yoshim just goes in with a big slam and puts all of the pressure on the entire front line.
That is just dirty, and in the best way. Smarties is going to play the Genji here. They let the Pulse Bomb out. Didn't find what they wanted with it. Now they're going to try and go in with the Genji. Try and get a little bit of backline pressure as well, and the deflect. I think that's the big thing. They want to deflect these incinerator bullets back.
Yoshim in a bit of a rough spot there. Overruns. Both Malgas just kind of butting heads, ending up flat on their backs, and now they're both pushing up daisies, and now it's just the Zaryas on either side. Void going to think better of this one, knowing that Zach likely has that Graviton Surge coming up shortly. Julia, though, finding a pick off onto Starscream, and now I think you go back in. You don't care if Zach lets that one rip. There's no shot that was ever going to happen. A big kill there comes out onto Sparkle, but that's once again all you're able to get for Rad, and with under a minute left, this is starting to get scary.
I mean, it's grab these grabs, but the big thing here for Rad Esports is that they got the rally, so they're going to have that extra armor when they go through this fight. So they have tools here. They just need to be able to get the job done and execute.
Threading for like a flank grab here in a real interesting positioning.
Oh my
goodness,
God.
Grab just completely catches Smarties off guard, brings everybody up against the wall, just hangs them up like paintings, and they're stuck inside the tavern, and that is exactly where Yoshim says, I'm gonna stop in, I'm gonna have a pint, I've come for my pound of flesh, and I am going to feast She-Her Dragons with another strong defensive hold, and there is not going to be another chance for Rad to touch, especially not with a cage fight between them and the point. That's quite the defense there for She-Her Dragons.
The match chat is everything that I could live for right now. Slutty Juno Gap. That is the line of the tournament so far. But my goodness, the tank roulette ended up turning in favor of She Her Dragons, Cassie, and I mean Zach was just getting completely wiped out by Void.
Listen, okay, I'm familiar with a lot of these players from the COS scene, and I'm gonna say there's a reason we don't have match chat on the Calling All Heroes broadcast. And case in point, again though, like that hold from She Her Dragons, like you said though, it was like the tank roulette, but it does end up favoring them, and the way that they play these heroes in such unique ways, like Void setting up on that off angle to try and catch a through the wall grab is not something that I thought I would ever see. And yet here we are.
And your life is better for it.
Yeah, mine is. I don't know about Rad's. I think they would argue theirs is significantly worse as a direct result.
Indeed. I mean, here we go again. We've got more changes coming up here. I mean, does Void stick with what they've got? And I mean, I like the poke here. If you're going to play this with Kibbs and Zach, I mean, pull him in, rock him down, pull him in the pig pen. All the CC in the world might be able to stop the snowball that is starting to form here from the members of She Her Dragons.
I like Zach's aura there with the dance there around the corner, but you're going to need a lot more than aura to stop the pain train that is She Her Dragons. That Roadhog taking so much damage. Look at Zach's health bar just going up and down like a yo-yo, and Julia going to cut the string there. That is why you don't play Roadhog against the Freya. The damage is just way too much. Yoshim going in deep, taking in all of this real estate, but the DPS line of Rad Esports has been a highlight so far and continues to be so, as Smarties and Jolteon both claim 2 a pop, and that is a dead push for She Her Dragons.
I mean, they lose Zach in the beginning, but the rest of the team rallies 4v5 and just gets it done. Yeah, Sparkle, I'd be, kind of wrinkling my brow as well, because, I mean, Smarties and Jolteon just took over that fight and completely wiped out the members of She Her Dragons.
Julia actually going to swap off of the Freya. Not quite sure what she's going to land on just yet. Looks like it is going to be the Venture. This is a very interesting pick. We'll see. I haven't known her to be a flex DPS player, only a hard hit scan, so we'll see how the Venture comes into play, and it's going to need to come into play big time because you don't have Sparkle to help with that frontline pressure. Yoshim going to take down Jolteon though, so the odds are at least even. Yoshim also going to clean up Kamir as well, and this might be enough to get She Her Dragons the first tick, and indeed it is, potentially a second if we can keep these kills going, but we've now lost Julia. We're losing a lot of the pressure here. It's up to the tank line to make up the difference in terms of damage. Zach taking the full brunt of Yoshim right now. Kid's gonna fall though, and Zach is the last remaining able body to try and go for the contest, and is staring down the barrel of 6 angry dragons. Make that 5. Senna gonna get taken down, courtesy of the torpedoes, but it's enough to cap the point.
They go ahead and blast the cage fight as well, and the pull. Kamir with the God pull still loses the life, but oh my god. I thought Zach was just completely melted there. Ew.
What happened with that pulse bomb? I don't know what, like, there was a cage fight and a pulse bomb and a pull, and somehow 2 people just ended up dead. I completely blacked out. It's like the plot of The Hangover. I don't know what happened. Like, we're just in a different reality now. But it's one where 4 minutes and 4 seconds are in the time make for She Her Dragons to not even get a full cap.
I mean, yeah. I mean, the mobility right now is just killing them. There's so much utility here from them. Rally's gonna have to come out here.
Critic Flux gonna come out from Kibbs as well. We'll see who it catches. With the rally up in the sky, Timler not going to make it back down to earth alive. A crash landing, courtesy of Kibbs, and that might be enough. I think Rad, once they get rid of these stragglers, a bubble there to help try and keep Julia alive. Boy gonna go ahead and pop the grab as well. Sparkle is there to help get the cleanup, and that's actually gonna be an orbital Rage Axe that comes out from Starscream. Sparkle and Void, seemingly all by themselves, nearly win that fight outright, but Kibbs hasn't been dealt with. Still alive, can't be removed from this cart. You're gonna have to fly Kibbs away with a damn crowbar.
Well, I mean, their crowbar applied to the fact that there's a fully charged target right there. It's just fine. With Kibbs here, with Kibbs, Kibbs not like that crash. But it was there's the devastation coming out from Julia. Oh my god!
recall off. That was like, I don't care. If I'm losing, I'm taking you down with me. All right, I'm going down swinging.
Yeah, the going down swinging they did. It was everything that we needed. I didn't know we needed that much right now, and holy cow, just the creativity here at 6v6. You know, when you have that extra buffer, these teams are absolutely playing it to the tilt. Good God. The sticks from Smarties today, I don't care how good Sparkle is. I'm just saying, Smarties has had some of the best sticks of the day for me.
I think, well, like, both Tracers have had, like, frankly, stupid pulse bombs. I'll say stupid. Yeah. They like make no sense in why you would ever use them, but they're finding value. You're finding 2Ks with pulse bombs in 6v6s where you have all these big beefy health bars. It makes no logical sense whatsoever, but it's peak. What can I say? It's cinema. She-Her Dragons going up 2-0. Rad have another map pick, and like we said, both of these teams agreed to make it first to 3 due to time constraints. So this is going to be Rad's last map pick, their last attempt to try and get their feet beneath them, start walking, start crawling, start running, whatever you got to do, try and get yourself back in this series.
Yeah, and it looks like from the chat that we are headed to Australia. We're headed to New Junk City. Now, we saw the Genji come out from Smarties. Genji plays extremely well here. I love the Genji pick here. I don't know if Jolteon can play the Tracer or not, but I mean, having both of them there would actually kind of rock for me. But it's going to come down to, once again, the tank lines have been butting heads all afternoon and here into the evening. And, you know, Void and Yoshim, they're able to match the aura that Rad Esports are bringing. And we need to see if Kibbs and Zach can pull it together and get themselves on the board here.
I'm also going to be curious, you talk about Jolteon and what we're going to be seeing coming out from this DPS line. New Junk City is one of those maps where, in terms of, like, I've talked a fair bit about, like, the Freya versus the Cassidy. It could realistically go either way in terms of what's better. Some here would say Cassidy, some would still say Freya, especially on that first point. You know, you have the ability to use the updraft, get a really good angle, pepper in some of those shots into the back line in ways that they can't really adequately deal with or prepare for. So that's something that I think you're going to have to look out for. You also do have to be on the lookout for the Sombra, which I think also goes kind of crazy here on New Junk City. We're seeing a lot of teams in Korea playing that. And in 6v6, I mean, we're going to still see some of the heroes that are strong be strong. We're going to see a little bit more silliness coming out from either side. Bastion wasn't on my bingo card. I don't know about yours.
The pull from Void, to pull in the member and just burn him down. And you're sticking with the Symmetry here, son. And there's going to be a lot of that going on as well.
Kibbs actually going in uber deep, finding a dangerous Omnic threat there in Julia on the Bastion, and Timler gonna go ahead and hit that shield bash, clean Kibbs up. By the way, Jolteon and Zach have swapped positions. It's now Jolteon on the Ramatra and Zach manning the Freya, and gonna be able to find an early pickoff there, but is it going to be enough? Another kill there onto Yoshim. It's gonna be all Zach is able to contribute to. Smarty's still going absolutely crazy, by the way. She-Her Dragons have control over the point, but they do not have control over this Tracer whatsoever.
Not at all. Not at all. And I mean, now, you know, you got the spawn coming back. And Smarties is still alive and almost has a pulse bomb.
Void just gets completely obliterated there by Kibbs. It's traded out for Jolteon, but I mean, you're also going to get the point. Oh my goodness, the stick's coming out from Zach onto Julia. And yeah, I think it might be time to ditch this Bastion. That artillery ult might not be worth it. I think that if you want to win this series, I think you got to take that Freya duel. You can't just let Zach have full agency over the entire point like that. Yoshim getting pressured out, a late stagger death there for the Reinhardt. And I think we got to see some changes from She-Her Dragons, but looks like they're going to stick with this.
I think they are. I think at least until you get the ultimate out, but I mean, this is probably going to be the last good fight that She-Her Dragons can take, try to take this point back over.
Bro, nerf has. I don't know if nerfing has would stop the staggering there, Senna. There's artillery strike gonna come out from Julia. We'll see if it gets anything. Nope, sure doesn't. We got the wall coming out from Sparkle, Bola shot coming out, and oh my god, all of the damage just coming out from the side of Rad. That's yeah, that fight was over quicker than it started. Yeah,
I mean, they're just getting absolutely bullied here. You know, the silliness may be done here. Yeah, there's more changes coming through, and Senna says, ZZZ. Okay. I see you, Senna.
That's just a shout out to Z, another well-known COD player. You know, we're just paying our homage to all our homies across all of the Overwatch esports scene right now.
We're here for it. We're here for it. And yeah, I mean, full change here for the members of the Sheer Dragons. They're taking this seriously now, and we'll see if they're able to get it done.
They're going to be at a huge ult deficit. You got both tank ults coming online, and Kibbs is more than happy to let one rip right there. There's the downpour. Doesn't do a whole lot, but it does split the rest of the team off from Void, who gets cut down courtesy of Zach. And Julia going to trade that one out, but it's 2 for 2. Yoshem going in, big stomp onto Kibbs, but doesn't have the damage follow-up to try and confirm that kill. But Rad damn sure do, especially with an orbital ray at their back. They're going to be able to find the cap, and this is ticking up before the fight ends. They're getting an extra bit of percentage here.
Eva says gap, so we'll see what we're going to do here. I mean, you've got the Annihilation ready to go now. For Jolteon, who's getting a lot more value here, this swap is actually really good, and I think they're going to go ahead and pop this as soon as possible.
Waiting. I think She-Her Dragons are also aware that Jolteon is holding on to this Annihilation and is just waiting for some of these ults to pop on the side of Rad. There's a lot in the toolbox here. You got to play this, try and slow and build up to something to be even a little bit competitive. Bullet shot going to come out from Zach. Going to miss the mark, but it puts out some good damage. Jolteon forced to put up the dukes, hit the hater blockers, not allow some of that damage coming through from Yoshem. Still holding strong onto this Annihilation, now going to let it rip alongside the jagged wall from Kibbs. Again, sections Void off from Yoshem, and without a lifeline, that Zarya crumbles.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be the second flashpoint taken here. And I mean, where we head next, they've still got this pulse bomb that Smarties has. We've talked about it all day long. Smarties hasn't really made a bad pulse bomb today. So, I mean, they've got to be really wary of this.
Sometimes they're a little bit late, but they do always arrive as intended. Yosha with a big kill there onto Starscream as the bullet shot comes out from Julia. Again, going wide, and just as I was going to say, like, finally She-Her Dragons have an ult bank, but they're letting some of these ults rip and not really getting a whole lot for it. That said, the kill onto Jolteon is absolutely massive, and it might allow She-Her Dragons to get the first cap.
Yep, they're going to be running up against a lot coming in here from the members of Rad, and that's it.
Oh, she's gone. Yeah, all the damage onto Yoshem, the rally coming through from Kamir, and I mean, She-Her Dragons, they're gonna get the first cap here, but Yoshem definitely bit off more than she can chew. Rally gonna come out from Time Lord though, and a kill onto Starscream. She-Her Dragons stand their ground. In this house, we do not call 911. We are the law enforcement, and we say, get off of our lawn.
In good old man fashion. That's fantastic. That's gonna be the fight win there. And, I mean, if you look at what they expended there, they spent the Pulse Bomb and the Rally. Timler and Sparkle have been building these up relatively quickly, so, you've got the double tank ultimate, you've got the Bola shot as well. I think you see what you can get from Void here. Portion these out the right way, I think you get a lot of value.
I think maybe you go in with the Graviton Surge early here, because you're gonna be worried about the orbital ray that comes out from Starscream early on, and you want to try and confirm a kill. And yeah, that's exactly what you need to do. But they can't actually confirm the kill. There we go. Okay, Sparkle goes in at the perfect moment and confirms the kill. And even though Kibbs invested downpour, without Starscream there, I mean, yeah, this isn't even a fight. This is just a mugging, basically.
Mug for the camera. Mug for the camera. And we like it. I mean, that'll be the flashpoint taken there by She-Her Dragons. They still hold on to Bola shot, and they hold on to the cage fight as well. So, I mean, it's going to be Zach versus Julia. I think it's going to be the marquee shots coming up here.
Maybe looking at that cage fight, though. Again, like, I was talking about Starscream with that orbital ray. It's a really strong defensive ult. I think some people underestimate the defensive utility of an orbital ray. If you play that into Yoshem's cage fight, you should be able to live through it and maybe even turn the fight on its head, get the kill onto Yoshem if she overextends to try and make that one happen. That window, though, is starting to close, though. Senna is closing the gap there. The Bola shot from Zach, like you said, comes out, goes a little bit wide, and now Julia has the opportunity to respond, and there is the cage fight. No orbital ray coming out just yet. Yoshem does get punished, though, as Starscream finally has the opportunity to let that one rip. A big Bola shot from Julia to take out Kamir. It's bloody on either side, but it looks like it's going to be the rally from Timler that keeps She-Her Dragons in the fight. If they can just get one more kill, they can confirm this one. They can close this one out, but Smarties has the opening salvo. Void gonna fall as well, and it's not enough to take down Jolteon. You gotta deal with Kibbs as well. It's still scrappy. Yoshim has found 3, and She-Her Dragons somehow are making this work.
This is absolutely insane coming from Yoem. She is putting on a freaking fight, and the stop solidifies the team kill.
It was expensive on both sides, though. There is not an ult to speak of, save for a couple of pulse bombs, and those are basically cooldowns when you think about it. Smarties looking to use that cooldown wisely, but under a lot of pressure from Yoshim, and as things calm down for just a split second here, Julia looking for an angle. Kib says, you cannot have this one.
I mean, we got bullet shot again for the Julia here, and this downpour could be huge.
I mean, Kib is under so much pressure, though. Can't even let the downpour rip. Yoshim goes in and confirms the kill. Is traded out for Julia. The pulse bomb goes a little bit wide, but still finds the kill onto Zach somehow. But, I mean, there's no front line. There's no front line left for Rad, so it's 70% and counting. She-Her Dragons might be able to hold on here.
Oh my god, if Kamir goes down here, this is going to be the end.
Hey, hello, Yoshim. What are you doing? That's way too aggressive. Gets punished again for her hubris, and I mean, that's the door wide open. Rad should be able to go in off the back of one of these tank ults here. Either the downpour or the annihilation or both. Whatever you gotta do, get this point. It's still map point for Rad Esports. Zach holding onto this boulder shot, takes a fair bit of damage, can't let it rip just yet, looking for the opportunity, throws it down at the Timler, and Kamir is there to help confirm the kill. The downpour from Kids as well, zones the rest of She-Her Dragons off the point, and Rad find the flip.
They find the flip, and not a second too soon, but now Orbital Ray ready to go here. Julia going down, that is not key. And losing point as well. Yeah, this should be a good fight for them. They do get the Orbital Ray out there.
Yeah, and Yoshim thinks this might be winnable, is going to go in with the overrun, but there is a jagged wall in the way. Cage fight comes out, but Starscream responds with the Orbital Ray. Oh, this is a suicidal cage if ever there was one. Yeah, that's going to be Rad holding on strong. I think She-Her Dragons did see a window where they were like, we got this is winnable, but that window just slammed right in their face.
And it was spiky, that window.
Yeah.
It was
Less of a window, more of a wall, actually.
Right. But I mean, Graviton Surge, ready to go here. You've got the Pulse Ball as well. Maybe Big Bang combo?
Yeah, or maybe you can couple it with a bola shot as well. Either way, it's going to be the same result. A dead Rad Esports, and it's going to be both of them actually thrown in just for good measure, and that's going to be She-Her Dragons, putting us up to 2 a pop. We are going the distance on New Junk City.
Sparkle, get out. Sparkle did get out. Found the mini over here, but I mean, that's it. So now we are going to head to a final. I believe it's the refinery.
Let's find out. The Ducks. You didn't have your ducks in a row. Sorry to say.
I'll allow it. But you do have Rally available here to Timler. So, I mean, Bullet Shot and Annihilation up against the Rally. Timler has to be very careful here.
Gonna go in super aggressive with it. Kid's gonna fall as well, though. I think that's absolutely worth it for She-Her Dragons. You can use that aggressive ultimate and find an early pickup there onto a tank. You take that any day of the week. Jolteon also invests the Annihilation, but doesn't get a whole lot for it. Only gonna lose Timler, but that's gonna be enough. She-Her Dragons should be able to find first cap here.
I mean, and the fact that Julia gets to hold on to the Bullet Shot as well. Bullet Shot versus the downpour here. Sparkle also has a slight lead in Pulse Bomb generation. I think the big one that we're looking at here is going to be Rally versus the Orbital Ray. Will the Arbor keep the members of Rad Esports up?
I'm looking at Kibbs coming 90% to that downpour. That's gonna have to be the thing that cracks the door wide open. But I mean, that's one of those ultimates that you want to use once the door has already kind of been opened, and Julia just slams it right in Kibbs' face. That's again the one ultimate that was about to come online. Julia just shuts it down with a bullet shot, and Yoshim gonna go in super aggressive here. And luckily for Rad, that is a quick fight loss, a quick team wipe, quick death. So you do get one more fight here, but it might just be your last.
I mean, cage fight from Yoshim might be the nail in the coffin here in a clean sweep in our grand final. My word, they played this so well. Sparkle might be the annihilator here with the Pulse Bomb.
This is where you can see Zach on some of these angles trying to make something happen, trying to find the damage, just trying to force any sort of positioning, force a pick, force anything you can. just try and create the opportunity for Kibs to hit this downpour. But it's got to find pay dirt, and it's got to hit now. And look at the health bars on both sides. Smarties and Zach both extremely low. Smarties wants to let this pulse bomb rip, but can't quite find the opening. Rad Esports are going to find the flip, and Starscream takes down Sparkle. Void is really low, and without Santa there to try and heal her up, and it's going to be Rad Esports finding the flip, and they're doing it for free.
They're doing it for free, but I mean, they're also banking on ultimates coming online here. I mean, they're going to have 4 ultimates. The pulse bomb goes out, doesn't find anything. I think that you should have held on to that, Smarties. That might have been one of the biggest mistakes you made today.
Oh, Time Lord gonna get taken down though. Rad can keep the pressure going on here a little bit longer, especially if they find the stagger kill there onto Void. Jolteon, there we go with the haymaker to put her down, and 50% and ticking. You can see the aggression. They want to march all the way up to She-Her Dragon spawn, force them to fight at every step of the way just to get to the point, and now we are at 1 fight territory for both sides. And you talk about Smarty's Pulse Bomb, that's the only ultimate that Rad are missing.
Jolteon should get the annihilation here, and I don't know if Timler's going to get aggressive here with the Brigitte. I think that the orbital ray fight is going to be extremely close, but the cage right might just lock everybody down.
Gonna be a downpour on one side. Julia completely rooted, but you can't find the kill. The orbital rays on both sides, keeping everybody nice and healthy, but the bullet shot and the follow-up damage is gonna be enough to claim Zach. The Graviton Surge is good. The Annihilation with Jolteon is good as well, but it's a little bit too late. You can only find the 1 kill, and that should be enough. She-Her Dragons with a clean 3-0 dispatch Rad Esports for the 2nd time today, and they are going to be your OOL champions.
What a fight, what a series, what a win here for She-Her Dragons. Just putting the diff out on everybody. Zach, the role swap, man, fantastic from all teams. I'm super impressed with what we've seen here today, Cassie.
I mean, especially the Tracers. Like, you got to talk about some of these pulse bombs from Smarties, some of these big plays that come out from either side. And I'm biased again. You know, I'm a fan of some of these players from the She-Her Dragons side. I also love woke Overwatch names, so they had me right from the name She-Her Dragons. But like, I know some of these players and I know what they're capable of. Julia especially is one of the best hit scans of the Calling All Heroes scene, and she delivers. You see, Void and Yoshem, this tank line, they deliver. Everyone on the side of She-Her Dragons looks pristine, and you just love to see it. It's a well-deserved win.
So, we have one final order of business. We have to claim a grand finals MVP, Cassie, and I don't know about you, but I think that for me, just this one time, I think I'm going to go back to my roots of being a tank player, and I think I'm going to go for Void.
Ooh, see, that's interesting because I was tempted to go with Yoshem because of some of the Mauga play, but I don't know if I can go with a Mauga player on principle. I think that grab from Void on King's Row might have actually been enough to seal it for me. I think I'm inclined to agree with you. I think we got to give it to Void there.
Fantastic stuff from everybody in this lobby, though. I was highly entertained all day. Cassie, thank you for joining me here in the booth. It's been forever. And man, what a tournament from these players.
Yeah, what a tournament indeed. It's been a blast getting to cast 6v6. I've already blasted my vocal cords out because these fights take so long to end. And I decided, hey, today's a good day to flex my play-by-play muscles and potentially tear a few of them in the process. But it's always fun to go back to the roots of what Overwatch used to be and see just how silly things can be when we're playing with all of our oompies.
I mean, oompies, love you all out there, and it was great to get back to the grassroots too. This is where everything really builds up from, and seeing some big names here in a grassroots tournament, I mean, you gotta love it. So for everybody on the backside of this from the OOL that put this on, especially Joey and his team, thank you so much for watching this weekend. We hope to see you guys again soon. And you know what? For all of us here, have a good night, be safe, and happy Pride, everybody.